Chapter 21:14 The God of Gambling. The device to select the winning number was basically a massive roulette wheel with the numbers 1 to 100 on it. There was a needle above the roulette wheel that would start spinning randomly as soon as the device was activated. As it was controlled by a special formation, it was impossible for anyone to tamper with the results. The needle would first be spun right before the crowd's eyes, but after turning a few rounds, a formation would be activated to conceal the needle from sight. Once the needle came to a halt, the crowd would be able to start buying the numbers that they thought could be the winning number. The process of buying a number was simple as well. It was similar to those olden days casinos where you simply place your money on the number you are buying on the table. All it took was a glance for Zhang Xian to figure out what was going on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as you know, the biannual trial of the Celestial Mountain is going to held tomorrow, but we still have 30 slots here. Today, we'll be throwing all of them out. So if you have yet to secure a slot for yourself or your loved ones, this is an opportunity that is not to be missed. The young man who was in charge of selling the numbers took a look at the crowd before shouting, "Begin." Right after those words were spoken, the needle on the roulette wheel immediately began spinning. After spinning a few rounds, the formation came to life, concealing the needle and the roulette wheel from sight. Based on my experience, whenever the needle on the roulette wheel spins that quickly, the number is likely to be 10 or below. Hey, don't be so certain about that. I've encountered this situation before, and I can tell you your best bet is to buy the numbers between 80 to 90. Ignorant. It was 80 the last time and 9 the time before that, so in my opinion, it should be around 20. If you have been paying close attention, you will have realized that it has been a while since the needle has pointed to the 20 to 30 region. As the needle on the roulette wheel began spinning, the spectators by the side began fervently discussing what the chosen number would be. A while later, the formation around the roulette wheel stopped shaking, indicating that the needle had stopped spinning. Shwa shwa shwa. Those that were holding onto booklets began calculating the initial momentum of the needle, air resistance, frictional force, wind speed, and many other factors, fitting them into their self-created equations to derive the correct answer. Place your bets. Once you have decided on your number, put your money down and back away, said the young man managing the roulette wheel. Surprisingly, not a single person rushed forward to put down their bet. Instead, they were looking around to see what the others were doing. Eye of insight. Zhang Xian willed as he attempted to peer into the formation. If he could see through the formation, he would be able to see the results of the roulette wheel directly. That would spare him from having to waste precious divine coins. A moment later, though, he shook his head. It appeared that the formation had been created by a god king in order to ensure that no one would be able to tamper with the results before the formation was released, thus ensuring the fairness of the selections. What about the Library of Heaven's Path then? Flaws. Given that the formation was active at the moment, he did not need to touch it in order to compile a book. He swiftly flipped open the book that had materialized in his Library of Heaven's Path. Twilight City Celestial Mountain, Slot, Roulette Wheel Concealment Formation. Flaw 1. What was written in the book were the various flaws of the formation, such as the problems with the material that was used to create the formation, the deficiencies of the ones setting up the formation, and the fundamental errors with the blueprint. But none of that had any relevance to Zhang Xian. He had no need for such information. What he needed to know was what number the needle was pointing at. With a deep sigh, he was just about to shut the book when he caught sight of the very last line on the book. Flaw 68:1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was an entire string of numbers, 99 of them. The only one that was missing from the string was 73. Does this indicate that the needle is pointing at 73? The reason the other numbers are labeled as flaws is because the needle isn't pointing at them. Zhang Xian thought as his heart skipped a beat. If that was really the case, it would be no different from him walking into an examination hall with all the model answers on hand. With this, he would be able to guarantee that he won every single bet he made. Sun Chong, go over there and buy number 73. Zhang Xian instructed without any hesitation. 73? Sun Chong frowned. Young master, I was looking at the calculations done by the veterans here, and the common consensus is that we'll have to bet between 30 to 40 in order to stand a chance at winning. I'm not sure if betting on 73 is a really good idea. There were a lot of people who had calculated where the needle was likely to stop it based on the information they had gathered prior to the activation of the formation. While it was beyond them to calculate the exact number that the needle would land on with absolute precision, they would have already made the bets themselves if that was the case. It was still able to provide those who were going to participate in the bet some direction to work with. Just shut up and do it, Zhang Xian replied impatiently. With a helpless shake of his head, Sun Chong walked over to the table and placed a divine coin, saying, I'll bet on number 73. You are betting on number 73? You really don't fear death, do you? Seeing how the first number bought was completely at odds with the common consensus, the crowd burst into laughter. Based on the calculations done by the crowd, they had agreed that the chances of the needle being on 30 to 40 was the highest. Thus, they could not help but feel that it was foolish and ignorant of the young man to place a bet on something that was completely at odds with their professional analysis. At that moment, an old man with strands of white hair walked over with confidence in his eyes and said with gusto, Friend, you bought number 73? Let me tell you, you were sure to make a loss with that number. Listen to me, and buy number 36 instead. I guarantee that you will surely hit the mark. You don't know who am I, right? I am Yao Shan, and I have been here since the roulette wheel system was first implemented. I have been at every single number drawing over the last few decades, and I have helped more than 30 people successfully acquire a slot. How about it? Trust the words of a professional, and you'll never go wrong. Professional? Zhang Xian's eyebrows rose. May I know why you are offering your help to me? It's simple. If you select the right number, I hope that you can give me 10 divine coins as a reward for my services. If you don't select the right number, if the difference is within 3 numbers, you'll have to give me 1 divine coin. If the difference is within 10 numbers, you'll have to give me 100 semi-divinity coins. If the difference is above 10 numbers, I'll pay you 100 semi-divinity coins. Yao Shan said confidently. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian chuckled softly and asked, What if the difference is beyond 30 numbers? If the difference is beyond 30 numbers, I'll pay you a divine coin. Yao Shan replied confidently. Based on years of studying and analysis, he had already developed a complete system of laws that only he himself understood. Based on how the needle on the roulette wheel spun earlier, he deduced that the number was between 1 to 10. Even at the very worst, it would not go beyond 30 to 40. Zhang Xian blinked contemplatively for a moment before replying, I think I'll still go with my 73. You can bet on your 36 if you want. As for the wager, why don't we do this instead? If you get your number right, I'll pay you 2 divine coins. However, if my number is right, you'll have to pay me 2 divine coins. How does that sound? Yao Shan hesitated a little. To be honest, Yao Shan did not have absolute confidence in his number. He only appeared confident in order to inspire confidence in him. He had set up the payouts in a manner that favored him, such that as long as he could win the trust of others, the chances were high that he would walk away with a profit. If he somehow got the right number, he would even be able to make a huge killing. In his view, this was much safer and more lucrative than betting on the roulette wheel directly. In fact, he had earned quite a lot of money through this over the years, and he had managed to buy a residence in a prime location within Twilight City. 2 LDK. It had 2 rooms, a living room, a toilet, and a kitchen. So, wagering on the numbers directly left him feeling rather iffy, and the stake was a jaw-dropping 2 divine coins at that. What if neither of us hit the mark? Since I am the one proposing the bet, if neither of us hit the mark, we'll count it as my loss too. I'll pay you 2 divine coins, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Deal. Hearing those words, Yao Shan's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly headed into the crowd, and a moment later, he brought a young man over. It looked like the young man had listened to his words and bought down number 36. The discussions continued for 10 minutes before all the numbers were finally bought up. Now that all of the numbers have been taken, I'll be removing the formation right now in order to determine the allocation of the slot. The young man laughed heartily as he tapped his finger on the formation. The veil of mist within the formation gradually dispersed, allowing the results of the spin to unfold right before the eyes of the crowd. I hope that you're ready to pay up, Yao Shan said with a light chuckle as he looked at Zhang Xian gleefully. He did not think that anyone would be so foolish as to make such a skewed bet with him. As long as the needle pointed at any of the 99 numbers other than 73, he would be able to earn 2 divine coins. Thinking about the small fortune that he was going to earn very soon, he began debating whether he should use it to buy the latest horse carriage model so that he could flaunt it before his friends, or spend it at a bar and have a lovely time with a beauty. At this moment, the results were finally revealed, and the young man at the forefront announced, "The one to acquire the slot is number 73. 73? Yao Shan was stunned by the announcement. He quickly turned to look at the roulette wheel, and the needle had indeed stopped at number 73. It was extremely far from the 36 that he had proposed. How is this possible? Did we calculate it wrong? Even if one of us made a mistake, there's no way all of us could have possibly made the same mistake together. I told you that the roulette wheel is completely random, and there's no way those calculations of yours work, but you just wouldn't listen." The results had left the many professional analysts among the crowd stunned. They swiftly reviewed their calculations, and there were no mistakes at all. So why would the final result end up being so different from their predictions? So, the slot goes to Sun Chong. Paying no heed to the discussions beneath, the young man in charge of the roulette will pass a jade token to Sun Chong. As Sun Chong accepted the jade token, he could not help but stare at Zhang Xian so hard that it looked as if his eyes would fall to the ground at any moment. Given that so many professional analysts had deduced that the needle would fall between 30 to 40 based on their calculations, he had thought that the 73 proposed by Zhang Xian would definitely stand no chance at all. Yet, who would have thought that it was actually right? Young master. Sun Chong was in such disbelief that he started to wonder if Zhang Xian was the real deal. It was simply good luck, Zhang Xian replied calmly before turning his gaze to Yao Shan. The results are out. 2 divine coins. Fine. With a reddened face, Yao Shan gritted his teeth and passed over 2 divine coins. Having hung out there for several decades, he could be considered a reputable figure. If he avoided his payment, there was no way he would be able to make a living there anymore. Soon, the needle on the roulette wheel had begun spinning once more, and it did not take long for the formation to activate and conceal it amid a thick layer of mist. Having watched the entire process carefully to take careful note of every single detail, Yao Shan turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Do you dare bet with me again?" "Sure." Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll bet on 57 in the numbers within a range of 10 around it," Yao Shan said. "Just like before, the wager is 2 divine coins." "Fine by me," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He turned to Zhao Yao and said, "Head over there and buy number 95. "Yes, teacher." Zhao Yao quickly walked up and bought number 95. Yao Shan also quickly found someone to buy number 57. A moment later, the result was out. 95. Yao Shan clutched his hair in a frenzy. His calculations had turned out to be extremely off the mark both rounds, and in contrast, the other party had actually hit the mark both times. How in the world did the other party manage to do it? Was the roulette wheel not supposed to have some degree of randomness? Or was it actually possible to calculate the right number? With tightly clenched jaws, Yao Shan reluctantly passed another 2 divine coins over to Zhang Xian. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Having been there for decades, he was able to tell that the other party was a first-timer based on how he acted. This was also why he had approached the other party to make a deal with him, hoping to profit off him. Yet, from the looks of it, it felt like he was the one being baited instead. He had lost 4 divine coins in the blink of an eye. More importantly, the other party had even managed to obtain 2 slots on top of his earnings from him. "Do you want to continue?" Zhang Xian asked with a smile as the needle started spinning once more. He could not help but think that this Yao Shan was a really kind soul. At this rate, he might just be able to walk out of the casino with the slots he required and some extra income. "No, I'll pass." Yao Shan shuddered at the notion of losing another 2 divine coins. If he continued betting with this young man, he had a feeling that he might just lose the house that he had just bought too. In fact, he felt as if he had just lost a toilet already. Looking at the young man before him with incredulous eyes, he could not help but wonder. Was he actually staring at the reincarnation of the god of gambling? Chapter 21:15 My Horse 2. He had no idea if there was an actual god of gambling in the firmament, But the fact that the young man was able to guess the number correctly consecutively despite the odds was more than enough to show that the young man was not too far such an existence. He was tempted to continue, but his rationality told him that he could lose it all if he did. So, he forced himself to take a step back. Even if he wanted to continue betting with the young man, he should at least wait a few more turns to see if the young man actually had the ability to guess the numbers accurately. Paying close heed to the spinning needle, Yao Shan deduced that the winning number would be in the 50s. Then, he secretly glanced at the young man and saw the latter instructing the young lady beside him. Wang Ying, by number 27. Yes, the young lady replied. Sometime later, the result was announced, and the winning number was indeed 27. Cold sweat dripped down Yao Shan's back. It was fortunate he did not continue gambling, or else he would have lost his kitchen too. He gave up all thoughts of getting his 4 divine coins back from the young man in that instant, but he could not help but wonder, how in the world did the young man manage to predict the winning numbers so accurately? It was a 1 in 100 chance, but he was still able to get it right 3 times consecutively. The first time might have been luck, and the second one could have been a great coincidence, but 3 consecutive times. It would really be pushing the boundaries to think that it was luck again. Yao Shan was not the only one who found the situation baffling. Zhao Ye and the others were equally baffled, but their eyes were glowing with admiration and respect. As expected of their teacher, he was outstanding even in the firmament, where the most powerful experts in the universe roamed. Fu Yuan was one of the 3 grand elders of Twilight City, making him one of the most influential and respected figures here. He was only second in position to City Lord Wu Fangqing, and he was in charge of managing the administrative affairs regarding Netherworld Palace. The slot roulette was also under his jurisdiction. After having a sumptuous lunch, he stretched his back lazily before making his way over to the opera house to watch a play. He knew that despite his high-ranking position, he was neither the most influential nor powerful person in Twilight City, but he was content with his current life. As a high-tier god and a grand elder, he saw no need to climb any further up. It was not that he never harbored such thoughts, but he knew that given the limitations of his talent, there was no way he would be able to become a celestial god. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to waste the little time he had left pursuing something that was futile to him. It would be much better for him to take life easy and enjoy the fruits of the hard work he had put in his entire life. Luo Sheng, check if Little Lotus of the Red Jadeite Pavilion is free or not. If she's free, inform her that I'll be heading over to look for her after I'm done watching my play. Elder Fu Yuan instructed. Little Lotus of the Red Jadeite Pavilion was one of his close companions, and he visited her often. The subordinate named Luo Sheng nodded before quickly heading out. However, not too long later, he returned with an anxious look on his face. Seeing the flustered state of his subordinate, Elder Fu Yuan rose to his feet and tidied up his robe before asking, "What's wrong?" "Old Master, we have just received a report that someone has managed to buy the correct number on the slot roulette wheel 11 times consecutively." Luo Sheng replied in astonishment. "Wait a moment, you were saying that he won the slot roulette 11 times straight?" Elder Fu Yuan was stunned. "What do you mean by that? Did he purchase 100 slots in one go? Or what happened?" There were indeed cases where the Ultrich would buy all 100 slots in a single go, thus ensuring that they would acquire a slot no matter what the result was. No, that's not it. That person only bought a single slot every time, but he would get the winning number each time. It's almost as if the roulette wheel formation is bowing to his demands, Luo Sheng said with an incredulous look on his face. He only bought a single number, but he was still able to hit the mark each and every time? Elder Fu Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. "You aren't lying to me? It's real. It's already a complete mess out there." Luo Sheng exclaimed. Have you checked on the formation to see if there are any problems?" "We have already done a thorough check, and everything is working as normal. Let's go take a look," Fu Yuan said as he quickly headed over to Netherworld Palace. It did not take him long to arrive at his destination. At that moment, a huge crowd had already gathered around the slot roulette wheel. "He got it again. This is the 13th time, right? Holy cow. He has gotten the right number 13 times in a row. How is he doing this? It looks like the rest of us don't stand a chance at all," The faces in the room were filled with disbelief. Elder Fu Yuan walked over and examined the formation, but he was unable to find anything wrong with it. The young man that everyone in the room was encircling was not making any suspicious actions either. In fact, his hands had been behind his back the whole time. Was it really possible for one to guess the right number 13 times in a row without doing anything? Seeing that the needle on the roulette wheel was about to be spun for the 14th time, Elder Fu Yuan quickly walked up to the platform and said, "Allow me." Then, with a flick of his finger, the needle on the roulette wheel immediately began spinning. A while later, the formation flickered a little before shrouding the roulette wheel in mist. Elder Fu Yuan made sure to check every nook and cranny of the roulette wheel, but he could not find anything wrong with it. By number 13, the young man in the limelight instructed. A moment later, when the formation was released, the needle on the roulette wheel was indeed pointing at number 13. This marked the young man's 14th consecutive victory. Elder Fu Yuan knew that the young man was definitely doing something. There was no way a person could guess the correct number 14 times in a row, but he was unable to figure out just what it was, and this left him incredibly frustrated. Eventually, he lost his patience and marched right up to Zhang Xian. "Who the hell are you? What are you trying to achieve?" "I am just a nameless nobody. I am buying some slots here so that I'm able to scale the celestial mountain," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Yet, you were able to select the winning number 14 times in a row?" Elder Fu Yuan scoffed in skepticism. "Men, escort this esteemed guest to the room. I think there's a need to ask him a few questions. You want to take me into custody? Netherworld Palace is the one that placed those slots on sale, and yet, you want to arrest me just because I've been lucky enough to guess the winning number each time?" Zhang Xian looked at Elder Fu Yuan mockingly. This system basically worked the same as a lottery. One could not possibly arrest a lottery winner just because he won each and every single time, right? He was not doing anything that broke the rules, and he had never approached the roulette wheel or the formation. The reason Netherworld Palace has taken out 200 slots to be sold in such a fashion is to ensure that everyone has an equitable chance of scaling the celestial mountain. If you acquire all the slots by yourself, what will become of the other cultivators? It'll be unfair to them. Elder Fu Yuan said. "You were talking about fairness? Those people over there have been trying to calculate the trend of the roulette wheel to make predictions. Do you think that it's fair to the others for them to do so? There are also a lot of people who devote their lives to studying the roulette wheel and even make a living out of it. Just how do you define something as fair or not?" With an irritated wave of his hand, Zhang Xian said, "Forget it. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll just take my leave. Farewell." He needed slots for his parents, 11 direct disciples, and Sunshang, and he had already managed to acquire the 14 that he needed. There was no need for him to continue. After all, his goal was to acquire the aura of divinity on the celestial mountain, not to cause a huge ruckus. Since it was his first time in the firmament, maintaining a low profile should take precedence over everything else. Hold it there for a moment. Before Elder Fu Yuan could even speak, an old man amid the crowd stepped forward and blocked Zhang Xian's way. It was none other than the old man who had lost 2 bets to him earlier. "Yao Shan, don't you think that it's too convenient that you were able to leave so easily after monopolizing so many of the slots?" "Indeed. We are here to acquire a slot, too, but you ended up taking nearly all of them, depriving us of our chances. You can't leave just like that. You should at least take 7 slots and share with the rest of us. It isn't too big a request, is it?" Such complaints could be heard here and there as cold smiles formed on the lips of the crowd. They had no idea whether the young man was really cheating or not, but since someone was taking the lead, they might be able to get something out of it if they joined in. The frowning Zhang Xian looked at Elder Fu Yuan and asked, "Is this the rule of Netherworld Palace? You put the slots on sale, and yet don't allow anyone from to walk away with them." "Of course not. However, how you managed to identify the winning number 14 times consecutively is rather sketchy, so we can't help but suspect that you were cheating." "Cheating? Very well." Zhang Xian looked at the crowd imposingly. "Show me how I cheated. If you can show me how I managed to cheat despite all the security measures in place, I'll hand over all 14 slots to you." The crowd fell silent. If they knew how the young man did it, they would not still be here. they would have long struck it rich and retired. None of you are able to do it? Zhang Xian shook his head. Farewell. Right after saying those words, Zhang Xian beckoned his direct disciples to follow him out of Netherworld Palace. You can't leave. The crowd quickly encircled him. You don't want to allow me to leave? Fine by me as well. If I recall correctly, there are still 16 slots remaining, right? I'll stay here and win all the remaining slots. Zhang Xian crossed his arms before his chest as he spoke with a smile. That statement shocked everyone there. Recalling the miracles that he had pulled off thus far, they began to doubt themselves. If they allowed the young man to leave, they might still stand a chance at obtaining a slot. However, as long as the young man continued participating in the draws, they would simply be spending their money in vain on the slot roulette. Don't listen to his words, Yao Shan exclaimed. He only has 14 semi-divinities by his side. He won't be able to draw any more than that. Due to the rule that a person could only buy a single number each day, Zhang Xian would not be able to participate in the subsequent bets even if he wanted to. Wait a moment, you're right. Even if we keep him here, he won't be able to do anything. Widening their eyes in realization, the crowd bucked up their determination and continued blocking Zhang Xian's way. As long as they kept him there, it was only a matter of time before he spat out some of the slots that he had acquired. They were in the majority anyway, and there were plenty of experts in their ranks. No matter how powerful the young man was, he did not stand a chance against them. Besides, given that they were in the city, the young man would not dare make a move on them recklessly, or else he might face trouble with the law. Is that what you think? Zhang Xian turned to Elder Fu Yuan and said, Elder, if I'm not mistaken, the bets aren't just limited to humans, right? After spending quite some time in there, he had already familiarized himself with the rules of the slot roulette. Of course, Fu Yuan replied with a nod. There were quite a few divine beasts in the firmament who were able to transmogrify into the form of a human. If they were to limit the participation to just the humans, they would risk offending the divine beasts. For this reason, there were no restrictions on who could participate in the bets. Very well. Zhang Xian nodded as he turned to Sun Chang and passed down some instructions. Sun Chang's lips twitched a little as he looked at Zhang Xian with a bizarre expression on his face. Then, he walked out of the room before returning with the 14 steeds a moment later. Since you aren't allowing me to leave, it just so happens that these horses of mine are only at the semi-divinity realm and need some slots. It's not too much if I get them to participate in the bets too, right? Zhang Xian waved his hand lightly, and a horse immediately walked over and wrote down the number 64 with his hoof before passing a divine coin over. The young man managing the roulette wheel was perplexed. He had no idea whether he should accept the divine coin or not. However, when he thought more deeply into it, there were indeed no rules forbidding such an act. So, he hesitantly accepted the divine coin and passed a token with the number 64 on it. Wong. Sometime later, the formation disappeared, and the number reflected on the roulette wheel was 64. Even horses are able to buy numbers too? There are indeed no rules that prohibit animals from buying numbers. If each of his horses buy a winning number, hell, that will mean that there are none left for us. What should we do? The crowd was really panicking at this point. They had thought that the young man was cornered, but who could have known that the young man would still have such a hand? More importantly, that horse actually had the ability to hand over money and choose the right number. Just what is this world coming to? Are we even less than a mere horse? With twitching cheeks, Elder Fu Yuan eventually passed down an order. Release him. If they did not allow the young man to leave, the latter might very well sweep away all their available slots. This was the first time that he had felt so exasperated about this slot roulette system ever since it was implemented. Who could have known that it could be exploited in such a manner? If not for the fact that those were the rules that he had come up with, he would have really rushed forward to beat up that darned rascal. Chapter 21:16 Underground Black Mark. To you have my deepest gratitude, Elder. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he walked through the path that the crowd had reluctantly opened for him. Just as he was about to leave the area, he suddenly halted for a moment before turning around. One last thing. Since Twilight City is serious about maintaining fairness and equity among the cultivators, I am just curious to know if it's considered an act of cheating for someone to sell the number they have calculated to another person in order to profit from this slot roulette system. It's considered as an act of cheating, Elder Fu Yuan replied with a confused look on his face. The slot roulette system was designed with the intention of making the acquisition of the slots random. If a person sold a number that was calculated inaccurately, his actions would be considered fraud. On the other hand, if the person was really somehow able to calculate the number accurately, that would be cheating. That person over there, Yao Shan, has been selling the numbers he has deduced to the other cultivators here. I believe that there are many people here who will be able to testify to that, Zhang Xian said with a smile. With that, farewell. After saying this piece, Zhang Xian left Netherworld Palace without waiting for any response. That fellow, Yao Shan, had riled the crowd up against him, attempting to prevent him from leaving. Did the other party really think that he was a pushover? As for the evidence of his fraud, he had convinced quite a few people to purchase the numbers that he recommended. Considering that none of them had one, they should be more than willing to give Yao Shan away. After all, they might just be able to recoup the money that they had given to Yao Shan this way. Yao Shan had never expected to have the tables turned on him like that. With his body trembling fearfully, he immediately tried to explain. Elder Fu Yuan, But Elder Fu Yuan was not even interested in hearing his explanation. Take him down. Voila! A group of people rushed forward and apprehended Yao Shan. There was absolutely no doubt that Yao Shan's fate was going to be tragic. He had only lost a toilet and a kitchen earlier, but at this rate, he was going to lose his entire flat. Completely uninterested in whatever was happening inside, Zhang Xian and the others swiftly got onto horseback and left Netherworld Palace. After galloping across various streets, Zhang Xian checked his surroundings and confirmed that there was no one following them before indicating for everyone to stop. The rest of you should head back to prepare yourselves for the trial of the Celestial Mountain. It'll be good if all of you can achieve a breakthrough to godhood. I'll be heading off to settle some other matters first. The crowd nodded in response. After that, Zhang Xian turned around and galloped in another direction. It did not take him long to disappear at the end of the street. Shortly after, Zhao Ye and the others quickly made their way back to their residence. They knew that they had to reach the level of the gods in order to not be a burden to Zhang Xian. Thus, it was important for them to exploit this opportunity to the fullest. After parting from the group, Zhang Xian galloped straight ahead, and it did not take him long to arrive before a certain building. This building looked perfectly ordinary, not standing out in the least along the street. It was the kind of building that one could easily overlook as part of the scenery. Furthermore, the doors and windows were tightly shut, making it look as though it had been abandoned. Zhang Xian walked up to the building and knocked on the wooden doors 6 times, 4 long knocks and 2 short knocks. Jia! The doors creaked open. A blind man walked out and said impatiently, "Follow me." Without saying a word, Zhang Xian followed the blind man closely. The interior of the building was a little dark, creating an eerie atmosphere. The two of them walked all the way to the innermost room before the blind man suddenly halted and lifted his palm. Understanding the blind man's gesture, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and passed a token over. The blind man touched the token carefully to assess its authenticity before nodding slowly. Then, he placed his palm on the wall. Wong! There was a soft humming sound, reminiscent of a formation coming to life, and the walls swiftly turned transparent. The blind man walked into a transparent wall and passed through it without any problem. Zhang Xian followed behind him. Proceeding ahead, there was a flight of stairs that led downward. The entire area was shrouded in deep darkness, making it impossible to discern what lay beyond. All one could see were the inscriptions on the ground that served to conceal this place from view. The flight of stairs was surprisingly short. It did not take them too long to reach the bottom. Zhang Xian found himself faced with a boat floating atop an underground river. He quickly got on top of the boat together with the blind man, and the latter began ferrying him forward. The surroundings were completely dark, such that Zhang Xian could not see too far ahead even with the eye of insight. He could only trust the blind man to take him to where he wanted to go. For the next hour, all Zhang Xian could hear was the sound of oars pushing against the water. At some point, the boat bumped lightly against an incredibly large boulder before lodging into it. It swayed for a brief moment before coming to a complete halt. The blind man got off the boat and led the way forward once more. There was yet another flight of stairs, but this time it was heading upward. Then they passed through another wall, and when they finally walked out of the door, they were in a bustling market. It was filled with many different voices, creating a lively atmosphere. "Wait here for me. I'll be right back after completing my transaction," Zhang Xian instructed before walking into the crowd. The place he was currently at was the black market of Twilight City. Where rules existed, people would always find ways to circumvent them, and the black market was such an existence. The bandit named Streak of Grey would often visit the underground market to sell the goods that he had plundered from the merchants. There were detailed instructions in one of the books in his storage ring on how one could enter the black market. One could buy practically anything one wanted in this thriving black market, including illegal goods that would be impossible to procure in legal markets. It was just that the prices there tended to be on the higher side. The manager of this massive black market was a particularly seductive lady in her mid-30s. There was an exquisite crimson rose filled with thorns tattooed on her neck that hinted at a capricious personality, and the slightly overpowering scent of perfume she emanated served to further reinforce this judgment. The seductive lady leaned in toward Zhang Xian as she spoke. "Hey, you look unfamiliar to me. Do you refuse to do business with people who look unfamiliar to you?" Zhang Xian met her gaze calmly. "Of course not," the seductive lady replied as she walked out from the back of the counter. With a smile on her lips, she asked, "May I know what kind of business this dashing young man has with me? We sell all sorts of stuff here, and that includes me." After saying those words, she intentionally breathed out slowly on Zhang Xian's face. However, Zhang Xian remained completely unfazed as he nonchalantly replied, "I need my young beast blood. Is it possible to acquire it here?" He already had the green beast ancient grass on hand, so as long as he could find some way to obtain some my young beast blood, he would be able to raise his soul cultivation right away. My young beast blood? The my young beasts are low-tier celestial gods, so it won't be easy to acquire their blood. The seductive lady took a step back before looking at Zhang Xian with a frown on her face. Celestial god realm divine beasts were mostly able to transmogrify themselves to assume forms similar to those of humans, making it extremely difficult to capture them. As such, procuring their blood was no easy feat, I understand. I'll look for another person to work with. Zhang Xian rose to his feet and began walking away. Hey, wait a moment. The seductive lady quickly rushed forward to block his way. "Why are you so hasty? What I said is that it won't be easy to acquire it, not that I am unable to acquire it. I need a leader of it," Zhang Xian added. "You need so much of it?" The seductive lady frowned at those words. "Since you are here to buy the blood of a celestial god realm divine beast, I trust that you know how much it's worth, so I'll just get straight to the point. 3,000 divine coins. 3,000 divine coins? It was Zhang Xian's turn to frown. The price doesn't sound right to me. All in all, he had only received roughly 600 divine coins from Streak of Grey, a long way off from 3,000 divine coins. Was my young beast blood really that expensive? He had no idea how much the blood of celestial god realm divine beasts was worth, but he had a feeling that the price offered to him by the seductive lady was way beyond market price. He felt that it would cause too much of a ruckus if an ordinary-looking person like him with no particular background was spotted looking around for the blood of a celestial god realm divine beast on the market, so he had chosen to head to the black market straight away. As such, he actually was not too sure about the pricing. "I'm sure you understand how difficult it is to procure the blood of celestial god realm divine beasts. To be frank with you, 3,000 divine coins really isn't much. Besides, as a lady living in a shady place like this, how am I going to find a good husband if I don't earn more while I can?" The seductive lady slowly walked around Zhang Xian as she giggled flirtatiously. "If that's not acceptable, why don't you marry me then? I'll give you a discount. 600 divine coins. I'll give you some advice in exchange," Zhang Xian replied. 600 divine coins? Are you here to cause trouble? The face of the seductive lady immediately darkened. Voila! As soon as she spoke, black-robed middle-aged men swiftly rushed out from the streets. Every single one of them had a fairly strong presence, displaying their might as middle-tier gods. I have no interest in wasting my time on something that doesn't provide value to me, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly, unaffected by the sudden turn of events. If I'm not mistaken, due to the cold, wet, and spiritual energy-deprived environment of the black market, you have been consuming dampness expulsion pills to preserve your youthful appearance. The seductive lady scoffed coldly. What about it? Living in the underground regions where the sun would never reach, there were plenty of people there who frequently consumed dampness expulsion pills. It would not take a genius to figure out that she was doing the same. It wouldn't be a problem for others to consume the dampness expulsion pill, but the same doesn't go for you. If I'm not mistaken, your neck and chest area are filled with red bumps, and you have been unable to get rid of them, Zhang Xian said. Where did you hear that? The seductive lady frowned. The young man was right. Her body was indeed covered in red bumps, and those red bumps emanated an odor. It was for this reason that she had to douse herself in perfume and tattoo her neck with a crimson rose. I didn't have to hear it from anyone to know that. It's pretty obvious just by looking at you. Placing his hands leisurely behind his back, Zhang Xian continued. You have been cultivating the Yin attribute rising tide cold wave art. This cultivation technique requires you to absorb the Yin attribute energy from rising tides and cold waves, resulting in your body being wetter than the others. Consuming the dampness expulsion pill appears to have resolved the various problems you face from living here, but at the same time, it has also deprived you of the essence of your cultivation technique. The effectiveness of your cultivation technique has been reduced by half as a result of that, and the growth of those red bumps is just the primary symptom of your condition. As time goes by, your skin will begin to rot, and your rate of cultivation will continue to slow down till it finally stagnates. Eventually, you will go berserk and die. Are you trying to scare me, little boy? Your big sister over here didn't get this far by trembling in fear. The seductive lady spat with narrowed eyes. The other party had hit the mark on quite a few things regarding her, including her cultivation technique and her current condition. However, she still found it hard to believe that a mere dampness expulsion pill could induce such symptoms in her. Furthermore, she had not noticed any major issues in her body thus far. Of course not, Zhang Xian replied. Just the dampness expulsion pill itself isn't potent enough to cause any problems in your body. However, what if we consider the concealment formation cast over the underground black market too? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you reside in the southwest area of the black market, right? The seductive lady frowned upon hearing how Zhang Xian was aware of where she lived. Paying no heed to the seductive lady's expression, Zhang Xian said, the sun rises from the northeast and sets in the southwest. The rise of the sun ushers in the birth of the yang energy, and the setting of the sun symbolizes the opening of the yin gates. Southwest is the direction where yin and yang intersect with one another. Most life usually thrives in such a place, but that happens to be the very opposite for you. The rising tide cold wave art is a pure yin cultivation technique, so the conditions of the southwest should have been ideal for you to advance your cultivation. However, you chose to consume dampness expulsion pills, which in turn makes you extremely vulnerable to yang energy. As a result, there's a chaotic mess of yin and yang ravaging your body at this very moment. The growth of red bumps is just the starting symptom. Chapter 21, 17 Beauty Pill. The seductive lady was rendered speechless. She had previously thought that the young man was just making up lies to scare her, but after hearing what he had to say, doubts began to arise in her mind. The area that she was living in was indeed the southwest area of this underground black market. She had chosen the area because it was close to the underground river, which would have made it easier for her to absorb the yin energy from the damp environment and further her cultivation. However, if what the young man said was true, she had made a major mistake. Are you still doubting my words? Zhang Xian shook his head. The concealment formation of this underground black market is powered by the underground river, so it carries a tinge of yin. It's this yin attribute that allows the underground black market to circumvent the spiritual perception of a celestial god, thus allowing it to remain hidden from the world. The southwest region happens to be where the yin energy originates. Living there is bound to eventually cause some problems to your body. Enough. I don't deny that there's some truth to what you are saying, but anyone can come up with a believable theory. There's no concrete evidence to prove that what you are saying is true. Unless, with a wave of her hand, the seductive lady gestured for the four middle-aged men to back off before looking at Zhang Xian once more. Do you have a way to make my red bumps disappear? If so, I can sell you the Mayung beast blood at the price you mentioned. That isn't a problem at all, Zhang Xian said. Pass me 10 bottles of God Essence pills. 10 bottles of God Essence pills? The seductive lady asked doubtfully for confirmation. As spiritual energy receded from the firmament, the value of God Essence pills had been continuously on the rise. While she was still able to afford 10 bottles of God Essence pills, it was still a substantial sum to her. Indeed, if you wish to resolve your affliction, you'll need to pay a certain price. God Essence pills are usually used as a source of spiritual energy, but they can do much more than that. Of course, if you are unwilling to pay the price, you can just ignore what I just said. 3,000 divine coins isn't a small sum, but I believe it shouldn't take me too long to acquire it with my means. Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. Very well, I'll trust you this once. However, if you are unable to solve my affliction, you need not think of leaving here alive. The seductive lady harumphed coldly. It's your first time here, so you might be unaware of it, but the underground black market is a lawless place, unlike Twilight City. No one will say a thing even if I kill you right here, right now. On the other hand, Zhang Xian simply stood quietly on the spot. He could not be bothered to even respond to the seductive lady's threats. Soon enough, the 10 bottles of God Essence pills were brought right before Zhang Xian. I need an isolated chamber in order to refine these God Essence pills into something that can resolve your affliction, Zhang Xian said. The seductive lady stared at Zhang Xian quietly for a moment before waving her hand impatiently. An attendant immediately stepped forward and led Zhang Xian over to a chamber. Entering the chamber, Zhang Xian closed the door before setting up multiple layers of isolation barriers. After that was done, he took out a single God Essence pill, and with a tap of his finger, he infused a surge of Heaven's Path Zhenqiat. The affliction that the seductive lady was suffering from was by no means easy to cure. However, the attributeless Heaven's Path Zhenqi was exceptionally powerful in assimilating all sorts of energy and fusing them together, making it the perfect cure. The reason he had asked for 10 bottles of God Essence pills was, of course, so that he could use them himself. In order to raise his cultivation swiftly, he was bound to require as many cultivation resources as possible. In any case, the underground black market was bound to have done many evil deeds over the years, so he did not feel any guilt obtaining these God Essence pills from her. He kept the place of the God Essence pills into his storage ring and waited in the isolated chamber for roughly 15 minutes before walking out of the room with a pale face. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw the seductive lady standing right in front of the entrance, as if trying to prevent him from running away. Zhang Xian passed the God Essence pill infused with his Heaven's Path Zhenqi over and said, "Swallow this pill." You used 10 bottles of God Essence pills to forge a single one? The seductive lady looked at Zhang Xian suspiciously. A single bottle contains 10 God Essence pills, which means that I have given you 100 pills in total. Yet, all you return me is a single God Essence pill. It doesn't seem like the God Essence pill has changed in any way either. Do you take me for a fool? Just give it a try, and you'll know whether it's worth the price or not, Zhang Xian replied with a confident smile. The seductive lady carefully assessed the pill to check if it was laced with poison before swallowing it. A moment later, her eyes lit up. She quickly lifted her hand to touch the crimson rose on her neck before ripping her robe to examine her body. Overwhelmed with agitation, her body simply would not stop trembling. The medicine that the young man had given her was truly miraculous. Within just 2 minutes of consuming it, the red bumps that had plagued her for over 2 years actually vanished entirely. At the same time, she found her body feeling lighter than ever. Was this medicine not a little too amazing? You. The seductive lady stared at Zhang Xian in shock. She had tried all kinds of medicine and visited all sorts of physicians in order to resolve her affliction, but nothing had worked. It was with no other choice that she had resorted to using perfume and tattoos to hide the symptoms. Who could have known that the young man would be able to see through the root of her problem and solve it with a single pill? This was too frightening. Boss, I don't know if I'm seeing things, but your complexion seems to be much better than before, one of the middle-aged men remarked. The seductive lady was surprised to hear such words. She quickly took out a mirror, and her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw her own appearance. Due to her affliction, her skin had become a little rough and coarse. As a result, she had no choice but to apply a thick layer of foundation in order to conceal her worsening skin tone. Yet, just by eating that pill, not only did she manage to get rid of the red bumps, her skin also became much smoother. It was almost as if time had regressed a decade for her. Was this medicine really that incredible? Do you have any more of that medicine? The seductive lady asked. She had resolved the problem of the red bumps for the moment, but she was not certain if she would suffer a relapse in the future. What would she do if she did not have any more medicine then? Besides, even if she did not suffer a relapse, the pill would still allow her to preserve her youthful appearance. Just this was enough to make her spend huge sums of money on it. It took me half my life just to successfully forge this single pill, but you still want more? Bring me another 10 bottles of God Essence pills. Zhang Xian said. The reason the other party suffered from the red bumps was due to her inability to amalgamate the yin energy and yang energy within her body properly. That was a problem that could easily be solved with his Heaven's Path Shinqi. However, what was with her complexion getting better and more youthful? Could it be that his Heaven's Path Shinqi had become much more potent after he started cultivating the pathos of heavens? A thought arose in Zhang Xian's mind. A person's emotions can affect their appearance as well. This is similar to how a person in love will look as if they're glowing. Could it be that my pathos of heavens has changed the nature of my Heaven's Path Shinqi? Emotions were known to be a source of motivation and tendencies, but they could create tangible differences in one's appearance as well. There was a saying that those who were constantly happy would age slower than those plagued with worries. Who could have known that comprehending the pathos of heavens would have such an effect on the Heaven's Path Shinqi? Give me a moment. The seductive lady quickly headed out, and a moment later, she returned with another 10 bottles of God Essence pills. I'll forge another one for you right now, Zhang Xian said as he returned to the isolated room. Another 15 minutes later, he walked out with a face even paler than before, such that it looked as if he would stumble and faint at any moment. The seductive lady took an even more detailed look at the pill this time around, analyzing even the slightest marks on it. However, she was still unable to discern any differences between it and a normal God Essence pill. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and relayed some instructions to one of the middle-aged men. Soon, a middle-aged lady was brought over. Possessing the cultivation of a middle-tier god, she appeared to be in her 40s. However, it was likely that she was much older than that as there were signs of age spots on her skin, and her skin tone had turned a little yellowish. It was likely that she was around 70 to 80 years old. Having read through the book left behind by Streak of Gray, Zhang Xian had gained some understanding of the average lifespan of gods in the firmament. Before the receding of spiritual energy, normal gods would usually be able to live to 150 and beyond. However, due to the worsening environmental conditions, most cultivators could only live till 80 nowadays. As for semi-divinities, those who could live to 60 could already be considered to have lived a long life. The only way for a god to lengthen their lifespan was to rise to the level of a celestial god. Celestial gods enjoyed a lifespan of around 1,000 years. God kings were known to be able to live 10,000 years, and conferred god kings were rumored to have at least 100,000 years to their lifespan. As for god monarchs, the 9 god monarchs were known to have existed ever since the firmament came to be. In the eyes of the world, they were eternal existences that could never be destroyed. Swallow this pill, the seductive lady said. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged lady took the pill and swallowed it. A moment later, her appearance began to change. Her age spots gradually lightened till they could not be seen anymore, and her face began to glow with vitality. It was almost as if someone had reversed her time by decades, returning her to the time when she was still an alluring lady in her early 30s. The middle-aged lady looked at her new appearance in the mirror with her mouth agape. There were plenty of capable geniuses in the firmament, but none of them were able to create such a miraculous beautifying pill. Even the most expensive beautifying pill available on the market would not be able to pull off such a transformative change in one go. The middle-aged lady felt as if she had been born anew through the pill. It's indeed effective. Ha ha ha. With this, even if I cast aside the underground black market, I'll still have a never-ending supply of money. With an excited gleam in her eyes, the seductive lady looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Brother, may I know how I should address you?" It had just been a transaction between the both of them previously, so it would not matter even if they did not know each other's names. They would soon part with one another and likely never see one another again. However, the situation had changed. The person standing before her was a potential business partner. Zhang Xian, I am Qi Linger. I believe that you are aware that the pill you forged has the effect of bestowing a person with a second youth. So, why don't we work together to turn this into a huge business? You'll be responsible for forging the pills, and I'll secure the distribution network to sell the pills. As for the profits, how does 50:50 sound to you? The seductive lady, Qi Linger, offered. 50:50? Sounds fine by me. Zhang Xian nodded. Considering the widespread connections that she had built up over the years as the boss of the underground black market, it was not unreasonable for her to demand half of the profits. Besides, it would not be too much trouble for him to forge the pills anyway. Good. First and foremost, I need you to forge 10 of these pills for me. I'll be marketing them in Twilight City over the next few days in order to create some hype, Qi Linger instructed. That isn't a problem, but I will need sufficient God Essence pills for that, Zhang Xian said as he looked at Qi Linger. I understand. However, the God Essence pills will be treated as the cost of our business venture. Qi Linger replied with a soft chuckle. A God Essence pill costs around a divine coin, so 10 bottles of them amount to 100 divine coins. Let's do just that then. Zhang Xian nodded. Chapter 21:18 Descendant of a God Monarch. Low-tier God Essence pills could be used by those whose cultivation was beneath the celestial God realm. Zhang Xian was still a long way off from becoming a celestial god, so he was bound to need a lot of them. Not to mention, he had a lot of people behind him that he needed to take care of. Great. Having received Zhang Xian's approval, Qi Linger turned to the middle-aged man behind her and said, "Tell Old Yi that I'll be taking all the God Essence pills he has." The middle-aged man nodded before backing out of the room. Soon, he returned with a storage ring in hand. "Boss, I bought all of his God Essence pills. There's a total of 300 of them in here. He says that he'll find a way to procure more if you still need more of them." Good. Qi Linger nodded in response. She quickly moved the God Essence pills in the storage ring into another one before passing it over to Zhang Xian. I have L3 God Essence pills here. I need 13 pills. I know that you are still in a feeble condition at the moment, so I'll give you 10 days to forge the pills. There's no need for that. I don't like putting things off for later. Wait here for a moment. I'll pass them over to you in a moment's time. Zhang Xian dragged his weakly slumping body into the isolated chamber and closed it shut. Around 15 minutes later, he walked out and passed 2 jade bottles over to Qi Linger. He looked even more haggard than before. His face was pale, and a trail of blood was trickling down his lips. His body was swaying weakly from side to side, and he looked so exhausted that it was hard to believe that someone could remain alive in such a state. After prying open the jade bottle to take a look, Qi Linger widened her eyes in surprise. This is 20 pills? Previously, the young man had only been able to make a single pill out of 100 God Essence pills, so she was delighted to see that there's 7 extra in the jade bottle. I was lucky to succeed more this time, Zhang Xian replied hoarsely. Wonderful. You have truly done well. This is a divine card that is commonly used in the firmament. I'll be transferring the profits from the pills directly into the card, and the amount will be 50% of the profits, just as we agreed on before, Qi Linger said gleefully as she passed a card over. Zhang Xian could tell that the divine card was likely to be equal in terms of value to a storage ring, so he accepted it with a satisfied smile. Then, he asked, as for my young beast blood, you'll have to wait a day for the young beast blood to arrive. I don't have that much here at the moment, so care it to have the goods transferred over from the other black markets. Even at the fastest speed, it'll still take a day at the minimum, Qi Linger replied. Don't worry, I always make sure to take good care of my business partners. As for the money, there's no need for you to give it to me. We'll just deduct it from your share of the profits, all right? Zhang Xian nodded in response before bidding farewell. I'll be taking my leave then. After saying his piece, he turned around and left the store. He swiftly found the blind man and returned to Twilight City via the same boat. As soon as he left, the middle-aged lady who had consumed the beautifying pill earlier asked, "Young mistress, since that fellow was able to create such a formidable pill, why don't we just imprison him and force him to fork out the pill formula? Isn't it a huge waste to share the profits with him?" Linger was providing the raw materials and handling the marketing, the distribution network, and everything else. All the young man had was the know-how to forge the pills. There was no reason for them to pay him such a huge amount of money for that. It was not as if they were in Twilight City. As long as they captured the young man, it was only a matter of time before he was forced to spit out the formula. Do you think that he overexerted himself while forging the pills earlier? Linger suddenly asked. Isn't that so? I checked on his condition, and it appeared that his vitality was impaired due to pushing himself too far, the middle-aged lady replied with a frown. I understand that the process of forging this pill can be highly damaging to one's body, but as long as we offer a decent price, I believe there should still be plenty of apothecaries who will be more than willing to offer their services. Humans were creatures who would charge into danger for the sake of fulfilling their greed. Linger shook her head. He is feigning weakness. Feigning weakness? The middle-aged lady repeated in astonishment. That's right, Linger said. Despite his severely weakened appearance and aura earlier, I sensed that his soul remained wholesome. There weren't any signs of deterioration at all. That goes to show that he wasn't injured in the first place. As a low-tier god, he wouldn't pose a threat to us regardless of whether he was injured or not. However, the token that he used to enter the underground black market belonged to Streak of Grey, and I received news that Streak of Grey and his band were utterly defeated by an unknown fellow last night. According to what I heard, Streak of Grey wasn't able to hold his ground against his opponent even in a one-on-one fight. Chances are, the person he fought with was that young man. Young mistress, are you saying that the lad possesses the strength to subdue middle-tier gods despite only being a low-tier god himself? The middle-aged lady was taken aback by that news. A thought surfaced in her mind, and she hurriedly added, does it mean that he possesses an exceptionally powerful bloodline? There was a significant power gap between every cultivation realm after reaching godhood, thus making the hierarchy of power among gods extremely strict. To put it simply, it was viewed to be impossible for a god to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. There were only two possibilities if someone was able to pull something like that off. The first possibility was that the individual was a genius that boasted unbelievable talent, similar to the heavens subjugating monarch. Through sheer talent, these geniuses were able to surpass the limitations of their bloodline to reach a height beyond any of their predecessors. However, these geniuses were extremely rare to come by, and most of them already possessed exceptional strength at a young age. The second possibility was that the individual possessed an extremely powerful bloodline, similar to that of the Dragon Tribe, Phoenix Tribe, or some other unique divine beast. Given that the young man was already in his 20s, it was unlikely for his talents to have not bloomed yet. The fact that he was still low-tier god at his age meant that his talent was average or subpar. So, it was more likely for him to possess a powerful bloodline. Most formidable divine beasts, prior to their transmogrification, would tend to advance their cultivation slowly, so their strength would be rather limited in their earlier years. We'll know whether that's the case or not with a quick test, Linger remarked calmly. She waited quietly on the spot for a moment before one of the middle-aged men brought a bottle before her. Linger took the bottle, inspected its contents, and chuckled softly. This is the fresh blood that he has spat out while he was forging the pills in order to deceive us. Even though it has already dried up, it's still possible to test the strength of the bloodline. We'll set his dried blood alight on the netherworld pool to pay respects to the heroic spirits of the preceding celestial gods, god-kings, and conferred god-kings worshipped by Netherworld Palace. If the heroic spirits are able to harness the blood, it means that the young man's bloodline is beneath them. On the other hand, if the heroic spirits dissipate, It means that the young man's bloodline is more powerful than theirs. If the young man's bloodline is more powerful than theirs, it's highly likely that he has powerful backing behind him. It would be courting death to touch such a person. On the other hand, if his bloodline is weak, I have left a soul imprint on the divine card that allows us to track him down whenever we want to. Ha ha ha. My business partner should at least have enough strength not to be devoured whole by me in order to work with me, don't you think? I understand. The middle-aged lady nodded, impressed by how thorough the young mistress was in dealing with matters. Then again, there was no way an incapable individual would have been to govern such a massive underground black market. Having made their decisions, the two of them quickly changed their clothes and put on disguises before leaving the black market. 2 hours later, they arrived at Netherworld Palace, where Zhang Xian had been earlier. Through their connections, they were able to head straight to a tightly sealed room. At the very forefront of the room was an altar filled with many rows of tablets. Each of these tablets represented a renowned expert of the sky of drifting specters. Out of respect for the predecessors, this room was carefully maintained by those of the Netherworld Hall, such that there was not the slightest speck of dust to be seen around. From time to time, visitors would stop by to pay respects to the predecessors. At the center of the room was a crimson pool that was filled with an unidentifiable fluid that bubbled furiously, emanating domineering energy that left one's heart thumping fearfully. Let's begin. With a toss, Qi Linger threw the jade bottle, filled with the dried blood that she had acquired from Zhang Xian earlier, toward the crimson pool. Tzz. The dried blood immediately burst into flames. Sensing the energy emanating from the dried blood, a powerful presence swiftly emerged from the crimson pool, creating great pressure on the surroundings. Wang, an illusory middle-aged man dressed in a tight suit of armor, manifested above the crimson pool. He raised his sword to strike down on the blazing dried blood. It's the heroic spirit of celestial god Wu Jiang. Qi Linger recognized the armored middle-aged man. Celestial god Wu Jiang was not from Twilight City, but he possessed great fame in the sky of drifting specters. He had made great contributions during the first receding of spiritual energy, and even when he was encircled by his enemies, he had managed to kill several experts of the same caliber as him before finally succumbing. It was due to this that his tablet was allowed to be placed on the altar to be worshipped despite only being a celestial god. Through the powers of the Netherworld Pool, he would be able to forge a heroic spirit and continue existing in the world. Just as the sword was about to strike down on the burning blood, an illusory figure suddenly manifested right above the blood. It was the young man whom they had met earlier. The young man had his eyes tightly shut. It seemed like he did not know where he was or what was happening at all. Paying no heed to celestial god Wu Jiang's incoming sword, he stood motionless on the spot and muttered some words beneath his breath. Hearing those words, celestial god Wu Jiang froze. A moment later, his knee caved in, and he knelt on the ground. He is paying respects to the young man? Qi Linger's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Does this mean that the young man carries the bloodline of a god king? There was only one instance where a celestial god would bow down to another person, and that was if the person's bloodline was stronger than his. The only beings possessing stronger bloodlines than the celestial gods were the god kings. Even the city lord of Twilight City was only a low-tier celestial god, but this young man actually possessed a bloodline that was comparable to the god kings? Did that not mean that there was a good chance that he might become a god king in the future? Who? Shortly after celestial god Wu Jiang knelt down, the crimson pool began to bubble furiously once more, and yet another illusory figure manifested in the air. This time, it was a young man with a crown on his head. He carried a spear in his hands, and he stood with imposing airs. It is the god king of transcendent flames. I have heard of his legend before. With a spear in hand, he achieved the outstanding record of slaying 3 god kings one after another, making him a feared existence even among the god kings. If not for his premature death, he might very well have become a conferred god king by now. Qi Linger clenched her fists tightly as she spoke in agitation. In the midst of her words, the illusory figure of the god king walked over to the young man and thrust his spear toward him. Just as everyone thought that the powerful god king of transcendent flames would devour the young man whole in order to buff himself, the spear suddenly halted at the very last moment. Then, just like celestial god Wu Jiang, he knelt on the ground like an obedient student. Qi Linger felt a little lightheaded upon witnessing such a sight. Even a god king had submitted to him? Just how powerful could that fellow's bloodline be? So, the crimson pool bubbled yet again, and another illusory figure manifested in the air. Dressed in a silver helmet and armor, this young man carried whips in both hands. His arms were bulging with power, hinting at the unbelievable strength that he wielded. "It's conferred god Nangong Ping," Qi Linger exclaimed with a hushed voice, fearing that she would offend the other party. Conferred god kings were existences who enjoyed lifespans of beyond 100,000 years. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for them to die. However, there were exceptions. 40 years prior, Nangong Ping's body had been torn to shreds by a single finger of the heaven subjugation monarch, leading to instant death. Even though he was defeated by a single finger, that did not mean that he was weak. It would be sheer naivety to think that a person who could rise to a position that was second only to the god monarchs could possibly be weak. The young man should finally cave in. Nangong Ping brandished his whip to strike the young man. But before anyone could react, he suddenly retracted his whip and knelt down beside celestial Wu Jiang and the god king of transcendent flames. Even a conferred god king has kneeled down to him. Could it be that? The cheeks of Qi Linger and the middle-aged lady quivered as a terrifying thought popped in their minds. The bloodline of a god monarch? Chapter 21, 19 Valley of Falling Clouds, God Monarchs. They were existences who stood at the very peak of the 9 skies and the 10,000 worlds. Every single one of them wielded transcendental powers such that even the firmament would bow to their wills, making them beings that none dared oppose. And the young man whom they had met earlier actually carried the bloodline of such powerful experts? What the heck was going on? Is there a mistake somewhere? The middle-aged lady asked with a meek voice. Based on what I know, His Majesty Demon Monarch Qianquan doesn't have any offspring or successors. There were only 9 god monarchs in the world, so those who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch would have to be a direct descendant of the 9 of them. However, the god monarch of the sky of drifting specters was the Qianquan Demon Monarch. It was a known fact in the firmament that he was single and did not have any offspring. So how could a person who possessed his bloodline suddenly appear out of nowhere? There are 10 god monarchs in the 9 skies. Just because the young man appeared in the sky of drifting specters doesn't necessarily mean that he's the offspring of god monarch Qianquan, Qi Linger replied with a quivering voice. Based on the information I received, back when he was killing Streak of Grey, he used a powerful sword art. Using the words of the informant, the conceptualization of the sword art was more profound than anything I have seen before. The middle-aged lady widened her eyes. Young mistress, do you mean to say that there's a good chance that he's someone from the sky of heavenly sword? The descendant of the retired sword god of the sword hut? I have no way of knowing that for sure. I dare not speak carelessly about the affairs of the god monarchs. Qi Linger shook her head before taking in a deep breath to calm herself. Then, she said, make sure not to speak of this matter to anyone else. I understand. The middle-aged lady quickly nodded in response. Even if Qi Linger had not said such a thing, she also would not dare speak lightly about the personal affairs concerning a god monarch. Pass down my order. We'll be increasing his share of the profit to 9:1. If he asks for something, no matter what it is, make sure to fulfill his request by hook or by crook. Also, regarding the Mayung beast blood, have it sent over to him as quickly as possible. Qi Linger swiftly passed down a series of instructions. Given that she was dealing with the offspring of a god monarch, it was very clear what she had to do. Even if the young man was not from the main lineage, as someone who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch, he was bound to reach great heights in the future. Furthermore, how could someone like that possibly not have any experts protecting him by his side? Only those who were tired of living would dare provoke him. I'll have it done right now. The middle-aged lady quickly left the room. Qi Linger looked at the three illusory figures kneeling before the young man for a moment longer with a complex look in her eyes before leaving the room as well. She even left a soul imprint on it. After returning to Twilight City, Zhang Xian took out the divine card while walking out of the building and scanned it carefully with his eye of insight. The soul imprint was left very discreetly, but there was no way it could have slipped past his detection. Zhang Xian channeled a surge of Heaven's Path Qi into the divine card and destroyed the soul imprint. Walking down the streets, he stretched his back lazily as his pale face swiftly regained a reddened glow. At the same time, he pondered, I should be able to raise my soul cultivation once I receive the Mayung beast blood, so I should think of ways to cultivate my physical body now. Having acquired sufficient God essence pills, he was confident that he would be able to raise his cultivation swiftly. However, before raising his Zhenqi cultivation, he would have to train his physical body and raise his soul cultivation too. The best way to temper my body is using the blood of divine beasts. There was a common consensus among cultivators that it was difficult to train one's physical body. If he just absorbed spiritual energy to refine his body, it would take him ages before he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, if he could acquire the blood of divine beasts, the process could be hastened significantly. Such a method made use of the power of the divine beast's bloodline. The more powerful the bloodline was, the more pronounced the effects would be. And the most powerful divine beast in the firmament was indubitably the pure-blooded dragons. The problem was that it was already difficult enough for him to procure the blood of a Mayung beast, an ordinary celestial god realm divine beast, let alone the blood of a pure-blooded dragon. Forget it. I should first head over to the divine beast market to take a look. There were markets selling divine beasts in the firmament as well, but beasts that were sold there were extremely weak and had yet to transmogrify, such as the rabbits that he had failed to hunt time and time again at the Grand Spirit Mountain. As for the powerful divine beasts who were able to transmogrify, there was no way anyone would dare sell them in an open market. If someone laid even a finger on one of them, the rest of their pack would immediately rush forward to exact vengeance. The divine beast market was located not too far away from his current location. Riding on his steed, it took him just an hour to arrive at his destination. Located at the edge of the city where the price of land was lower, the divine beast market spanned over a huge plot of land. Of the divine beasts on sale, most of them were captured by hunters to be sold. However, there were also some that came over voluntarily to be sold as well. The spiritual energy beyond the walls of established cities had already reached a dire level. If a divine beast wanted to grow stronger, it would have to find a way to enter a city, and becoming the tamed beast of a human was the most direct way to do so. In the firmament, there was no occupation called beast tamer. As long as a cultivator was willing to provide an opportunity to cultivate, there were many divine beasts that would leap at the opportunity. Zhang Xian swiftly found the manager of the place and asked, "May I know if you have any divine beasts here who possess the dragon bloodline?" "Dragon bloodline? Dear guest, you must be joking." The manager was shocked by how audacious Zhang Xian's words were. Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, "I'm not. I'm being serious." Seeing that the young man really knew nothing at all, the manager explained with a hushed voice, "Those who are in the business of trading divine beasts would know that the dragon tribe is the royalty of the eastern sky of Cloud Dragon. Any beasts who are found to possess the dragon bloodline must be sent over right away. Anyone who dares to sell a descendant of the dragon tribe will be executed without exception." The royalty of the sky of Cloud Dragon? Zhang Xian frowned. This was the first he had heard of such a thing. Most of what he knew about the firmament came from Mo Yuan's explanation and Streak of Gray's books. If the sky of Cloud Dragon passed down such an order, it was indeed unlikely for anyone to challenge its authority. Could it be that the god monarch of the sky of Cloud Dragon is a pure-blooded dragon? Zhang Xian thought. He had long heard about the tremendous prowess of the dragon tribe, even while he was still on the master-teacher continent. However, to date, he had not met a real pure-blooded dragon, so he was unable to gauge how powerful they were. Considering the name of the sky of Cloud Dragon, as well as the fact that members of the dragon tribe were considered their royalty, it did seem likely for the god monarch to be a real pure-blooded dragon. Knowing that the manager would be reluctant to talk about experts of that caliber so lightly for fear of his safety, Zhang Xian decided to get straight to the matter at hand. I need some divine beast blood to temper my physical body. Do you have anything appropriate? Since it was impossible to procure beasts possessing the dragon bloodline, he could only compromise and go for something else. As long as he could raise his physical body to the level of a high-tier god, he would be able to raise his cultivation swiftly. The last time he cultivated, he realized that the camaraderie of brothers he had comprehended was enough for him to cultivate up to high-tier god realm. The green beast ancient grass and Mayung beast blood would be able to get his soul cultivation up to high-tier god realm, and he already had sufficient god essence pills on hand to raise his Zhanqi cultivation up to that level. So, as long as he could acquire what he needed to temper his physical body, he would be able to raise his cultivation all the way to high-tier god realm in one shot. Temper your physical body? The manager thought deeply for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid that we don't have anything that fits your criteria. However, I heard that there's a high-tier god realm phosphor armored beast in the Valley of Fallen Clouds. It's known for its powerful defense and physical body. Even a celestial god of our city lord's caliber would have trouble breaking through its defense. Its bloodline should be exceptionally effective in tempering one's physical body. We have tried to capture and tame it on multiple occasions, but nothing worked. So, we had no choice but to drop the idea in the end. If you really need something to temper your physical body, perhaps you could give it a try. Phosphor armored beast? That's right. However, that fellow isn't easy to find, and it's particularly vicious as well. Over the years, those who tried to tame it ended up getting devoured by it, the manager said. Where is the Valley of Falling Clouds? Zhang Xian asked. It's directly north of here. If you ride on an aerial divine beast, it'll only take you roughly 6 hours, the manager said with a chuckle. You don't have an aerial divine beast yet, right? Why don't you buy one for me here? I have quite a few good ones in stock. Is that so? I want a fast one then, Zhang Xian said. The firmament was even larger than the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent, so it would be much more convenient if he could travel on an aerial divine beast. Soon, the transaction was completed. Zhang Xian spent roughly 20 divine coins to buy a low-tier god realm aerial divine beast. Watching Zhang Xian leave, the lips of the manager curled into a cold sneer as he scoffed, "Yet another fool. Does he think that the phosphor-armored beast can be captured that easily? If that's the case, the City Lord Manor would have long made a move. There's no way they would have left such a treasure lying around for so long." After saying his piece, the manager turned to the apprentice beside him and said, "Did you see that? That's how you manage to get sales. You need to fulfill the demands of your customers while making use of the opportunity to promote your products. Make sure to take note of this while you are dealing with customers." Seated on the back of the divine beast, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and cultivated. He consumed a few more god essence pills to reinforce his cultivation further, and in the process of doing so, he realized that if he forced a breakthrough to middle-tier god, he would really risk placing a huge burden on his body. Thus, he could only stop his cultivation with a helpless sigh. The firmament was vastly different from what he had imagined. Somehow, the gods did not appear to be as happy as he thought they would be. Instead, it felt like people were much happier and content on the Master-Teacher continent. After leaving the city, the spiritual energy in the air immediately became incredibly thin. At the same time, the wind currents in the sky grew tumultuous. Fortunately, the divine beast was not flying at too high an altitude, and Zhang Xian was no longer as weak as he had been. So, the strong wind currents did not pose much of a problem to them. For hours later, a massive valley appeared before their eyes. The setting sun fell at the very center of the valley, dyeing the two cliffs of the valley a brilliant shade of scarlet. The aerial divine beast descended right in front of the valley. Zhang Xian instructed it to find a place to rest in the vicinity before heading into the valley. Based on what he had heard from the manager previously, the phosphor-armored beast should be somewhere in there. As long as he could find it and procure some blood from it, he would be able to immediately raise his cultivation to greater heights. The valley was much larger than it looked outside. Zhang Xian walked for 2 hours straight, to the point that the sun had set, but he was still unable to find anything. Disappointed, he was just about to return to Twilight City when he saw a faint flame in front of him. It appeared to be a bonfire. Zhang Xian frowned. Could it be that there's someone else looking for the phosphor-armored beast here? This valley was remote, sparse in spiritual energy, and did not have any valuable medicinal herbs or anything. It was likely that the person who had started the bonfire had gone there with the same motive as him. After all, even the manager of the Divine Beast Market was aware of the existence of the phosphor-armored beast, and it did not seem like he had any qualms telling others about the matter. It stood to reason that there should be quite a few people in Twilight City who knew about this matter. Similar to how it was on the Master-Teacher continent, whenever a powerful beast appeared, plenty of people would gather around to try their luck. If they could somehow tame the beast, their fighting prowess would rise by leaps and bounds. Even though the beast tamer occupation did not mean anything here anymore, taming high-tier divine beasts was likely to be no easy feat. I should head over to take a look. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian began advancing carefully in the direction of the flame. Chapter 2120 The Bizarre Young Man. Zhang Xian stopped roughly 100 meters away from the flames and hid behind the leaves of a large tree. He reined in his aura to conceal his presence before discreetly peeking at the sight ahead of him. The bonfire was lit right in front of a cavern. Seated in front of the bonfire was a powerfully built young man. He was roasting a skinned gazelle above the bonfire. Roasted to golden perfection, a thin layer of juicy oil could be seen seeping out of the gazelle. Even from a distance away, one could smell the salive-inducing fragrance. Roasting out here in the middle of the night? Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. He had encountered a gazelle during his time at the Grand Spirit Mountain. He had tried to capture it in hopes that it could improve the diet of the group, but even though the gazelle was not too strong, it was fast on its feet. The rate at which it was able to climb cliffs was even faster than a monkey climbing a tree. Even with his current strength, he felt that he would still have some difficulties trying to capture one. Yet, this brawny young man was actually able to hunt one down. Furthermore, he was even roasting it so openly in the middle of the night, not fearing the high-tier God Realm phosphor-armored beast at all. From the looks of it, it seemed like he possessed strength that should not be underestimated. Zhang Xian was perplexed, but he waited quietly on the spot. Soon, the gazelle was finally cooked. The young man tore off a leg and began biting the meat in large mouthfuls. Between bites, he would gulp down wine from the gourd placed beside his foot heartily. It did not take him long to finish the gourd of wine, so he casually took out another one from his storage ring and continued drinking. In less than 15 minutes, he had already eaten half of the gazelle and downed 3 gourds full of wine. His face was flushed from intoxication, and his head was swaying from side to side. It appeared as if he was going to doze off very soon. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. Does he really have the skill to back it up, or is that just blind courage? He had learned from experience that the darkness of the jungle was fraught with danger. Many ferocious beasts would choose to make a move at this time, yet the young man still roasted his meat so openly. Just the scent coming from the meat was enough to cause him a great deal of trouble. More importantly, he even drank wine. What if someone attacked him at this moment? Would he really be able to protect himself properly? Zhang Xian was a little bewildered by the young man's actions, but he still chose to keep his distance and watch on. The reason he had gone there was to hunt down the phosphor-armored beast. There was a good chance that the young man was there for the same purpose, making them competitors. It would be to his benefit for the young man to drink himself silly. That would spare him a great deal of trouble. Hoo-hoo. Soon, the sound of thunderous snoring filled the air. Less than an hour after stuffing himself full, this fellow fell asleep without any hesitation. Furthermore, it looked like he had completely dropped his guard, not even maintaining a basic level of awareness. Forget it, I should just circumvent him. Zhang Xian slid down the tree and proceeded to take a detour around the cavern. Based on what he had heard from the manager, the phosphor-armored beast resided in this valley. After walking around for so long, he was nearing the end of the valley. He should be able to find the phosphor-armored beast ahead. Since the young man was asleep, it was a good chance for him to proceed and take the lead. Barely after taking a few steps, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up in alarm. He swiftly flitted to the side and hid amid the crown of a large tree. After he hid himself, two cold flashes of light appeared amid the bushes not too far away from where he was. With a grim look on his face, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight to take a closer look. It allowed him to peer through the darkness to discern the happenings around him clearly. There were two figures dressed in black garbs hidden amid the bushes. The two cold flashes of light had originated from the reflection of the moon off their weapons. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised by their presence because he had not noticed them till just a moment ago, so he could not help but wonder when they had gotten there. While he was still deep in thought, the two figures suddenly flitted quietly out of the bushes and charged right toward the intoxicated young man, snoring loudly next to the bonfire. It was clear that those two figures were skilled assassins just by looking at how their bodies glided alongside the wind, not causing the slightest disturbance in the airflow at all. The two of them swiftly flanked the young man before converging their swords together to slay the young man in a single strike. Their movements were sharp, precise, and controlled, which showed that they had practiced these maneuvers many times. Even if the young man woke up right then, it was unlikely that he would be able to react on time. Damn it! Zhang Xian's face darkened. He had never liked to interfere in the affairs of others, but he was quite fond of the young man's hearty personality. It would leave a bitter taste in his mouth if the latter died right before his eyes. Forget it. I guess I'll just save him. We might be competitors vying for the same phosphor-armored beast, but that doesn't mean I should simply watch as he gets killed, Zhang Xian thought. Thus, he leaped down from the tree he was on and shouted, "Be careful!" As he spoke, he tossed his sword right toward the two assassins. Wong, channeling his full strength into this strike, the sword whizzed through the air like a falling comet, producing loud sonic booms in the path of its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, it surged 30 meters ahead to deflect the attacks of the two assassins. "How dare you foil our plan?" One of the assassins harumphed coldly as he deflected Zhang Xian's sword. Ding! With a crisp echo, the sword that Zhang Xian had tossed out was deflected back to where he was. At the same time, Zhang Xian had managed to close the distance till he was less than 10 meters away from the two assassins. Allowing him to get a closer look, he was a middle-aged man in his late 40s, and his cultivation had already reached high-tier god realm. His body was charged with divine energy, ready to unleash great strength at any moment. In the face of this, Zhang Xian did not step forward any further. Instead, he turned his gaze to the intoxicated young man, who had already woken up after hearing his shouts. However, instead of getting to his feet, he simply stretched his hand out and grabbed the other assassin's sword. No matter how that assassin struggled, he was unable to shake his sword free of the young man's grasp. "Did you think that you could assassinate me just because I'm drunk? Shameless weaklings." The young man sneered coldly as he flicked his wrist. Gotcha! The sword in his hand was immediately snapped apart. This sight made Zhang Xian widen his eyes. He could tell that the assassin's sword was a middle-tier god artifact, and even if he used his full strength, it would still be difficult for him to destroy it. It was already shocking to see the young man grabbing the sword with his bare hands, but he was even able to snap it apart just like that. His strength was truly horrifying. T. Let's go. The loud snapping of the sword brought the two assassins to their senses. Realizing that there was no way their assassination could succeed anymore, they immediately turned tail and fled. As decisively as they launched their assault, they had no hesitation in making their escape. The assassin whose sword was snapped to two immediately released his sword and sprinted off in the direction that Zhang Xian had come from. Rude fellows. Don't you know it's customary to leave a gift when you are paying someone a visit? The young man scoffed coldly as he rose to his feet. Roar. A sound reminiscent of a lion's roar shook the entire mountain valley, causing small pebbles and rocks to roll down the cliffs. It was almost as if a landslide was going to occur. Pooh. Pooh. As if struck by a hammer in the back, the two assassins stumbled forward as blood spewed from their mouths. That roar actually inflicted them with severe internal injuries. Zhang Xian was shocked. Is that a technique like the lion's roar L or something? It was a soul art that used sound as a medium, reminiscent of the means of the demonic Tunists. He had never seen anyone utilizing such moves in battle ever since his time on the Master Teacher continent, so he was a little surprised to see how proficient the young man was. Damn it, go. Knowing that they would really die at this rate, the two assassins flicked their wrists, took out a jade token each, and threw them on the ground. Boom. The two jade tokens exploded, causing dust to rise all over the air. By the time the dust settled, the two of them had already vanished from sight. From their assault to their retreat, their movements were very fluid. Not once throughout the battle did uncertainty or hesitation induce any brief pauses in their movements. From this, it could be seen that they were veterans in the field, who, instead of attempting to chase the two assassins, the powerfully built young man sat back down by the bonfire before assessing Zhang Xian curiously. Intrigued, he asked, "Why did you save me?" "Save? I think you are overstating it. Given your prowess, even if I didn't warn you, there's no way those two would have been able to injure you." "It looks like I interfered unnecessarily," Zhang Xian replied with a wry smile. He had thought that this young man was in a precarious position earlier, which was why he had stepped forward to save him. Yet, who could have known that the young man was more powerful than he thought? In fact, it appeared that the young man had feigned sleep in order to lure those two into action. So, it would indeed be inaccurate to say that he had saved the young man. If I say that you have saved me, it means that you have saved me. Why can't you just cut the nonsense and accept it? The young man frowned in displeasure. Then, he lifted the wine gourd beside him and threw it over. "Want a drink?" "Thanks." Seeing how open-minded the young man was, Zhang Xian decided to drop all formalities. He uncorked the gourd and took a gulp of it. With a refreshed sigh, he exclaimed, "Fine wine." Even though Zhang Xian rarely drank, he could still discern good wine from bad ones. The wine in the gourd had a smooth texture and refreshing taste. At the same time, one could still feel the impact of its high alcohol content without feeling discomfort. It was very different from the wine sold on the market. Seeing how Zhang Xian had taken a huge mouthful of his wine heartily, the young man nodded in approval. Such meetings between strangers in the outdoors would inevitably carry some wariness. Most would usually turn down food and drinks offered to them by strangers for fear that it might be laced with poison. Yet, this fellow drank his wine candidly without appearing too pretentious. He liked people with such personalities. "Have some meat too." The young man tore off the front leg of the gazelle and tossed it over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was already starving, so he did not hesitate to take a bite out of the gazelle. He had to admit that the flesh of divine beasts was indeed on a whole new level. He expected the gazelle meat to be tough and difficult to chew, but contrary to his expectations, the meat seemed to melt right in his mouth before sending a surge of warmth throughout his body. After finishing the gazelle meat given to him and drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, Zhang Xian felt deeply satisfied. It was almost as if the fatigue he had accumulated over the day had vanished. With a smile on his lips, he got up from the bonfire side and stretched his body lazily before saying, "I will take your meat and wine as repayment for saving your life then. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be heading off." After saying those words, he continued into the depths of the mountain valley. It was on a whim that he had decided to lend the young man a hand. This was nothing more than a momentary stopover for him. He still needed to find the phosphor-armored beast so that he could raise his cultivation quickly. The young man took a glance at the direction Zhang Xian was heading in and said, "It's the middle of the night. What are you going to do in the valley at such a time?" Great dangers lurked within the mountain valley in the middle of the night. Why would the young man choose to travel then instead of waiting for dawn? "To be frank with you, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I'm seeking a way to overcome my current bottleneck," Zhang Xian replied. "A way to overcome your bottleneck?" The young man nodded contemplatively. He had taken a look at the other party's cultivation, and it was true that the other party was already on the verge of becoming a middle-tier god. It was understandable that he was anxious to take the final step forward, given how close he was to a breakthrough. "I have been to this mountain valley many times, so I am still quite familiar with the surroundings. Tell me what you are looking for. I'll help you look for it," the young man offered. "Well, it's like this." Zhang Xian pondered for a brief moment before deciding to be honest with the young man. "Due to the unique nature of my cultivation technique, I'll need to achieve a breakthrough in my physical body and my soul cultivation before I can advance my zhenqi cultivation. I have already found a way to raise my soul cultivation, but I'm still having some trouble finding a way to temper my physical body. Just earlier today, I heard that there's a phosphor-armored beast here whose blood is particularly useful for tempering one's physical body. So, I decided to head over to take a look. Phosphor-armored beast? You want to procure its blood? The young man was surprised by what he had just heard. With a bizarre smile on his lips, he asked, "Do you think that someone of your fighting prowess will be able to deal with a high-tier god realm divine beast?" A 1. This is a technique from Louis Cha's famous novel, Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber. Chapter 21 Phosphor-Armored Bias, I doubt so. Zhang Xian replied awkwardly. Possessing both the pathos of Heaven's cultivation technique and sword art, he could defeat even middle-tier gods easily. However, it would not be as easy for him to deal with a high-tier god. Not to mention, the other party was a powerful divine beast. Of course, his goal was not to kill the phosphor-armored beast, but to acquire some of its blood. Through the abilities of the Library of Heaven's Path and his persuasive speech, he was confident that he could convince the other party to give its blood or even submit to him. After all, the key to his beast-taming skills had never been his fighting prowess, but the overflowing charisma dripping from him. Well, in the very slim chance that his charisma failed to work its charms, it was always possible to make a trade using god essence pills too. He had plenty of it anyway. Given that the mountain valley was lacking in spiritual energy, the phosphor-armored beast should be more than glad to make a trade with him. You sure are brazen, aren't you? Despite not being all that confident, you still dare to come all the way here. The young man shook his head and sighed. There's also another thing that bewilders me. You claim that you want to obtain the phosphor-armored beast's blood, but do you even know where it stays and what kind of form it takes? I figured that as long as I'm able to find a high-tier god realm divine beast possessing exceptional defense, that should be it, Zhang Xian replied. The manager had told him that the phosphor-armored beast was in the Valley of Falling Clouds, but when he tried to probe further, it turned out that the other party did not know too much about the matter. He had heard about it from another person, so he was not well informed. Thus, his plan was to quickly tame one of the divine beasts in the Valley of Falling Clouds so that he could gather some information from it. But who would have thought that despite walking around for hours, he still had not found anything at all. As a result, he had not been able to acquire the critical intelligence that he needed. That being said, there was only a single path through the valley. As long as he continued walking down this path, he was confident that he would eventually find the phosphor-armored beast. So, you are planning to bank entirely on luck? Don't you think that you are taking the issue too lightly? The young man leaned leisurely against the cliff as he looked at Zhang Xian playfully. Well, I have tamed quite a few beasts before, so I know their temperaments quite well. I am confident that I'll be able to convince it to heed my words once I meet it. Zhang Xian replied with a wave of his hand. Thanks once more for the fine wine and meat. I don't have much time to waste, so I really must leave now. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back before dawn. After saying those words, Zhang Xian began making his way deeper into the valley. What a naive little boy. The young man got to his feet and said, "Forget it. Since you saved my life today, I'll help you look for the phosphor-armored beast." That would really be imposing too much on you, Zhang Xian replied with a shake of his head. I know that you are strong, but the phosphor-armored beast is a divine beast known for its defensive capabilities. I reckon that even you will face difficulties trying to deal with it. I don't think that I should put you at risk over my own personal issues. It's fine. It's fine. I'm free at the moment anyway. What kind of person would I be if I nonchalantly watched as my benefactor dived into danger? Besides, I reckon that you won't be able to find the phosphor-armored beast before dawn, given how you are fumbling around the place. Picking up the half-filled gourd of wine beside him, the young man walked up to Zhang Xian. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xian noticed that the young man was extremely tall, towering at a height of more than 2 meters. His height, paired with his powerfully built body, gave him a very strong presence. Since that's the case, I'll accept your goodwill graciously then. Of course, it wouldn't be right for me to engage your help without giving you anything in return. Here are 5 God Essence Pills. Treat it as compensation for your help, Zhang Xian said as he tossed a jade bottle over. He did not like to owe others favors. Since the young man was insistent on helping him, he would just have to make sure he rewarded the young man accordingly. Even for a high-tier god, 5 God Essence Pills could be considered a relatively hefty sum. Oh! The young man was slightly surprised by the offer. He took the jade bottle from Zhang Xian's hand and uncorked its lid. There were indeed 5 God Essence Pills inside. He picked one up and sniffed it to ensure that it was indeed a real God Essence Pill before his eyes lit up in delight. Thanks. Popping it into his mouth, he felt warm, spiritual energy flowing through into his meridians, nourishing his body. With a satisfied smile, he stowed the remaining God Essence Pills into his pocket before walking toward Zhang Xian. Come, follow me. I'll bring you to the phosphor-armored beast. Zhang Xian followed him, and together, they headed even further into the valley. Due to the unique terrain of the valley, the wailing of the wind grew louder and louder the deeper they proceeded. The two of them continued walking for almost an hour before the young man finally stopped before a pitch-black cavern and said, "We've arrived. The cavern over there is the home of the phosphor-armored beast." The entrance of the cavern was incredibly tall, the height of 10 humans. At the same time, its interior was completely dark, making it impossible to discern what was within from the outside. "That's it?" Zhang Xian asked in confusion. It appeared that the phosphor-armored beast was larger than he thought. Otherwise, there was no way it would have been able to create such a massive cavern to use as its lair. "Yup. You wish to capture it, right? Go in then. I'll be right behind you, so call out to me if you really need help," the young man said. "All right then." Zhang Xian nodded. He took a deep breath before discreetly flitting toward the cavern. The young man quickly followed him. It did not take them long to arrive before the entrance of the cavern. Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight before heading into the cavern. To be safe, he made sure to walk alongside the walls of the cavern. Soon enough, the passageway opened up, revealing an empty clearing. A hint of light could be seen from the empty clearing. "It should be there," the young man told Zhang Xian through Jinqi telepathy. Zhang Xian raised his head and saw a massive divine beast sleeping atop the stone pedestal within the clearing. It was roughly 7 meters in length, and its body was covered in grayish fur. "Why does it look more like a wolf to me?" Zhang Xian frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the divine beast before him clearly resembled a wild wolf. The phosphor-armored beast was rumored to possess unparalleled defense. It was hard to imagine that the fur was so resilient as to provide unparalleled defense. "That fellow is definitely it. I come here often, so there's no way I can be wrong," the young man replied with a nod. "I understand," Zhang Xian replied solemnly. Taking a deep breath, he took out a sword and released a barrage of sword chi. Before the barrage of sword chi could strike the phosphor-armored beast, the latter seemed to have already noticed the presence of intruders and swiftly rose to its feet. With a sweep of its thick tail, a ferocious gale was whipped up within the cavern. "It's indeed a high-tier god," Zhang Xian remarked as he dodged the attack with a grim look on his face. Knowing that it would be dangerous for him to hold back against an opponent so much stronger than him, he chose to use his strongest technique without any hesitation. A heart of intertwined threads. In an instant, his sword chi swiftly intertwined together to form something reminiscent of a fishing net as it fell upon the phosphor-armored beast. "What a formidable sword art!" the young man behind Zhang Xian exclaimed in wonderment. He had been wondering what kind of trump card Zhang Xian had that allowed him to confidently confront the phosphor-armored beast despite the obvious gap in their fighting prowess. Upon seeing the sword art, he realized that even though Zhang Xian was only a low-tier god, his true fighting prowess was comparable to most high-tier gods. Roar! Trapped by the fishnet made of sword chi, the phosphor-armored beast released a ferocious roar as it clawed at the net furiously. Through its devastating might, it was able to free itself within seconds. As soon as it regained its mobility, it immediately charged at Zhang Xian with terrifying momentum and tore its claw down upon him wrathfully. Having seemed to have foreseen its attack, Zhang Xian calmly took a step back to dodge the claw swipe. At the same time, He turned to the young man behind him and said, "I need your help." "Sure, that's what I'm here for, right?" The young man seemed to have been waiting for those words. He propelled himself forward with a powerful forward leap to send a punch right into the guts of the phosphor-armored beast. At the same time, Zhang Xian executed a sword art to assault the other party's weakness. Pong! The phosphor-armored beast was caught off guard by the young man's sudden gut punch, and he was slammed right into the wall of the cavern, leaving a huge depression behind him. Zhang Xian quickly rushed forward to follow up with a barrage of sword qi, determined not to give the phosphor-armored beast any time to catch its breath. The young man was also thorough in his attacks as well. He released a series of swift punches toward the phosphor-armored beast to overwhelm it, to the point that it seemed as if his 2 fists had multiplied into 8. On top of that, his body was also surprisingly resilient. In the midst of its desperate struggles, the phosphor-armored beast struck the young man twice, but it actually did not even leave a scratch on the latter. Within 10 breaths, the phosphor-armored beast realized that there was no way it could win the battle. After spurting out a puddle of fresh blood, it rushed out of the cavern and disappeared into the darkness of the night in the blink of an eye. Great! Seeing the puddle of blood that it had left behind, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stored it into a jade bottle. After he was done, he turned to the young man and clasped his fist. "Thank you for your help earlier on. There's no need to thank me. Since I offered you my help, I expect to receive compensation in return. Just give me another 50 of the God Essence pills you gave me earlier, and we'll call it quits," the young man said with a grand wave of his hands. 50 God Essence pills? Every single God Essence pill was worth 1 divine coin, and they were not that easy to procure on the market. The young man's act of demanding 50 of them in exchange for his help was no different from ripping him off. Who could have thought that the young man would have this greedy side to him? "Yep. If I hadn't helped you earlier, you definitely would have been killed. Don't you think that your life is at least worth 50 God Essence pills?" the young man asked. "I am just an ordinary cultivator, so how could I have that many God Essence pills on me? How about this? I'll give you all 10 God Essence pills I have with me at the moment," Zhang Xian said. "You are saying that you only have 10 God Essence pills? Well, shall we check that out?" With a wave of his hand, the young man swiftly sealed the surroundings with his divine energy, making sure that there was no way Zhang Xian could get away from there. "What are you trying to do?" Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. "Nothing much. I am just returning the favor to you. Since you came here to kill me, isn't it only fair for me to do the same to you as well?" The young man sneered coldly. "Kill you? What do you mean by that? I saved your life earlier." "Saved my life? Ha ha ha." The young man burst into laughter. "Didn't you mention earlier that you came here to hunt the phosphor-armored beast?" Zhang Xian nodded in response. The young man harumphed coldly. "I am the phosphor-armored beast." In the next moment, his body began to distort, and in a few moments, he had already turned into a massive divine beast covered in scales. "You are the phosphor-armored beast?" Zhang Xian was stunned. "You have already learned transmogrification?" He knew that divine beasts were able to transmogrify into humans, but he did not think that it would be to the extent where even he was unable to distinguish the difference. "That's right. You tried to kill me, so I made the first move to kill you first. Isn't that fair?" The phosphor-armored beast laughed gleefully. "Those who choose to hunt should be aware that they could be hunted as well. It's indeed fair." Zhang Xian nodded in response. "However, did you think that I wouldn't put up my guard against someone who dares to cook and drink alone in the forest at night? Not to mention, your body is actually resilient enough to grab a middle-tier god sword directly without sustaining any damage. I have already seen your strength and your trump cards. There's no way you could have any other cards in hand." The phosphor-armored beast sneered. The reason it had brought Zhang Xian over to fight the divine beast earlier was to see how powerful Zhang Xian was. After seeing that the latter did not have anything much other than his swordsmanship, it heaved a sigh of relief and decided to make its move. "I don't deny that I don't wield the strength to defeat you, but it's unfortunate that you ate something that you shouldn't have a moment ago," Zhang Xian said as his lips curled up mysteriously. Pong! The next instant, the phosphor-armored beast suddenly widened its eyes, and cold sweat began dripping down its forehead. An excruciating pain coming from its stomach caused its massive body to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 21-22 Pledge your loyalty to me. The god essence pill you gave me was poisoned? The body of the phosphor-armored beast stiffened as it swiftly realized what was going on. From the start to the end, it had only eaten a god essence pill given by Zhang Xian. Back then, it had made sure to inspect it carefully, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong did it swallow the pill. Did the other party really put something in it? But just what kind of poison could it be that would cause it to feel as if the entire heavens were crashing down on it, to the point where the phosphor-armored beast was even losing its will to retaliate? You are quite smart after all, Zhang Xian replied. As someone who had risen to the top of the Master-Teacher continent and the Forsaken continent, he had been through so much that anyone who dared think of him as a naive little boy would eventually regret underestimating him dearly. A human who dared to openly eat and drink in the woods in the middle of the night. Such a situation was practically shouting dubious at him. For this reason, he had prepared a hand. In the god essence pills that he had given to the other party, he had made sure to infuse several surges of his Heaven's Path Zhenqi into them. If the other party did not show him any ill will, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi would help him clear up his blocked meridians and remove any bottlenecks that stood in his way. The unique nature of the upgraded Heaven's Path Zhenqi would aid him in preserving his youth as well. It would have been a huge fortuitous encounter for him. On the other hand, if the other party had other intentions in mind, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi would turn into lethal poison in an instant, scourging every nook and cranny of his body, inflicting unbearable pain to him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I never thought that I would be outwitted like that. However, it's still too early for you to relish in your victory. The gazelle meat and the wine you had earlier have my poison as well. I guess we'll just have to trade antidotes. The phosphor-armored beast sneered with gritted teeth. The meat and wine were poisoned? Zhang Xian shook his head. Do you expect me to believe such words? On top of everything else, he was a poison master. He could easily tell whether something was poisoned or not. It was obvious that the phosphor-armored beast was trying to fool him. My wine is indeed free of poison, but it's brewed using a special kind of fruit. It's only suitable for us phosphor-armored beasts. If anyone else ingests it, while it won't cause too much of a problem initially, within half a day, his body will be completely covered in scales. An unbearable itch will quickly spread throughout his entire body, making you know what it means to live a life worse than death, the phosphor-armored beast said. As long as you give me the antidote to your poison, I'll teach you how you can cure the poison. Not only so, I'll allow you to leave safely as well. There's no need for that, Zhang Xian interjected sharply. You don't believe me? No. On the contrary, I believe everything that you have just said. Thanks to your reminder, I have just managed to cure the poison, Zhang Xian replied. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. Then, it quickly shook its head and smiled. I know what you are doing. You are trying to bluff me. It won't work. Seeing how the phosphor-armored beast was still deluding itself, Zhang Xian sighed deeply and said, Your wine is brewed using the Zhejian fruit found only within this valley. It's the key source of nourishment that ensures the resilience of your scales, and for that reason that you aren't able to leave this valley. You know that your unparalleled defense will become a joke if you don't have the Zhejian fruit anymore. The phosphor-armored beast was stunned. Was the young man a monster? How could he know a secret which it had been hiding all this while? The city lord of Twilight City had tried to tame it once, and the terms that he had offered it were truly generous. If it had been in the past, it would have surely turned down the offer without any hesitation. However, in this generation of receding spiritual energy, it knew that it would only grow weaker and weaker if it remained in this valley. There was no future for it there. Nevertheless, it had still chosen to turn down the city lord's offer, and it was all because of the Zhejian fruit. This fruit was the key to its superior defense. As long as it continued to consume it, it would become stronger and stronger. However, once it stopped its consumption of the fruit, its scales would slowly lose their resilience, thus stripping it of its key strength. Furthermore, The Zesian fruit could only be nurtured using its blood. Once it left the valley of falling clouds, the Zesian fruit would swiftly wither and die. For this reason, it could only continue guarding this area. This was its greatest secret, and it was determined to hide it from the rest of the world. As such, it would pit its life against anyone who entered the valley to chase them away. Yet, the young man actually knew about its secret. How is this possible? The reason you use the Zesian fruit to brew wine is to conceal your consumption of the Zesian fruit from the rest of the world. As you have been nurturing the Zesian fruit with your blood, anyone else who consumes it will immediately feel discomfort. However, the poison of the Zesian fruit means nothing to me at all. Zhang Xian replied. Even the most lethal poison in the world meant nothing before the heavens' Pathshanqi, let alone mere fruit wine. All right, I hope that I have satisfied your curiosity now. Zhang Xian clapped his hands together as he sat down on the stone pedestal where the massive divine beast had been sleeping earlier. With a nonchalant look on his face, he said, I'll give you two choices. Give me 100 Zesian fruits and 2 liters of your fresh blood. Of course, I don't intend to make you do it for free. I'll give you 20 God Essence pills, and you can be assured that none of them are poisoned this time around. Otherwise, you can slowly feel your life wilting away with the poison. I can absolute guarantee that no one other than me is capable of lifting that poison. Even if you beg God Monarch Qinkuan for help, there's nothing he can do to save you. Darn it! I'll kill you. The phosphor-armored beast roared furiously as it charged forward to rip the young man into pieces. However, before it could even move, it suddenly felt its body tensing up. Before it knew it, the poison within its body had sealed off all its meridians, preventing it from exerting the slightest force at all. What the? How is this possible? Just what kind of poison did you feed me? The phosphor-armored beast exclaimed in fear. There were many experts who had tried to tame it in the past, and some of them had resorted to poisoning it. For this reason, it was considerably well-versed with the most types of poisons. Through its superior constitution, it was able to nullify the effects of most poisons. But shockingly, it actually found itself completely helpless against the young man's poison. You are asking something that you don't need to know about. I have already given you 2 choices. You should know that I am giving you an opportunity here. Even after your death, I will still able to gather your blood and the Zesian fruits without any difficulties. Zhang Xian replied. The complexion of the phosphor-armored beast turned incredibly ugly. It hated to admit it, but the young man was right. Once it was dead, the young man could simply do whatever he wanted with it. There was a moment of silence before it asked, Is there a third option? There is. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood up and said, Be my tamed beast and provide me your blood whenever I need it. In exchange, I'll show you the way out of the valley of falling clouds without compromising your defensive ability. Not only so, I'll even help you overcome your bottleneck and become a celestial god. Huh, big words, but that's impossible, the phosphor-armored beast scoffed. As a beast that had already transmogrified, it was more than capable of sneaking into human cities. With its strength, it would easily be able to earn enough money for it to enjoy a decadent life. However, it knew that everything would swiftly unravel once it lost its unparalleled defense. As such, it had been looking for a way out all this while, and it had even snuck into Twilight City many times in hopes of finding a cure, but it could not even find a speck of hope. It was hard to believe that some 20-year-old would be able to do it. Not to mention, the other party even said that he would help it become a celestial god. If it was that easy to become a celestial god, there was no way the City Lord would have been the only one to reach that level in Twilight City. There's nothing impossible about it, Zhang Xian replied with a confident glint in his eyes. He tilted his head up confidently and looked at the phosphor-armored beast deeply as he spoke. The Zesian fruit strengthens your defense, but you should also be aware that its side effects are severe. As long as you stop consuming it, you will be consumed by an irrepressible itch, putting you in great agony. It's like a drug. Once you start, you will be forever bound by it. Even if you know about its properties, what can you do about it? The phosphor-armored beast replied coldly. It went without saying that it understood all of that as well, but it still had not been able to find a solution to it even after so many years. If it had been able to free itself from the restraints of the Zhejian fruit, it would have long done so. All things in the world are complementary to one another. Where a venomous snake roams, an antidote can often be found within 7 steps. There's bound to be something that can nullify the side effects of the Zhejian fruit, and the key for you to become a celestial god lies in that something. Over the years, your meridians have lost their flexibility due to the toxins in the Zhejian fruit, resulting in your inability to channel your divine energy properly, Zhang Xian said. How did you? The phosphor-armored beast was going to ask how the young man knew about it, but thinking about it, it seemed like a meaningless question. All its secrets seemed to have lost their veil of secrecy before the young man's penetrating gaze. So, it sighed deeply and nodded. Yes, you're right. Many years of consuming the Zhejian fruit had resulted in the loss of flexibility of its meridians, resulting in its inability to expand and contract freely. As a result, it was much harder for the phosphor-armored beast to control the flow of its zhenqi. In the pursuit of perfection, it was inevitable that one would have to give up something. For the phosphor-armored beast, it was its control over its divine energy. While the Zhejian fruit toughened its scales and made it impenetrable, it had also induced the hardening of its meridians. If you were able to control your divine energy as finely as you did before, do you think that you'd be able to become a celestial god? Zhang Xian asked. Of course, the phosphor-armored beast replied in agitation. The foundation that it had built up over the years was already more than enough for it to make a breakthrough. The only issue was that the inflexibility of its meridians made it impossible for it to channel its divine energy fast enough to overcome its bottleneck. I can solve that problem for you, Zhang Xian replied calmly. Then, he snapped his fingers lightly. Tzz. The poison that had sealed off its divine energy and inflicted excruciating pain suddenly turned into a tonic that nourished its meridians. Swiftly, its hardened meridians began to loosen up, regaining the flexibility it used to have. At the same time, the various blockages within its body also cleared up. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes in disbelief. The young man was actually able to turn the lethal poison in its body into tonic with just a single thought, and it actually achieved something it had not been able to do so despite decades of effort. This was unbelievable. Feeling the regained flexibility of its meridians, the phosphor-armored beast quivered in excitement. Everything that it had wanted was within its grasp. As long as it drove its divine energy, it would be able to reach the level it had been dreaming of. Yet, just as it was about to do so, its flow of divine energy suddenly ground to a halt. Hula! Its meridians became stiff once more, and the bottleneck in its cultivation suddenly reappeared. What was within its grasp moments ago suddenly grew distant once again. It had just felt as if it had the world in its hands, but in the next moment, the world came crashing down. The vast contrast between the two feelings left it feeling so frustrated that it could have exploded on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Xian chuckled softly and said, "The energy I have planted in your body is too weak. It can only sustain you for a short period of time. However, I have already proved to you that I am not making empty promises. The choice is in your hands." The heaven's path zhenqi could indeed loosen its stiffened meridians, allowing it to regain its flexibility. However, such a change was temporary. Besides, there was no way Zhang Xian would allow the phosphor-armored beast to make a breakthrough before it had made its choice. The phosphor-armored beast fell silent. All the doubts it had harbored regarding the credibility of the young man's words had been shattered when its meridians regained their flexibility. It knew that the young man would be able to resolve the problems caused by years of consumption of the Zhejian fruit and help it become a celestial god. Given so, it was obvious which of the 3 choices it should choose. I'll pledge my loyalty and my life to you. The phosphor-armored beast bowed down and offered a droplet of its blood essence to Zhang Xian. Excellent decision. You won't regret your choice. With a smile on his lips, Zhang Xian drew the blood essence infused with the phosphor-armored beast's soul imprint into his glabella, creating a soul contract with it. Chapter 21-23 Physical Body Breakthrough. Alright, let's head to where the Zhejian fruit grows to take a look, Zhang Xian said. The phosphor-armored beast quickly led the way forward. They returned to the cavern where it had been drinking and eating at previously. Heading into the depths of the cavern, they soon found a few trees that were not too tall. The ceiling of the cavern had been dug out, allowing starlight to shine right onto the leaves of the tree. A series of crimson fruits hung on the tree, looking fresh and delectable. There was a formation cast around the trees that prevented anyone whose cultivation was beneath that of the phosphor-armored beast from getting to the trees. Of the entire cavern, other than these trees, there was nothing else to be seen. Zhang Xian walked up to the formation and stopped it with a stomp of his foot before proceeding further in. Seeing this sight, the phosphor-armored beast shuddered in fear. It would not have dared imagine that there was a person who could stop its formation with just a stomp of their foot. Even though its master was young, it was apparent that he possessed exceptional capabilities. Zhang Xian plucked one of the Zhejian fruits to take a closer look at it. It was roughly the size of an apple, and it emanated rich spiritual energy. Just breathing it in left one's muscles pulsating in excitement. Zhang Xian slit the back of his palm with his fingernail, causing blood to ooze out from the cut. After that, he squeezed the Zhejian fruit and allowed a droplet of its essence to fall on his cut. In just a few moments, his cut had already healed completely. Just as I thought, Zhang Xian remarked with a smile. The Zhejian fruit did not just strengthen a person's body. More importantly, it also carried exceptional rejuvenation properties. The Zhejian fruit strengthened a person's defense through continuously destroying and regenerating a person's muscles, forcing them to grow stronger and stronger. As the cycle repeated itself, it was only a matter of time before one's defense reached a point where nothing could breach it anymore. It was actually quite similar to how he used his Heaven's Path Shenqi to temper his body. Master, have you found a solution to curing my stiffened meridians? The phosphor-armored beast asked worriedly. This was its nest, so it was well aware that there was nothing there other than those trees. If there was really something that could cure it in there, it should have long found it. That's right, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Then, I know that you frequently consume the Zhejian fruit, but have you eaten its core before? Zhang Xian asked. The core? Isn't it inedible? The phosphor-armored beast was taken aback. The flesh of the Zhejian fruit was sweet and fragrant, and it was highly beneficial to one's body as well. As for its core, it had never heard that it was edible before. Just give it a try, Zhang Xian said as he tossed a Zhejian fruit over. The phosphor-armored beast sliced the fruit in two, revealing its hard, dry core. As soon as it tossed it into its mouth, a bitter taste immediately spread all over his tongue. The phosphor-armored beast cringed. It tastes awful. I know that it tastes awful. Try to absorb the spiritual energy released by the core, Zhang Xian said. The core of the Zhejian fruit harnessed rich spiritual energy as well. The phosphor-armored beast nodded. It closed its eyes and channeled the spiritual energy into its meridians. As soon as it drew the spiritual energy into its body, its meridians, which were as tough as stone, began to soften up. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes. Even though many years of eating the Zhejian fruit had strengthened its scales, it had cost it the flexibility of its meridians, making it nigh impossible for it to become a celestial god. It had despaired over this matter at one point in time, but it eventually resigned itself to its fate. Yet, who could have known that the cure was actually in the bitter fruit core, which it had never eaten before? If only it had known the solution beforehand, it would never have acknowledged Zhang Xian as its master. It's freedom. The flesh hardens one's meridians whereas the core softens them. This is the balance the heavens have granted the world. Zhang Xian nodded. The world was divided into yin and yang, day and night, and the 5 elements. These were all powers of mutual generation and mutual overcoming, and it dictated that all beings were bound to have a complementary being. There was nothing in the world that transcended this law. Even feelings came in pairs as well. With love came hatred, with happiness came sorrow. There was a corresponding counterpart to each and every emotion. I see. The phosphor-armored beast replied with a slightly confused look. It walked over to the corner of its cavern, where the cores of the Zhejian fruits that it had eaten were stacked up. It had intended to find a place to plant them so as to nurture more Zhejian fruit, but now that he knew that it was the crux to resolving its affliction, it immediately swallowed all of them without any hesitation. Jai. Jai. The cores of the Zhejian fruit might be tough, but they were swiftly ground down by its powerful jaws. It did not take long for the phosphor-armored beast to swallow all of them. The spiritual energy from the cores flowed through its body and nourished its meridians, swiftly granting it the flexibility that it had lacked for many years. In return, the enhanced flexibility allowed his divine energy to flow faster and faster, causing its aura to swiftly rise. I'll lend you a hand. With a chuckle, Zhang Xian swiftly took out dozens of silver needles and infused them with Heaven's Path Zhenqi before tossing them over toward the phosphor-armored beast. Puha! Puha! The needles lodged themselves into the acupoints of the phosphor-armored beast, and the Heaven's Path Zhenqi swiftly tore down the bottleneck standing in its path. Honglong! With nothing standing in its way, the phosphor-armored beast's cultivation sprinted all the way toward the celestial god realm. Not bad, Zhang Xian remarked. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed 5 bottles of god essence pills over to the phosphor-armored beast. Even though it had a firm foundation, it would still require a fair amount of spiritual energy to achieve a breakthrough to the celestial god realm. Given that the valley was devoid of spiritual energy, it would take ages for the phosphor-armored beast to complete its breakthrough at this rate. Zhang Xian did not have much time to waste, so he could only lend it a hand. In any case, the phosphor-armored beast had already submitted to him, so it was not really a waste of resources. On the other hand, the phosphor-armored beast did not expect its master to give it so many pills at once. With a look of gratitude on its face, it opened its mouth and swallowed all 50 god essence pills. In an instant, it felt spiritual energy charging up its body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull explosions echoed within its body. A faint glossy layer formed on top of its black scales, granting it a texture reminiscent of black jade. Knowing that the phosphor-armored beast was set for a breakthrough, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Once the other party succeeded, he would have a celestial god on his side. Furthermore, considering its unparalleled defense, it was unlikely that there were many opponents of the same tier who were a match for it. In other words, he did not have to fear anyone in Twilight City. After the phosphor-armored beast successfully became a celestial god, Zhang Xian passed it a few more bottles of god essence pills over the next 4 hours for it to reinforce its cultivation. Once everything was done, the phosphor-armored beast reverted to its form as a young man and knelt on the floor. Master, thank you for your help. It had previously felt as if it had been coerced into becoming the young man's tamed beast, and that had made it feel incredibly indignant. However, such emotions had completely vanished from its mind, leaving nothing but relief. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Give me some of your blood. I need to temper my physical body, Zhang Xian said. Without any hesitation, the phosphor-armored beast reverted to its original form, and with a swipe of its claws, fresh blood began flowing down its body. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian turned the fresh blood into a crimson mist before absorbing it into his body through his pores. At the same time, he grabbed a Zhejian fruit from the tree, reduced it into juice, and swallowed it. He had already come up with a way for him to temper his body in the 4 hours that the phosphor-armored beast had spent making a breakthrough. As the phosphor-armored beast's blood and the juice of the Zhejian fruit flowed through his body, Zhang Xian's body began to undergo a change. Boom, boom, boom. His muscles were swiftly torn apart and regenerated, going through an endless process of life and death. It was an extremely excruciating process, but without a doubt, his body was swiftly becoming more compact and powerful. Making a breakthrough in one's physical body is much more difficult than making a breakthrough in one's Zhenqi cultivation. Seeing that its master was tempering his body, the phosphor-armored beast chose to guard him in case any mishaps occurred. Even with powerful recovery medicine, many things could still easily go wrong while tempering one's physical body. A delicate balance had to be struck between the rate of destruction and recovery in order for it to work out well. As someone who had undergone the process, the phosphor-armored beast knew just how much pain it had to go through in order to reach its current level. It had taken decades of hard work before it reached its current level. On the other hand, its master was only a low-tier god. Even if he was blessed with superior talent, it would take at least several years for him to succeed. With such thoughts in mind, the phosphor-armored beast looked at the young man, only to see that the latter had finished absorbing the blood mist and the fruit juice. The potency of the two ingredients caused the young man's body to turn incredibly red, but in the blink of an eye, the young man's body suddenly turned golden before reverting to normal. Who? Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. He opened his eyes once more, and for a moment, one could see golden iridescence in his eyes before they swiftly turned black once more. Master, aren't you going to cultivate anymore? The phosphor-armored beast asked in bewilderment. It could not understand why the young man suddenly stopped cultivating 10 breaths after he started. I've finished cultivating, Zhang Xian replied. You have already finished cultivating? The phosphor-armored beast blinked blankly. What do you mean by that? It was said to be blessed with superior aptitude in terms of its physical body, but even so, it had taken decades of training in order to temper its physical body to its current level. Yet, the young man was actually done cultivating barely after a few breaths? What did that mean? Was he going to put aside his cultivation for the time being? Instead of responding to the phosphor-armored beast's question, Zhang Xian instructed with an excited gleam in his eyes, "Strike me." The phosphor-armored beast hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. It raised its claws and pulled it down on Zhang Xian. Fearing that the young man would not be able to withstand its strength, it chose to use only 1/100th of its full might. However, when its claw met with Zhang Xian's fist, it found itself faced with a might far beyond its imagination. It felt as powerful as the might of a natural disaster. In that instant, the phosphor-armored beast had a feeling that it would be crushed into bits if it continued at this rate. Not daring to waste any time, it immediately increased the exertion of its force. 5%, 10%, 15%, 50%. In a split second, it raised the might of the claw swipe to over half of its full strength. Pong! Nevertheless, the phosphor-armored beast was still sent crashing into the walls, causing a cloud of dust to fall from the ceiling. Master! The phosphor-armored beast looked at the young man with a look of disbelief. It had just seen the full extent of the other party's strength. It admitted that the other party's swordsmanship was indeed powerful, but when did he become so strong? Even though it had only used half of its strength, the young man was still able to send it flying into the distance. In terms of raw strength, that was an attack that even an average low-tier celestial god would have difficulty withstanding. In other words, in just 10 breaths or so, the young man had managed to raise his raw strength from that of a low-tier god to that of a low-tier celestial god. Did you really get so powerful within just 10 breaths of cultivating? Or have you been lying to me this whole time? Just as the phosphor-armored beast was feeling utterly frenzied by the situation, it noticed that the young man had a depressed look on his face. Instead of celebrating his swift growth, it seemed as though he was disappointed with the results. Sigh, my rate of cultivation has really slowed down a lot. Am I starting to run out of talent? Slow down? Run out of talent? The phosphor-armored beast nearly burst into tears upon hearing those words. To raise your raw strength from the level of a low-tier god to that of a low-tier celestial god, bro, that's 3 whole realms. Yet, you are complaining about slowness? Are you being serious, or are you trying to show off? Chapter 21-24 Beauty Pill goes on sale 1:21-24 Beauty Pill goes on sale 1. Zhang Xian was not trying to brag. Those were his honest feelings regarding his breakthrough. Even though it might appear that he had only cultivated for 10 breaths to the phosphor-armored beast, in truth, he had spent nearly 28 hours in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. He had needed a day in order to make a breakthrough. The flow of time in the Great Codex of Spring of Autumn was 10,000 times faster than that in the firmament. As long as he immersed his consciousness into it, he would be able to hasten the flow of his divine energy in the real world, allowing him to cultivate much faster than before. It was for this reason that the artifact was so overpowered. It was also due to this artifact that he had been able to become a god within 10 breaths, while facing off against Kong Dun, thus achieving a victory in that dire situation. Given his past experience of cultivating using the Heaven's Path Golden Body, he had thought that it would only take him 2 to 4 hours in order to advance a single cultivation realm, but it had actually taken him an excruciating 28 hours in order to get to advance from low-tier god to high-tier god. He found it hard to accept that his rate of cultivation had gotten so slow. He had never been so slow before while cultivating the Heaven's Path Divine Art. This was probably the slowest he had ever cultivated, and it would surely remain a dark stain on his history. He could only pray that no one else learned about this, or else he might just die from embarrassment. It seemed like his self-created cultivation technique was still lacking in some ways compared to the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Forget it. At least I managed to grow much stronger than before. Choosing not to worry too much about the slowdown in his rate of cultivation, Zhang Xian gazed at his fist as he relished in the newfound strength harnessed within his body. Even though he did not manage to temper his physical body beyond the level of a celestial god in a close-quarter battle, he was confident that he would at least be able to stand his ground against a low-tier celestial god. This was especially so with his enhanced defense. After being tempered by the blood of the phosphor-armored beast and the Zhejian fruit, his body was at least as tough as a low-tier celestial god artifact. In other words, even a full might attack from a high-tier god would not be able to harm him at all. It was due to this that he had been able to force back the phosphor-armored beast earlier with his punch. Ever since arriving in the firmament, he had felt pressured by his weakness. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect his parents and his direct disciples in times of crisis, and that left him deeply anxious. However, with this breakthrough, his fears had lessened a bit. In this world filled with experts, he was no longer in the bottommost echelon anymore. Based on the books he had read so far, celestial gods could be considered as elites in most cities. Such strength should be enough for him to plant his foot in the firmament. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian stowed all the Zhejian fruits into his storage ring before saying, "Let's return to Twilight City." But my defense? The phosphor-armored beast was still a little iffy about this. He would lose his constant supply of Zhejian fruits if he left the area. Would he grow weaker as a result of that? Don't worry. I resolved that issue for you while you were making your breakthrough earlier, Zhang Xian said. The effects of the Zhejian fruit could only be said to be semi-permanent. Once the phosphor-armored beast stopped consuming it, his defense would slowly regress back to its original level. So, Zhang Xian had used his Heaven's Path Shinqi to reinforce its scales earlier, turning the effects from semi-permanent to permanent. As such, his defense would not regress as a result of not eating the Zhejian fruit anymore. Thank you, Master. The phosphor-armored beast heaved a sigh of relief. It was actually delighted by such an outcome. Ever since its birth, its movements had mostly been limited to this valley due to the Zhejian fruit. It was glad that it was finally free of its restraints and able to travel the greater world out there. Not too long after leaving the valley, Zhang Xian quickly found the aerial divine beast that he had tamed from the divine beast market. At this moment, the phosphor-armored beast had also transmogrified into its human form. The two of them got onto the back of the aerial divine beast and made their way back to Twilight City. Yi Qiaoyan was a special envoy of the Sky of Drifting Spectre to Twilight City. Even though she was only a high-tier god, due to her background, not even City Lord Wu Fangqing would dare to rebuke her decisions. That being said, most of the matters she handled were relating to the policies and edicts passed down from the Sky of Drifting Spectres. She was not so arrogant as to overstep her boundaries to interfere in the internal management of Twilight City. After a busy day at work, she stretched her back to loosen her stiffened joints before sitting before her dressing table to examine her right cheek. There was a glaring crimson scar that looked as if a centipede was climbing up her face. As a famed beauty, she had always been rather proud of her appearance. Yet, this centipede-like scar had marred her beauty, destroying the overall aesthetics of her face. Sigh. Yi Qiaoyan shook her head helplessly. This scar came from a battle with an enemy some time ago. As the wound had been inflicted through a unique power the enemy possessed, she found that she was unable to remove the scar no matter what she tried. On top of that, her cultivation had also fallen from celestial god to high-tier god due to the severity of her injuries. Eventually, she had chosen to leave Royal City to serve as a special envoy in this remote city. She quickly dolled herself up a little before covering her face with a veil. Walking out of her room, she glanced at the elder standing guard outside and asked, "How is the investigation going?" The elder clasped his fist and replied, "Envoy, I have confirmed the existence of a black market within Twilight City. The person heading the black market is Qi Linger, and she's from Royal City's Qi clan. The Qi clan is a distinguished clan that wields great power even within Royal City. The fact that their old ancestor, Qi Ming, is a conferred god king is more than enough to cement their standing. Why would their descendant open a black market in a remote place like this?" Yi Xiuyan frowned. Does she not know that such an act is an infringement of the laws of the sky of drifting specters? I don't really know the details, but I think it might be something related to the lower worlds. The elder paused for a moment before revealing his thoughts. Lower worlds. A deep frown formed on Yi Xiuyan's forehead. His Majesty has found a particularly pure soul in recent days, and he made a special exception to allow it to recuperate in the Netherworld Lake within the royal palace. According to some sources, the soul originated from the lower worlds. However, this is something that only happened 20 days ago, whereas Qi Linger should have been here for several years now. That's indeed the case. However, the place the heaven-subjugating monarch first appeared happens to be this Twilight City as well. I feel that the movements of the Qi clan could be related to that, the elder said. The god monarch of the sky of drifting specters, demon monarch Qinquan, had never really been too interested in the governance of his territory. As such, he delegated the responsibility of governance to the conferred god kings under him, resulting in them amassing a great deal of power. As such, despite the seeming peace in Royal City, there was a great deal of political rivalry. The rise of the heaven-subjugation monarch was one thing that no one had ever expected, and it was a game-changer. Other than the 9 god monarchs who had lived since time immemorial, no one had ever come close to reaching them before. As such, it became common knowledge that it was impossible for any being to become a god monarch, thus making conferred god king the highest level that any cultivator could ever reach. However, the heaven-subjugation monarch had shattered these conceptions and become an existence on par with, if not stronger than, the god monarchs. As such, everyone wanted to know what he had gone through to uncover the mystery behind his ascension. For the past 40 years, the investigation had never stopped. Aside from financial benefits, the black market was also a place where a great deal of information went around, making it a strategic location to build an intelligence network. Yi Xiuyan pondered for a moment before saying, "Tell Qi Linger that I'll turn a blind eye if she's just using the black market to gather information, but she would do well not to go overboard. If she goes too far, regardless of whether she's a member of the Qi clan or not, she'll be punished strictly in accordance with the laws of the sky of drifting specters. Also, I need you to continue keeping a lookout on what she's up to. If you notice anything suspicious, make sure to report it to me as soon as possible." It was true that the Qi clan was a powerful faction in Royal City, but she was the special envoy in Twilight City. She represented God Monarch Qinquan himself. No matter how powerful the Qi clan was, they would be wise not to supersede her authority here. There was no greater sin in the world than sullying the honor of a god monarch. This was something that anyone who had any semblance of common sense in the firmament would know. "I understand." The elder nodded before walking out. Sometime later, the elder returned with a perplexed look on his face, suggesting that he had just uncovered news that even he could hardly believe to be true. "Envoy, Qi Linger isn't in the underground black market at the moment. Instead, she's in the Twilight Market." Twilight Market? Yi Xiuyan was surprised by the news as well. What in the world was the boss of the underground black market doing in the authorized marketplace of Twilight City? Was she trying to wash her hands clean and retire from the underground world? She has gathered some of the more distinguished female cultivators in Twilight City, and it seems like she's going to sell something. "I think it's called the beauty pill," the elder said. "Beauty pill?" Yi Xiuyan scoffed. "Ridiculous. When the most famous apothecary of the firmament, Master Fu Jiangchen, visited Royal City, I had the opportunity to talk to him, and he said that one's appearance is something predetermined by the heavens, and nothing can change it. There's no such thing as a beauty pill in the world. If so, I wouldn't have allowed the scar of my face to remain till now. The elder nodded in agreement. If there was truly something like a beauty pill, it would have long made its name all over the firmament. The higher a person's cultivator was, the longer they would be able to live. Living a long life was enviable, but it would be even more so if one could maintain a youthful appearance while at it. If there was really such a thing in the world, cultivators would have already gone crazy over it. Are we going to interfere in the matter? There's no need for that. The city lord will deal with it on his own. Yi Qiuyan shook her hand as she walked back to her room to rest. But barely after taking a few steps, she changed her mind and said, "Never mind. Let's head there to take a look." After saying those words, she swiftly left the room. Twilight Market was the largest market in Twilight City. All kinds of treasures were placed on sale there, attracting the greatest crowd within the city. As such, it was viewed as the symbol of prosperity of Twilight City. Concealing her face with a veil, Yi Qiuyan swiftly arrived in the event venue where the beauty pill was sold. Through her connections, it did not take her too long to secure an entry pass to enter the area. The event venue was already filled with people by the time she entered. Even with a swift glance, she could tell that there were at least 1,000 people in there. Nearly all of them were female cultivators, and even the weakest of them was a low-tier god. It seems like Qi Linger has quite some connections in Twilight City, Yi Qiuyan harumphed. Despite being the boss of an underground black market, she was still able to gather so many people within hours. Furthermore, there were a few distinguished figures among the crowd. One would require some means in order to pull something like that off. Have you heard? It seems like the beauty pill is going on sale today. Is there such a pill in the firmament? I have never heard of it before. It seems like it's a new product by a formidable apothecary. It's still too early to tell whether it's real or not. I just came by to join in the commotion. There was a slight hint of anticipation and curiosity in the atmosphere. It would appear that most people had gone there out of curiosity to see what was going on. "Ladies, may I have your attention?" A shout echoed from the forefront of the room. Following that, a tall and beautiful lady walked onto the stage with widened strides. It was none other than Qi Linger. Taking a seat on a posh chair placed on the stage, Qi Linger got straight to the point. "You must be curious as to why I have gathered all of you here today." She immediately caught everyone's attention with her confident demeanor. "I live by the motto that everyone's time is precious, so I won't bother boring you with unnecessary pleasantries. As you might have heard, my apothecaries have recently forged a new kind of pill that is particularly effective in beautifying a person's appearance. So, I have invited all of you here today in order to demonstrate the effectiveness of the beauty pill to you. If any of you are interested in it, you may approach me after the event to make reservations." After saying her piece, Qi Linger calmly raised her hand, and a lady swiftly carried an elaborately ornate box onto the stage. The box was made of the precious ink jade, which was well known for its ability to completely seal off spiritual energy. This made it ideal for storing precious medicinal herbs or pills without degrading its medicinal effects. However, this material was extremely rare and expensive to purchase as well. Just the one over there would likely cost at least 10 divine coins. Qi Linger rose to her feet and opened the box. There was a pill placed neatly within that emanated concentrated spiritual energy. "Isn't that just an ordinary god essence pill?" A middle-aged lady among the crowd stood up and berated Qi Linger. "Not to mention, it's a low-tier one. If that's the beauty pill you're talking about, I must say that you are really taking us for fools." Chapter 21-25 Beauty Pill goes on sale 2:21-25 Beauty Pill goes on sale 2. Indeed, that's the God Essence Pill. Our clan has been producing God Essence Pills for decades now, so there's no way I could be mistaken about that. Even though I knew that it's likely an exaggeration, I still came here with some anticipation. Yet, the organizer is trying to fool us with a mere God Essence Pill? Does she take us for bumpkins? The rest of the crowd also swiftly realized the same thing, and furious voices echoed through the crowd. Seeing such a sight, Yi Qiuyan frowned. As an ex-celestial god who had come from Royal City, she possessed a sharp eye. No matter how she looked at it, The thing inside the container was definitely the most ordinary low-tier god essence pill. There was nothing special about it. Linger should be a pretty smart person considering her accomplishments so far, so it was hard to imagine that she would make a fatal mistake like this. A female cultivator stood up and spoke with raised eyebrows. Based on what I know, not even the apothecaries in Royal City have been able to produce anything close to a beauty pill. Miss Chi, I hope that you haven't invited all of us here just to look at a mere god essence pill. I expect you to have a satisfactory explanation for this. This female cultivator was a high-tier god. Even though she had barely reached the realm not too long ago, the fact that she had reached this realm was more than enough to make her one of the top elites of Twilight City. After all, even the principal of Twilight Academy had only reached this level of strength. Like you mentioned earlier, our time is precious. You'd better have a good reason for this. Voices of agreement echoed through the crowd. Quiet down. Do you think that I, Linger, would have gathered all of you here over a mere god essence pill? Linger's authoritative voice suppressed the chaos happening in the room. Rest assured, I have no intention of sullying my own reputation. Men. She raised her hand and beckoned her subordinates beneath the stage. Hula. The subordinates quickly brought a divine beast onto the stage. Getting. Upon seeing the divine beast, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's a high-tier god realm divine beast, lava python. This divine beast lives within the lava, making its body unbearably hot. It's said to be an extremely difficult foe to deal with due to its ability to freely spit flames. Why is she bringing such a beast on stage? It'll be a huge problem if someone's burned by its flames. My close friend had her arm burned by that fellow. She used all sorts of medicinal herbs in order to heal her scars, but 20 years have passed since then, and her scars show no signs of disappearing. The divine beast that had been brought into the room was exceptionally notorious in Twilight City. It was one of the more difficult flame attribute beasts to deal with. Judging from your reactions, I reckon I need not explain the ability of this divine beast. Is there anyone among you who wishes to fight with it? Linger asked with a smile. The crowd immediately frowned. It was a known fact that divine beasts were usually stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Given that the enemy was a high-tier god realm divine beast, there was probably no one in the event venue who would stand a chance against it in a one-on-one. If no one is going to volunteer, I'll just have to use my own people. I hope that none of you will view this as an act of cheating, Linger said. The female cultivator who had spoken earlier harumphed. With so many eyes on you, it'll be hard for you to cheat even if you want to. Hurry up and do whatever you are planning to do. Don't waste our time. Since Madame Chun has already said so, I won't stand on ceremony then. Linger raised her hand and beckoned. Voila! A young lady walked over to the lava python. Her body was shivering, but she took a deep breath and forced herself to remain rooted to the spot. Begin. Linger ordered. Hula. The lava python suddenly released a furious cry and opened its massive mouth. A searing bundle of flames immediately poured out of its mouth, incinerating the young lady. A moment later, when the flames vanished, the young lady's body was completely covered in burns. She collapsed to the ground due to the severity of her injuries. At the same time, her delicate skin was completely ruined as a result of the flames, causing her to look a little frightening. Linger, what the hell are you doing? Yi Qiuyan roared in fury. That woman was really making light of a person's life, regardless of whether that lady was her subordinate or not, or whether they had some sort of deal with one another. Linger was going overboard by using a divine beast to ruin a person's life like that. That was a major infringement of the rules of the firmament and Twilight City. Just this act in itself was enough to warrant Linger's arrest and subject her to heavy punishment. Seeing the pale faces all around the room, Linger quickly waved her hand and said, "Please calm yourselves. I have no intention of harming anyone. Since I have subjected her to the flames of the lava python, it goes without saying that I have my means of fully treating her. Madam Chen, you come from a clan of apothecaries, and your husband, Chen Yixiang, is the most famous apothecary in Twilight City. May I know if you know of any ways that this young lady can be treated?" Madam Chen pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The flame of the lava python isn't just any normal flame. Once the fire toxin seeps into one's body, even high-tier gods will have trouble trying to expel it from their body. I'm afraid that I don't have any good remedies for this. What about Madame Lu? Your husband, Lu Mingyang, is the best physician in Twilight City. Do you have any ideas on how this young lady can be treated? Qi Linger continued asking around. There's no way at all. The fire toxin is hard to expel, so there's nothing much I can do, Madame Lu replied. Allow me to extend the question to the rest of you. Is there anyone who knows of a way to treat that young lady over here? Also, in case there are any skeptics among the crowd, may I verify with the professionals here whether there is a possibility that we could have faked the fire toxin to put on an act? Qi Linger continued. We aren't able to treat such a condition. The crowd shook their heads. There was no way they would be able to resolve an illness that even Madame Chun and Madame Lu were helpless before. As for faking the fire toxin, that was even more impossible. The lava python was right before their eyes, and they had witnessed just how vicious the flames were. There was no one here who had not felt the searing heat released by the python's mouth earlier. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance that this was a staged ploy. Since we have a consensus, allow me to proceed to treat her. This will be a good opportunity to showcase the potency of the God Essence pill that you have been talking about. Seeing that she had managed to build up the suspense long enough, Qi Linger gestured for the lady holding onto the jade container to take out the pill within and feed it to the burned lady. As soon as the pill slid down her throat, the body of the burned lady immediately began trembling. In less than 3 breaths, a layer of black skin fell from her arm, and the same happened all over her body. Qi Linger raised her hand once more, and another subordinate rushed forward to clean the burned lady's body with clean water. As the latter's body was rubbed clean, a layer of delicate skin was revealed beneath the black skin. Everyone was stunned. All of them had witnessed how the lady was nearly burned to death. But just by consuming the beauty pill, not only did she manage to recover from her burns, all the bum marks vanished without a trace. In fact, the lady's skin seemed to be much better than before, almost as if it had all been a magic trick. How did this happen? Was it because the lady had eaten that God Essence pill? Were its effects really that great? The surroundings fell silent. Even those with the loudest criticism earlier had nothing to say anymore. Everyone was simply too shocked to even say a word. Satisfied by the astounded looks all around her, Qi Linger continued with her introduction. These are the effects of the God Essence pill forged by our apothecary. Not only does it beautify one's appearance, it can also heal scars and help to preserve one's beauty. This miraculous pill will be sold at a price of 1,000 divine coins each. If you reserve some doubts regarding its effectiveness, you can consume it on the spot and pay only after the pill takes effect. Due to the difficulty in producing them, we were only able to prepare 20 pills for the first sales, and we have already used one of them here. In other words, there are only 19 of them left. If you were to miss out on this opportunity, I can't guarantee when there will be new stock. My goodness, that pill costs 1,000 divine coins each? That's daylight robbery. Everyone was bewildered. Even Streak of Grey, despite years of plundering from merchants, was only able to accrue a wealth of several hundred divine coins. Yet, a single pill cost 1,000 divine coins. This was ridiculous. 1,000 divine coins is indeed overpriced, but she says that she only has 19 of them in hand. Once they're sold out, there's no guarantee whether there'll be a second batch. I thought that she might be a fraud, so I was watching everything very closely earlier. There's no way she could have played any tricks during the demonstration. Given the powerful potency of the pill, I think that charging 1,000 divine coins for it actually isn't too much. That's true. We have all aged, and our appearance isn't what it used to be. If I don't find a way to reverse it, it's only a matter of time before a foxy vixen succeeds in seducing my husband. By then, it will be futile no matter how much money I spend. Indeed, those transmogrified foxes are bomb with seductive looks, making it hard to resist their advances. Fervent discussions could be heard here and there. Even though there were quite a few people who thought that the pricing was fair, that did not change the fact that 1,000 divine coins was a price beyond what most could afford. Qi Linger had made sure to invite only the wealthiest merchants and female cultivators in Twilight City, but it would still be difficult for them to fork out so much money on the spot. Seeing the looks of hesitation all around, the middle-aged lady standing behind Qi Linger whispered worriedly into her ear, "Young mistress, don't you think that the price is a little too high?" This was a price that was set arbitrarily by Qi Linger without discussing with anyone, so she had only learned about it just a moment ago as well. "It's not high at all. I intend to push out the beauty pill as a high-end extravagant product. Don't worry. They would be willing to spend as much as it takes for them to preserve their youth," Qi Linger replied with a smile. She understood the mentality of those women very well. The desire for beauty was encoded in the genes of all humans. As cultivators became more affluent and lived longer lives, they would begin to become more concerned about their reputation and appearance. The only thing was that it had been impossible for them to change their appearance, at least till that very day. If an opportunity to become more beautiful appeared before their eyes, most of these people would surely grasp it. "I understand." The middle-aged lady nodded after seeing how confident Qi Linger was. "Are there no buyers?" After waiting for a while, there was still no one who was willing to step forward to buy the beauty pill. Despite that, Qi Linger did not look anxious in the least. The fact that they were staying meant that they were already hooked. All they needed was one last push. So, she turned her eyes toward Yi Qiuyan and smiled. She calmly rose to her feet, walked over, and clasped her fist. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Envoy Yi." Yi Qiuyan nodded slightly to acknowledge Qi Linger's presence, but she did not say anything else. "Since everyone is still harboring some reservations toward the beauty pill, I would like to invite Envoy Yi up to give it a try if it isn't too much trouble," Qi Linger said. "Envoy Yi, you can be assured that I won't charge you if the effects of the pill aren't to your satisfaction." Yi Qiuyan frowned upon hearing those words. However, seeing that the other party did not mean anything else with those words, she pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well." Qi Linger raised her hand, and a subordinate immediately carried another ink jade box over and opened it. Yi Qiuyan first inspected the ink jade box carefully before picking up the god essence pill placed within and examining it. After ensuring that there was nothing amiss, she placed it into her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and a surge of energy swiftly gushed through her body. Shortly after, she felt a tingling yet slightly numbing sensation on her right cheek. She subconsciously raised her hand to hold her right cheek, but at this moment, Qi Linger suddenly took out a copper mirror and offered it to her. She hesitantly accepted the copper mirror and looked at her own reflection. Even through the veil, she could tell that her skin was much smoother and more delicate than before. Furthermore, something that was there previously seemed to have disappeared. With trembling hands, she carefully removed the veil around her face, and she gasped. The glaring scar that had plagued her for many years had vanished without a trace. Not only so, she also looked 10 years younger than she did before. The difference in her appearance was so great that it was hard to believe that she was still the same person she had seen in the mirror earlier in the day. "How did you manage to do this?" Yi Qiuyan could hardly believe her eyes. Chapter 21-26 Wu Fangqing. The elder following behind Yi Qiuyan muttered with reddened eyes. "Envoy Yi." The elder following behind Yi Qiuyan muttered with reddened eyes. Even in the firmament, people still discriminated based on appearance. Over the years, Yi Qiuyan had faced the scorn and derision of those around her. While she had tried to ignore them, she still found herself affected by their words. She had thought that she had no other choice but act numb before the insults of others. But who could have known that a pill would resolve her problem so easily? This was a feat that even the god kings of Royal City might not necessarily be able to pull off. At the same time, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. There were not many people in Twilight City who knew about the existence of Envoy Yi. However, those who were in the top echelon of the city, even if they had not met the beautiful Yi Qiuyan, would have at least heard of her before. She was an expert from Royal City, but due to her cultivation plummeting as a result of the injuries she had sustained, she had been eventually dispatched to Twilight City. It was rumored that she had a glaring scar on the face, which was also why she always veiled her face. Yet, a single pill actually removed her scar and made her look many years younger. This was really a miracle. How is it? If any of you still harbor any doubts, you are free to give a try. Just as I've said before, if the results are not to your satisfaction, I won't collect a single coin. Linger said with a confident smile. As someone who governed the massive underground black market, she was extremely skilled at controlling the scene. And at that very moment, she knew that everything was already in her grasp. I'll give it a try. The person who had spoken the loudest against her earlier, Madame Chun, walked out from the crowd. She had come from a family of apothecaries, and her husband, Chun Yixiong, was famed for being the greatest apothecary in Twilight City. Yi Yin took a closer look at the other party's appearance as she walked over. The other party appeared to be in her mid-50s. Even though she had taken good care of her skin, it was inevitable that there would be some signs of aging on her body. Madame Chun picked up a god essence pill and swallowed it. She closed her eyes in an attempt to feel the medicinal energy within it so that she could decipher the ingredients used to forge the pill. However, before she could discern anything, she was already hearing excited mutterings all around her. She quickly opened her eyes, only to see a lady in her early 30s staring back at her in the mirror. "This is me?" Madame Chen trembled in disbelief as she hurriedly touched her own face. The person in the mirror was exactly how she had looked decades ago. Just by eating a single pill, her skin had regained its tension, and her appearance had regressed back in time. Was it really possible to forge a pill like that? Astonished, Madame Chun quickly drove her Jinqi to check if it was just an illusion that would disappear after some time. But the result of her inspection was that her body had really changed. The pill had not just made her skin smoother and younger than before. More than that, the trauma she had sustained before and the pill toxins that had accumulated in her body had all been cleared away as well. While her cultivation had not increased, her strength was much greater than before. It isn't just a normal beauty pill. It actually has powerful recovery effects as well, Madame Chin exclaimed in agitation. As a descendant from a lineage of apothecaries, she could immediately understand just how valuable the beauty pill was. Just its effect of beautifying one's appearance was already amazing in itself, but to think that it would aid in one's cultivation as well. It was definitely a bargain to buy such a pill for just 1,000 divine coins. Madame Chun, how is it? Linger asked with a smile. Ahem. The effects are excellent so far, but I still need to test it out a little to check if there are any side effects. As you know, potent pills tend to have some side effects. Madame Chun suppressed her excitement and replied nonchalantly. That's true. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was common knowledge that the stronger the medicinal effect of a pill was, the more likely it would be damaging to one's body. Madame Chin's remark immediately left everyone wondering if there was some kind of fatal flaw in the beauty pill. Linger frowned in response to Madame Chin's words. It was clear from the latter's expression earlier that she had already understood the effects of the beauty pill, but why was she playing the fool? Madame Chin, may I know what kind of side effects you suspect it to have? A person amid the crowd shouted out. Well, I'm not too sure. I'll have to look into it carefully, Madame Chen said contemplatively. She turned to Linger. You have 18 beauty pills with you at the moment, right? Why don't you sell them all to me? I'll be able to research them with my husband to check how severe the side effects are. If we can resolve all the issues surrounding it, I believe that everyone will benefit greatly from it. Is that so? Linger remarked as a mocking smile crept onto her lips. She had been wondering if there was really something wrong with the beauty pill, but it turned out that Madame Chen was just impressed by the effects and wanted to monopolize all of the current pills. Madame Lu also quickly noticed that something was amiss, so she stepped forward and said with a displeased look on her face, You want to buy all of them? That won't do. I want to try it as well. Me too. Give me one. I'll be taking this one then. Don't you snatch with me. I'll offer LL divine coins. I'll offer 1,200 then. None of those present were fools. As figures in the top echelon of Twilight City, they were able to swiftly discern Madame Chin's real intentions. There were only 18 pills available. If they did not make a move, who knew when else they would be able to secure a treasure like this? Under the panic buying, it did not take long for all 18 beauty pills to be sold out. Furthermore, the prices went up to as much as 1,500 divine coins, which was much higher than they had initially estimated. Seeing how such a small pill was able to be sold at such an astronomical price, the middle-aged lady could not help but look at Qi Linger impressed. As expected of the young mistress, her means were indeed extraordinary. There was no doubt that the beauty pill was an amazing product, but it would be all for naught without an effective marketing strategy. It was through emphasizing the limited quantity and showcasing its miraculous effects that the price had been hiked up so swiftly. Otherwise, even if they priced it at 500 divine coins each, chances were no one would even spare the beauty pill a glance. But within a single hour, they had managed to sell everything. On top of that, they had managed to build up the reputation of the beauty pill. The next time they put it out on the market, they could be assured that it would be sold out within moments. Yi Qiuyan was also looking at Qi Linger curiously. She had thought that Qi Linger was just all talk, but the effects of the beauty pill exceeded her wildest expectations. Just where in the world did Qi Linger manage to procure such a formidable pill? She had scoured Royal City, but she had not been able to find anything like this at all. Even when everything was happening before her, she still felt a little dreamy inside. Yi Qiuyan turned around and instructed the elder behind her, investigate it. Find the origin of the pill. I doubt that even conferred God King Qi Ming would have been able to forge something like that. Yes, I understand. The elder nodded before vanishing in the crowd. As the envoy to Twilight City, she had her own sources to gather intelligence within the city. In City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man wearing armor looked at the box in his hands with a deep frown between his eyebrows. City Lord Wu Fangqing. He was the father of Wu Xiaoxiao, the haughty young lady whom Zhang Xian had met previously. Is the pill really as effective as you say? Wu Fangqing raised his head to look at the middle-aged man before him. The elder standing before Wu Fangqing clasped his fist and said, "That's right. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Even though the price of the pill was eventually hiked up to an astronomical price, given the connections of the City Lord Manor, it was not too much trouble for them to secure one. Wu Fangqing still appeared to have some reservations regarding the matter. He pondered for a moment longer before passing down an order. "Get Xiaoxiao to come here." "Father, you were looking for me?" It did not take long for Wu Xiaoxiao to be brought before Wu Fangqing. With a sheepish look on her face, she said, "I was cultivating seriously. I really wasn't slacking off at all. I didn't call you here to talk about your cultivation. Swallow this pill." Wu Fangqing instructed. Swallow this pill? Wu Xiaoxiao was perplexed as to why her father would call her there only to eat a perfectly ordinary god essence pill. Nevertheless, she still picked it up and swallowed it whole. Barely after swallowing it, she saw her father's usually impassive face slowly warping in shock, as if he was looking at something unbelievable. "Father, what's wrong?" She had always viewed her father to be a solemn individual who rarely showed any emotions on his face. As such, she was taken aback by the shocked look on his face, fearing that she had done something wrong. "Young mistress, you should take a look yourself." The elder in the room quickly passed a mirror to Wu Xiaoxiao. Perplexed, Wu Xiaoxiao took the mirror and brought it up to her face. Her body began trembling as she pinched her cheeks incredulously. "Is this really me?" In the mirror, she saw her freckles and acne scars vanishing without a trace. While there was not too much difference in her overall appearance, she looked much more beautiful than before. Furthermore, the change was not just limited to her appearance. Somehow, her disposition seemed to have become more graceful. To think that consuming a pill would induce such a massive change in her. "Father, the pill that you gave me." Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Fangqing anxiously. "It's nothing," Wu Fangqing replied curtly as he stood up and paced around the room quietly with his hands behind his back. Then, he suddenly turned to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Tell me about Zhang Xian, whom you met back then." "Zhang Xian?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little bewildered by the abrupt request. Nevertheless, she still nodded and told her father everything she knew about him. After she was done, Wu Fangqing waved his hand and said, "Got it. You are dismissed." As the city lord, it went without saying that he was aware of the existence of the underground black market. In fact, some of his spies had infiltrated it. As such, he was able to swiftly uncover that the creator of the so-called beauty pill was Zhang Xian. Recalling the earlier report that he had received regarding how Zhang Xian had consecutively won 15 slots to the Celestial Mountain, it was hard for him to ignore the young man even if he wanted to. City Lord Wu, the value of the pill is inestimable, the elder said with a glint in his eyes, right after Wu Xiaoxiao left the room. Anyone who was not completely blind would be able to tell with a glance that the beauty pill would become a money fountain in the future. Wu Fangqing nodded in agreement. If we can obtain the pill formula, we will be able to further develop Twilight City. There is also a good chance that I will be able to advance to greater heights. However, as you've just heard, Zhang Xian appears to have an extremely powerful teacher, and there's a good chance that his teacher is a master teacher. It's likely that the pills were forged by his teacher. The reason he had invited his daughter over was to have the latter test out the medicine and confirm Zhang Xian's background. Mo Yuan is no more than a middle-tier god, so his ability to discern a person's cultivation might still be sorely lacking. There's no guarantee that Yang Xian is as powerful as he thinks. Why don't I conduct some further investigation into this? The elder asked with narrowed eyes. Be careful. Also, I want you to negotiate with him on my behalf to see if he's willing to sell the pill formula. If he isn't willing, we'll just have to find some other ways. Naturally, make sure that he doesn't know that I'm the buyer. Wu Fangqing instructed. I understand. The elder nodded before vanishing on the spot. Someone who could rise to the position of a city lord and stand above the rules could not possibly be someone without any means. It was inevitable that he would be moved by the existence of such a formidable pill. It would be great if he could acquire it through proper channels, but if that failed, he would just have to find some other way. Someone who can forge the beauty pill, guess the numbers on the slot roulette accurately each and every time, capture the middle-tier god streak of gray despite being only a low-tier god himself. Zhang Xian is really no ordinary person. Wu Fangqing clenched his fists tightly together. But so what if you aren't an ordinary person? In Twilight City, I call the shots. Even if you are a dragon, you'll have no choice but to lie low before me. Who you are won't make a difference to me at all, even if you are a master teacher. Chapter 21-27 Maestro Sun, Chang 1:21-27 Maestro Sun Chang 1. Do not call me master after we enter Twilight City. That'll make it easy for others to figure out your identity. Call me young master instead, Zhang Xian instructed while sitting atop the aerial divine beast. Also, you don't have a surname yet, right? You shall follow my surname, Zhang. Zhangjia, that will be your name. Got it, the young man, Zhangjia, replied with a nod. Also, I like to maintain a low profile, so make sure not to make any trouble or do anything that stands out too much within the city. Rest assured, young master. I also like to maintain a low profile as well, Zhangjia replied leisurely as it picked its ear. Despite being the strongest divine beast in the vicinity of Twilight City, it had obediently remained in its own territory and never left the area. That should probably be the epitome of humility and low profile. That's good. By the way, who are the ones who attacked you last night? Zhang Xian asked. The first time he encountered the phosphor-armored beast, there had been two fairly strong individuals who attempted to assassinate it. They should be from City Lord Manor. Wu Fangqing has been trying to tame me for some time now, but he has never succeeded, Zhangjia replied. If the City Lord is trying to tame you, shouldn't he challenge you personally? Why would he choose to assassinate you instead? Given the prowess of the phosphor-armored beast, the City Lord Manor's prestige would be significantly boosted if the City Lord was able to tame it. However, if it was made known that the City Lord had been launching underhanded assaults on the phosphor-armored beast, it would really sully his reputation. If it was found that the one who had set the rules had not been observing them, it would surely cause a major public uproar. Why would he choose to assassinate me? Isn't that obvious? He's a hypocrite. Zhangjia scoffed coldly. Putting aside assassination attempts, he has already tried time and time again to poison me. If not for my powerful constitution that allows me to break down most poisons, I would have died by now. He tried to poison you as well? Zhang Xian was taken aback. If that was the case, he would really have to tread carefully around the City Lord in the future. He had thought that the person who established the law in Twilight City would be someone honorable and dignified, but from the looks of it, it seemed like the rules were only a way for him to control others. Just like that, Zhang Xian and Zhang Jia chatted atop the aerial divine beast as they swiftly made their way back to Twilight City. At the same time, in the residence where Zhang Xian and the others were staying, a name scroll was delivered. Ting Fei? Sun Chang read the name on the name scroll with a frown. The young master was not home, and the others were busy cultivating. So, he was the one who was handling all the miscellaneous matters at the moment. Based on how he introduced himself, he appears to be a merchant that came from another town. He's here to visit the young master for an urgent matter, the servant who received the name scroll reported. Even though they had only moved in not too long ago, Sun Chang had managed to recruit a few servants to cook for them and clean the residence. It would be unfortunate if they had to cultivate on an empty stomach after earning so much money. Invite him in, Sun Chang instructed. Very soon, an elder was brought to the main hall. Butler's son, Ing Fei greeted with a bright smile. He had already investigated the group carefully prior to visiting the residence, so he knew the names of everyone there. Sun Chang nodded as he gestured for Ing Fei to take a seat by the side. After that, he looked at Ing Fei and asked, "May I know the reason behind your visit? I'll get straight to the point. I heard that the beauty pill that the entire city has been raving over is forged by young Master Zhang Xian," Ing Fei said. Beauty pill? Sun Chang repeated in confusion. What the heck has young Master been up to? I've never heard of this before. Seeing how the fatty was able to hide his emotions so well despite his low cultivation, Ing Fei chuckled softly and said, "There's no need to put on an act before me. I did my homework before coming all the way here." "Is that so?" Sun Chang replied calmly. "Then, what's your motive here?" He knew that the young master had many means, and he tended to do whatever he wanted based on his whims, never bothering to inform him in advance. Given the current situation, it seemed like he could only try to sound out the other party, assess the situation carefully, and adapt accordingly. "I like your forthright personality, Butler's son. Since you have asked me straight, I won't beat about the bush either. My motive is very simple. I hope that you can sell the pill formula behind the beauty pill to me." "Of course, the price is negotiable," Ing Fei said. "Pill formula? You wish to buy the pill formula of the beauty pill?" "That's right. My apologies, but the pill formula was something that our young master came up with after countless sleepless nights. It's not for sale. Men, send our guest out." Sun Chang spoke with imposing authority, leaving no room for rebuttal at all. He had no idea what the beauty pill was, but there was no way he would sell the pill formula created by the young master. Those words immediately wiped the smile off Ing Fei's face. "Butler's son, I think you should give this matter some more consideration. There's no need to rush into an answer. Twilight City is indeed a place governed by law, but your group has just arrived here, and you even offended Streak of Grey before entering the city. It would be unfortunate if the other bandits were to exact vengeance on you, don't you think?" Ing Fei sneered. At the same time, he snapped his finger, and an eerie mist quietly crept towards Sun Chang's feet. The will of the city lord was very clear. They had to acquire the pill formula of the beauty pill by any means necessary. Since Zhang Xian's group had dealt with Streak of Grey, they could use him as a cover to make a move on them. It was not without reason that Streak of Grey had managed to live to this day. Sometimes, the city lord manor needed a cover to move, and there were no scapegoats better than bandits. "Are you threatening me?" Sun Chang's eyes narrowed into slits as he rose to his feet and stepped forward. With imposing majesty behind his movements, he sneered coldly. "I have weathered countless storms with the young master, and it was through overcoming difficulty after difficulty that we managed to come this far. Do you think that the likes of you will be able to scare me? We'll know whether I'm scary enough for you very soon." Ing Fei smiled coldly as he quietly counted down to the moment that his poison took effect. Then, he stood up as well, tilted his chin upward smugly as if victory was already his, and said, "How is it? Are you starting to feel some discomfort in your chest?" "Pa." But before he could even finish his words, a slap had already fallen on his face, causing his cheeks to sting in pain. "Discomfort? The hell with your discomfort." Sun Chang spat with fury. "Stop trying to put on airs before me. While I was gazing down upon the world, you were still playing in the mud. How many times do I have to say it to get it through your thick skull? You aren't welcome here, so scram. You. The fatty should have collapsed from the poison by now. So Fei was completely stunned by the abrupt slap. Just thinking about the humiliation that he had just suffered caused his body to tremble in fury. He was really tempted to slap the living daylights out of the other party at that very instant, but thinking about the possible evidence it would leave behind, he suppressed his rage and held himself back. Instead, he flicked his finger once more and sent a surge of poison energy towards Sun Chong. Pa. Barely a moment after the poison energy seeped into Sun Chong's body, Fei's face suddenly flew to the side from another slap. Do you not understand words? Or do you intend to challenge me? How are you fine? Fei was bewildered. He might have failed by an accident the first time, but the second time, he had seen the poison energy seeping right into the other party's body. Yet, the other party was still moving around vigorously, seemingly unaffected by his poison. What the heck was going on? While this poison was not enough to deal with the phosphor-armored beast, it should have been more than enough to force any ordinary high-tier god to their knees. Given that the other party was not even a god, there was no way he should have been able to withstand his poison. Or could it be that the other party was actually concealing his true cultivation? I don't believe it. There's no way such a thing could happen. With gritted teeth, Fei took out all the poison powder he was hiding under his cloak and tossed it all over. Pa. Sun Chong dealt yet another slap on Fei's face as he bellowed. What the heck are you doing? If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of here right now. Or else, don't blame me for getting nasty on you. Do I look like a helpless lamb to you? Is that why you are scattering powder all over me? It seems like I have really been too kind to you. Even though the 3 slaps were not too heavy, they had really crushed Fei's dignity. He had never felt so humiliated. If not for his fear that Sun Chong might have been hiding his true strength, he would have long made a move. You're asking for it. However, he had finally come to the limits of his patience. He raised his arm to return the slap to the arrogant butler, but at that moment, his ears suddenly twitched a little. It was a transmission from his subordinates. Who? He shot a piercing glare at Sun Chong before turning around and leaving the residence. A short moment after walking out of the residence, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared before him. They were the ones who had attempted to assassinate the phosphor-armored beast just a while ago. What's wrong? Fei frowned. Lord, someone stepped in when we were trying to capture the phosphor-armored beast, resulting in the failure of the mission. One of the silhouettes reported. Who was it? Fei asked lividly. Zhang Xian. Furthermore, it seems like he has somehow managed to tame the phosphor-armored beast. The silhouette replied. Zhang Xian managed to tame the phosphor-armored beast? Fei could hardly believe what he was hearing. He knew full well just how proud the phosphor-armored beast was. The city lord had visited it time and time again, offering it all kinds of treasures, but the latter simply refused to lower its head. Yet, it actually submitted to a mere low-tier god. There's no mistake about it. Not only so, I also suspect that Zhang Xian might have been hiding his true strength all along. Fei felt a little lightheaded. He had found it weird how a low-tier god like Zhang Xian was able to capture the middle-tier god Streak of Gray so easily, and now, the latter had actually managed to tame the divine beast that even the city lord had trouble dealing with. It was indeed very possible that Zhang Xian had been hiding his true strength, just like Butler's son. Even though he had yet to meet Zhang Xian in person, he could still deduce a thing or two from how his subordinate acted. If Butler's son was really as powerless as he appeared, how could the other party face him with such confidence and slap him without any hesitation? Furthermore, his poison actually turned out to be completely ineffective against the other party. If the other party was truly a mere semi-divinity, any one of his poisons would have been enough for the other party to die many times over. On top of that, Butler's son had said something about gazing down upon the world. It was definitely no easy feat to gaze down on the 9 skies of the firmament. It's fortunate that I didn't make a move earlier, Fei murmured as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt relieved that he had held his anger back when he was slapped earlier. Otherwise, if he had really confronted the other party directly back then, He might have died in there. Having realized this, he subconsciously shot a glance back at the residence that he had just left. The gates had not closed yet, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the fatty, standing at the very center of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He was gazing at the sky with a firm look on his face, and it felt as if even the greatest of problems would not be able to faze him. Despite appearing to be a mere semi-divinity, he actually wields unfathomable strength. Ingfei widened his eyes in realization. From beginning to end, Ingfei had never concealed his cultivation as a high-tier god. There was no way a mere semi-divinity would have dared slap him without showing the slightest hint of fear. It was very likely that he had met the real deal. "Lord, what do we do?" one of the silhouettes asked. "Let's wait out here for the time being. Perhaps we'll catch sight of Zhang Xian while he's coming back," Ingfei replied. Even though he was semi-convinced that Zhang Xian and his group were far stronger than they appeared, he still wanted to verify the matter once more. The value of the beauty pill was definitely worth the extra effort. Chapter 21-28 Maestro Sun Chong 2:21-28 Maestro Sun Chong 2. Ingfei quickly found a place to hide in the vicinity. Not too long later, a black shadow walked up to the entrance of the residence and passed a name scroll over to the guards. Jia. A few moments later, the gates to the residence creaked open. Judging from the silhouette of the black shadow, Ingfei judged the person seemed to be a lady with a particularly alluring figure. He nimbly climbed up a tree, and behind the cover of the leaves, he peeked at the courtyard of the residence. "It's the boss of the underground black market, Qi Linger." Ingfei gasped in shock. As the aide and confidant of the city lord, there was no way he wouldn't recognize Qi Linger. Wasn't she still selling the beauty pill at the Twilight Market a moment ago? Why would she suddenly appear here? Sensing that something was up, Ingfei pricked his ears up so as to ensure that he wouldn't miss any vital information. Qi Linger pays respect to Butler's son. Qi Linger clasped her fist and bowed with a surprisingly respectful attitude. May I know the reason behind your visit?" Sun Chong asked. Despite his calm exterior, he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed inside. It was just a day after they arrived, but an old man had already come knocking a moment ago demanding for the sale of what beauty pill. Yet, barely after the old man left, another person came knocking on the doors of their residence. Just what in the world had the young master been doing last night after parting with them? "The beauty pill is a joint venture between me and young master Zhang Xian. Under the agreement we have come to previously, we were going to split the profits equally. However, after contemplating over it once more, we decided to offer young master Zhang Xian 90% of the profits instead as a symbol of our sincerity. Not only so, we'll also absorb the cost of production as well." With an earnest smile, Qi Linger took out a card and a storage ring and entrusted them respectfully into Sun Chong's hands. "Stored in the card is the profit we have earned from the earlier sales. All in all, there should be 28,000 divine coins inside. Also, we have managed to procure the medicinal herb that young master Zhang Xian requires, and it is currently in the storage ring. May I know where is young master Zhang Xian at? It would be my honor to pay my respects to him." "My apologies, but our young master isn't around," Sun Chong replied. "Ah, it seems like I have come at a bad timing. All right then, I won't impose on you any longer." Qi Linger clasped her fist once more before backing out of the residence. They are going by a 9:1 split in profit? Furthermore, it's Zhang Xian who is receiving the 90%? Taking everything in sight, Ingfei's teeth clattered against one another. Having kept tabs on Qi Linger for many years, he was certain that he had gained a good grasp over the latter's personality. She was extremely sharp-witted, and she had no qualms with exploiting others for her own profit. Furthermore, as a descendant of the royal city's Qi clan, she didn't fear any powers within Twilight City at all. In fact, she didn't have much respect for the city lord either. If not for that, she wouldn't have dared to open an underground black market here and trade all sorts of prohibited goods. Yet, someone as domineering as her was actually acting like an obedient child. She willingly gave away 90% of the profits and bore the cost of production. He would never fathom that there would actually be a person in Twilight City who could curb Qi Linger like that. It seems like Qi Linger knows of Zhang Xian's true identity or strength. Otherwise, there's no way she would have acted in such a manner, Ing Fei thought. Once again, he was gladdened by the fact that he managed to keep his impulse in check earlier. If he had really made a move on Butler's son, he would have been kicked right through the gates of the netherworld. I have to report this news to the city lord. Knowing how important and urgent this matter was, Ing Fei sprinted all the way to the city lord manor. You said that Zhang Xian has tamed the phosphor-armored beast, and Qi Linger paid her respects to his butler and even willingly gave away 90% of the profits from selling the beauty pills to him? Wu Fangqing could hardly believe what he was hearing. He was still thinking a moment ago that no matter how impressive a figure Zhang Xian might be, he would be able to curb the young man through his authority as the city lord. But as it turned out, he might have been underestimating the young man's capabilities. There's no doubt about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Ing Fei nodded vehemently, as if fearing that the city lord would doubt his words. The phosphor-armored beast is rumored to possess invincible defense. Even though its cultivation is at high-tier god realm at the moment, its true fighting prowess wouldn't pale too much in comparison to me. I have already offered it the most valuable things I am able to bring out, but instead of submitting to me, it actually chose that young lad instead. And just as you have said, Qi Linger's bizarre attitude toward him is also highly suspicious as well. We'll really have to look deeper into the young man's background, Wu Fangqing said solemnly. Twilight City had never been lacking in talented individuals, but this was the first time he was encountering such a peculiar case. Look into Qi Linger's movements after she met Zhang Xian back at the underground black market. She must have stumbled upon some crucial information regarding him for her to suddenly change the allocation of profits. Wu Fangqing instructed. I understand. Ing Fei nodded before leaving the room. Around an hour later, Ing Fei returned back to the room and reported, City Lord Wu, I have managed to compile a detailed report on Qi Linger's movements. Right after meeting Zhang Xian, she headed straight to the Netherworld Pool of the Netherworld Palace. The Netherworld Pool? Was she trying to test Zhang Xian's bloodline? Wu Fangqing frowned. The greatest use of the Netherworld Pool was its ability to test the prowess of one's bloodline. There was a good chance that she might have stumbled on a great secret after visiting the Netherworld Pool, leading to the change in her attitude. Ing Fei nodded in agreement. I believe so too. It's just that I don't have the clearance to look deeper into the matter. It's fine. I'll head there personally to take a look, Wu Fangqing replied. He swiftly rushed over to the hall where the Netherworld Pool was, and with a wave of his hand, a crystal-like recording device flew into his hands. He channeled his divine energy into it, and Qi Linger's silhouette slowly swirled into appearance. Celestial God Wu Jiang submitted to him? God King of Transcendent Flames has bowed down to him as well. Isn't that conferred God King Nangongping? He's actually paying respects to Zhang Xian too? Wu Fangqing was absolutely flabbergasted. He didn't even notice that he had bit on his own tongue. The bloodline test of the Netherworld Pool was famed for its impeccable accuracy, and the fact that a conferred God King had submitted could only mean that Zhang Xian possessed the bloodline of a god monarch. One must know that there were only 10 god monarchs in the entire firmament, and one of them had only appeared recently. Wu Fangqing could hardly fathom just how high Zhang Xian's standing would be if he was really the descendant of a god monarch. Could it be possible that the young man was currently traveling under another alias in order to train himself? Hurry up and prepare a gift. I must visit young Master Zhang Xian right now. Walking out of the Netherworld Pool with hastened footsteps, Wu Fangqing passed down an instruction to Ing Fei anxiously. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, Xiao Xiao has offended young Master Zhang Xian previously as well. Get her to kneel in front of young Master Zhang Xian's residence to seek his forgiveness. Yes, I'll have it done right now, Ing Fei replied as he rushed all the way back to the City Lord Manor. You should be quite familiar with the City Lord, since he has tried to tame you many times. How is he as a person, and exactly how powerful is he? As the majestic buildings of Twilight City appeared in the horizon, Zhang Xian turned to the young man beside him and asked. No matter what, it was a fact that he was residing in Twilight City at the moment. It would be best for him to take precautions for all possibilities, or else no one would be there to save them if any mishaps were to occur. That fellow's cultivation is a low-tier celestial god, and he's pretty powerful. I could barely withstand his attacks before my breakthrough, and retaliation is out of question. The only reason why I could stand my ground against him thus far is because he hasn't had any intention of killing me so far. Otherwise, I would have been a goner by now. Zhang Jia, the phosphor-armored beast, pondered for a moment before replying. Its unparalleled defense asterisk was only applicable against fellow high-tier gods. Against a low-tier celestial god, a higher existence than it was inevitable that its defense would prove to be lacking. What about now? In a fair battle, now that I'm a celestial god as well, I can probably send that fellow flying with a kick on his ass. However, I suspect that he has a low-tier celestial god artifact with him. If he were to use a weapon, it won't be that easy for me to defeat him. But of course, there's only so much that he can do about me too. I would say that the chances of winning are about 50:50, Zhang Jia replied. In the firmament, artifacts could be divided into god artifacts, celestial god artifacts, god king artifacts, and god monarch artifacts, and every single tier could be further subdivided into low tier, middle tier, high tier, and pinnacle. The prowess of a low-tier celestial god was not to be underestimated. Even with the phosphor-armored beast's superior defenses, it would still be difficult for it to deal against a low-tier celestial god wielding a low-tier celestial god artifact. Zhang Xian nodded in comprehension. The greatest strength of the human cultivators lay in their ability to use their body and weapons effectively. While divine beasts possessed naturally powerful bodies, they often tended to lack skills. As for how that fellow is as a person, he is a cold-hearted and deeply self-centered individual. Years of being in authority has bred his desire to control everything around him. If he were to find out that you have tamed me, it's very likely that he'll come at you one way or another, Zhang Jia said worriedly. The city lord was the typical come under me or die type of villain. It was likely that Zhang Xian's act of taming the phosphor-armored beast ahead of him would breed much hostility in him. He'll come at me? Yeep. Magnanimity is one thing that he doesn't have. 2 years ago, an outsider accidentally touched his daughter, and that fellow severed his hands without any hesitation before tossing him into prison. No one has heard of that outsider ever since, and there are rumors going around that he might already have been killed. Zhang Jia shook his head. Narrow-minded individuals were particularly hard to deal with because they had the tendency to overreact over the slightest matter. I will be careful, Zhang Xian replied. In any case, he was planning to leave Twilight City after Zhao Ya and the others reached godhood. He wanted to start looking for Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi, so it wasn't likely that he would get too involved with the city lord. After chatting a while later, Zhang Xian glanced below and smiled. We have arrived. My residence is right below. Hearing those words, Zhang Jia looked down as well and saw a decently sized residence below. Oh? Why are there 2 people kneeling in front of your residence? Zhang Jia asked curiously. Bewildered, Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and saw a young lady and an old man kneeling right in front of his main entrance. A fatty was gazing down at them coldly with his hands behind his back, as if berating them. Aside from them, there was also a middle-aged man nodding respectfully with a humble smile on his face. Just because our young master is kind and magnanimous doesn't mean that I'll forgive you easily for affronting him. The least you can do is to kneel till daylight as a show of sincerity. The fatty harumphed with astounding authority in his voice. What the hell is Sun Chang up to? Seeing how his butler's delusion of grandeur was acting up again, Zhang Xian quickly urged his divine beast to land. Then, he turned his gaze behind to explain things to Zhang Jia, only to see the latter trembling uncontrollably, as if he had just seen something out of the world. What's wrong? Zhang Xian was bewildered to see this fearless divine beast acting in such a way. With a trembling voice, Zhang Jia said, The ones who are kneeling on the floor are the city lord's daughter and an expert from the city lord manor, and the middle-aged man apologizing over there is no other than city lord Wu Fangqing. It was just a moment ago that it said that the city lord was narrow-minded and could very well make things difficult for Zhang Xian, but in the blink of an eye, his daughter and subordinate actually came all the way here to kneel on the floor and apologize. Holy heavens! Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Zhang Jia felt like he was losing touch with reality. Chapter 21-29 The Gifts of the City Lord. Turning away from the frenzied phosphor-armored beast, Zhang Xian took a closer look and swiftly identified the young lady kneeling on the floor to be no other than the young lady he had met back at the Grand Spirit Mountain, Wu Xiaoxiao. However, this young lady seemed to have just undergone a transformative change. Her facial features appeared to be the same as before, but perhaps due to the difference in her disposition, she emanated a more graceful and feminine charm that made her appear different from before. Due to that, Zhang Xian actually failed to draw the link at first glance. Did she eat the pill I made? Zhang Xian quickly came to a realization. Vaguely, he could sense the presence of his heaven's path Xinqi within Wu Xiaoxiao's body. Once the divine beast got close enough to the ground, Zhang Xian leaped off its body and landed within the courtyard. Upon noticing Zhang Xian's return, Sun Chang quickly walked over to greet him. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xian asked. "Young master, that man over there claims to be the city of Twilight City, and he says that he's here to ask for your forgiveness," Sun Chang said as he quickly went through everything that had happened a while ago. After hearing the full story, Zhang Xian finally turned his assessing gaze toward Wu Fangqing. The latter was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s. What particularly stood out about him was how deep his eyes were, almost reminiscent of the boundless ocean. He didn't appear to be an easy figure to deal with. Not only so, his presence was quiet but imposing. Just like what the phosphor-armored beast had said, he seemed to be quite a powerful cultivator. "City Lord Wu, you are too courteous. It's all just a misunderstanding," Zhang Xian said with a smile. While Zhang Xian was assessing him from head to toe, Wu Fangqing was doing the same as well. There was no doubt that the young man before him was indeed a low-tier god. There was nothing at all that really stood out about him, such that it was easy to overlook him amid other cultivators. If he hadn't known that the young man possessed the bloodline of a god monarch beforehand, it was questionable whether he would have even paid this young man a second glance. Even though it's a misunderstanding, it's still a huge oversight on my part to allow such a thing to happen. This is a token of sincerity from the City Lord Manor, and I hope that young Master Zhang Xian could accept this gift so as to assuage my guilt, Wu Fangqing said as he passed a storage ring over. Zhang Xian felt that it was dubious how the City Lord was acting out of character, but nevertheless, he still responded to Sun Chang's questioning gaze with a nod. It would be rude for him to turn down a person's goodwill, not to mention that the other party was the City Lord. It would be terrible if the City Lord thought that he was looking down on him by rejecting his gift. Receiving Zhang Xian's signal, Sun Chang immediately stepped forward to accept the storage ring on his behalf. "This way, please." After helping up the kneeling Wu Xiaoxiao and Ing Fei, they proceeded to the main hall and took their seats. Once everyone was settled in, Zhang Xian looked at Wu Fangqing quietly for a moment before asking, "Pardon my candidness, but I am no more than an ordinary low-tier god who has just arrived in Twilight City. I feel a little unnerved by how polite you are, City Lord Wu." There was bound to be something wrong if someone was acting out of character. He had made sure to stay out of the limelight over the past day since he arrived at Twilight City. But why would the City Lord personally pay him a visit, even preparing such a huge gift? "I have heard about young Master Zhang Xian's affairs from my daughter. You have saved her life, so it's only right for me to express my gratitude to you," Wu Fangqing quickly replied. The fact that he, despite being the City Lord, had received no news about the arrival of an individual possessing the bloodline of a god monarch meant that the other party was likely traveling incognito. Given that the other party was hiding his identity, it would be unwise if he were to step forward and attempt to expose the other party. He would just be landing himself in trouble if he were to do so, so it might be better for him to feign ignorance. Zhang Xian proceeded on to ask Wu Fangqing a few more questions, but he sensed that the latter wasn't being completely honest. So, he eventually stopped asking altogether, and after chatting for a while, Wu Fangqing bade his farewell. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian beckoned for Sun Chang to pass the storage ring from Wu Fangqing over in order to examine the contents within. With just a glance, he couldn't help but be impressed at how rich the City Lord Manor was. Wu Fangqing actually gave him 10,000 divine coins, a high-tier god sword, and innumerable medicinal herbs. If it was regarding the matter concerning Wu Xiaoxiao, there was definitely no need for the other party to give him so much. However, Since the city lord was interested in getting on good terms with him, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to question his motive either. He had Sun Chang pass over the stuff that Qi Linger had brought over, and through a unique method he had devised, he swiftly forged the Mayang beast blood and green beast ancient grass together. Then, returning to his room, he set up an isolation barrier around before drawing out his soul to absorb the energy harnessed within those two medicinal herbs. Since he had acquired everything he needed, it went without saying that he should raise his cultivation right away. Once he had absolute strength, nothing else mattered at all anymore. Tzzzz. His soul swiftly devoured the spiritual energy harnessed by the two medicinal herbs, allowing him to grow at a visible pace. Tapping into the time difference between the great codex of spring and autumn, on the surface, his growth appeared to be terrifyingly swift. Sometime later, a crisp cracking sound reminiscent of a broken egg echoed in the air. Following that, the green beast ancient grass and the Mayang beast blood suddenly burned into cinders simultaneously, terminating his source of spiritual energy. What a pity! Zhang Xian sighed deeply as his soul returned back into his body. While he knew it was unlikely, he was still secretly hoping that he would be able to raise his soul cultivation all the way to celestial god realm. Unfortunately, his hopes fell flat. As he rose through the ranks, his soul had been tempered by lightning, heavenly flames, and all sorts of natural forces, resulting in its vastly superior resilience. Due to that, it was much harder for him to make a breakthrough as compared to other cultivators. As potent as the Mayang beast blood and green beast ancient grass might be, they would only suffice for him to raise his cultivation to high-tier god. He was still a fair distance away from reaching celestial god realm. That being said, with his physical body and soul cultivation having achieved breakthroughs, he was finally able to raise his zhenqi cultivation as well. So, Zhang Xian took some time to reinforce his soul cultivation before taking out bottles of God Essence pills. He devoured them without any hesitation and channeled the spiritual energy through the unique circulation pathways of the pathos of heavens. Just like that, it didn't take him too long to overcome his current bottleneck. He had ample God Essence pills with him at the moment anyway, so there was no need to be worried about wasting them. So, he continued gobbling them down, providing him with the momentum for his cultivation to surge. Honglong. Barely a few seconds had passed in the outside world, but his aura had already undergone an unbelievable change. His cultivation had risen from low-tier god to high-tier god realm. At this point, the spiritual energy harnessed within the low-tier god essence pills was already not of much use to him anymore. If not for that, he would have been able to push all the way to high-tier god pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was still contented with his improvements. With his high-tier god physical body and soul, he would be able to put up a fight even against a low-tier celestial god. Perhaps, he might even stand a chance against Zhang Jia too. It had been less than a day since he had arrived in Twilight City, but he had already reached the pinnacle of the city. I have managed to raise my cultivation, but I don't really have an appropriate sword art to go along with it. Let me see if I'm able to create one. Zhang Xian thought as he reinforced his cultivation. A heart of intertwined threads was still fairly powerful at the moment, but it was starting to lag behind his current cultivation. More importantly, it was a sword art designed to confine one's opponent, resulting in its limited offensive prowess. If he were to be faced with a powerful opponent whom he was unable to trap, he would find himself completely at a loss as to what to do. So, Zhang Xian quickly went through all sorts of sword maneuvers in his head and began trying to piece them together. But sometime later, he let out a deep sigh and shook his head. It was not that easy to create a sword art that surpassed the heavens. Even when he created a heart of intertwining threads, he was facing great pressure from the soul imprint Kong Shi had left behind in the Hall of Gods. It was in the whim of a moment that he came up with it and created it. At this very moment, he could sense a sword art at the tip of his finger, waiting to be completed. Yet, for some reason, even though he couldn't put his finger on it, he felt that something was simply missing from the sword art. Until he finally uncovered what it was, this sword art would remain incomplete. I might need another battle that pushes me to my limits in order to do it. Knowing that the problem he was facing wasn't one where he could resolve just by dwelling on it, he shook his head and left the room. From the start of his seclusion to the end, as he had used the prowess of the great codex of spring and autumn, all in all, it had only been 20 seconds in the outside world. However, his cultivation had already undergone a transformative change. He was at least several times more powerful than before. The Celestial Mountain is going to open very soon, so why is the young master going into seclusion at a time like this? Outside the room, Sun Chang paced around anxiously as he complained to Zhang Jia, who was guarding Zhang Xian outside. In order to make it in time for the opening of the Celestial Mountain, they would have to head to the City Lord Manor right now. Yet, the young master actually chose to go into seclusion when time was already tight for them. At this rate, the slots they had acquired with great difficulty. Alright, maybe great difficulty was an overstatement, but it would still be a huge waste if they missed this opportunity. Stop buzzing around here. If you have anything to say to him, wait till he comes out of his seclusion, Zhang Jia replied in irritation. Did the young master say when he's coming out? Zhao Ye and the others are going to be late if they don't leave right now. Does the young master not intend to follow them to the Celestial Mountain? Sun Chang was still unable to calm his nerves. Entering the Celestial Mountain and searching for the aura of divinity came with a certain degree of danger. Was the young master really going to leave them be? Were there no words of advice or anything he had to offer them? The young master didn't mention how long he's going to seclusion for, but no matter how fast he is, it'll still take at least a few hours. In the past, the duration of my seclusions is usually in terms of months. I would just eat fruits when I'm starving and drink some spring water when I'm thirsty. What's the point of going into seclusion without at least going that far? The very purpose of going into seclusion was to toss aside all distractions and focus entirely on one's cultivation. During this period of time, one would pay no heed to whatever that was happening in the outside world. Through this enhanced level of focus, one would be able to improve much faster than usual. Sun Chang clenched his fists in distress before finally exhaling deeply. Forget it, we'll just head there ourselves then. I think we would have all already become gods by the time the young master comes out of his seclusion. Jia. Just as Sun Chang was about to turn around and leave, the doors in front suddenly opened up. Zhang Xian walked out and said, "Let's go together. How can I be absent for your trip to the Celestial Mountain?" "Young master, aren't you going into seclusion?" Sun Chang was slightly bewildered. "I just did," Zhang Xian replied. "You are done cultivating?" Zhang Jia was perplexed too. It hadn't even been a minute since Zhang Xian went into his room, so what kind of seclusion could possibly be so fast? When did going into seclusion become something so trivial? Baffled by how ridiculous the situation was, Zhang Jia took a closer look at Zhang Xian, and what it saw left its cheek quivering ceaselessly. It nearly fainted from shock in that instant. "Young master, you have already reached high-tier god?" As Zhang Xian didn't intentionally conceal his cultivation as well, Zhang Jia was able to tell that he had already managed to raise his cultivation from low-tier god to high-tier god within the few seconds he had spent in his room indeed. "Hit me. I would like to try out my strength after my breakthrough," Zhang Xian said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Considering that the phosphor-armored beast was a celestial god, he thought that it might just be able to pressure him enough to make a breakthrough. All right then. While baffled by how ridiculously fast Zhang Xian was growing stronger at, Zhang Jia raised its fist and hammered it down upon the young man. Hong long. The ground tremored, and a shockwave gushed into the surroundings. Zhang Jia had used its full strength as a celestial god for this attack, and the might he exerted was indeed extraordinary. It felt like the entire residence would collapse under its strength. Heh. With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian calmly stepped forward to tap lightly on Zhang Jia's fist. Wong. Zhang Jia's fist immediately stopped in midair, unable to push forward at all. It was as if he had been sealed in place. Knowing that it wouldn't be able to hurt Zhang Xian even if it were to attempt to force its way through, Zhang Jia retracted his fist and remarked in disbelief, "Young master, on top of raising your Jinqi cultivation, your soul cultivation has reached high-tier god realm as well?" "I had ample time on hand, so I made a breakthrough for that as well," Zhang Xian replied. "Ample time?" A shudder ran through Zhang Jia's body. "Are you trying to provoke me over here?" A seclusion that didn't even last for a minute. And you are telling me that you had ample time? In other words, the months I have spent in seclusion has been spent in vain, is it? What the heck? Zhang Jia felt like the boundaries of its common sense were being challenged. Chapter 2130 The Order of Seeding Earlier. While they were still in the valley, the phosphor-armored beast had traded blows with Zhang Xian. Even though the latter's physical body was powerful, his zhenqi cultivation and soul cultivation were pathetically weak. Yet, in less than a minute, not only did the latter manage to advance his cultivation considerably, more importantly, he had even managed to harmonize the three perfectly together, achieving a balance that it had never been able to attain despite having cultivated for more than 100 years. The phosphor-armored beast subconsciously turned its sights to Sun Chong, expecting to see the latter equally shocked. However, what it saw instead was an, as expected, expression on the latter's face. It was almost as if the butler did not think that there was anything weird about what had just happened. Did this mean that they expected Zhang Xian to be able to achieve breakthroughs within such short periods of time? Just what kind of people had it gotten itself involved with? Just as the phosphor-armored beast felt utterly bewildered, a tint of yellow suddenly appeared in its peripheral vision. A frail-looking little yellow chick had suddenly appeared on Zhang Xian's shoulder. "Did you just wake up?" Zhang Xian asked with a hint of relief in his voice. You managed to get your hands on quite a few god essence pills, right? I'm starving." The little yellow chick muttered with a dazed look in its eyes, reminiscent of a person who was still groggy from waking up. Seeing this sight, the phosphor-armored beast flew to a rage and bellowed, "Audacious! As a tamed beast, how can you demand things from the young master? This is inappropriate." It had no idea why Zhang Xian was rearing a chick, but tamed beasts should have some realization of the positions they were in. How could a tamed beast ask its master for food? If all the tamed beasts in the world acted in such a manner, what would become of the master's dignity? "Who are you?" The little yellow chick turned its gaze over and assessed the transmogrified phosphor-armored beast from head to toe. Then, its mouth curled up as it muttered, "It's a phosphor-armored beast. It shouldn't taste too bad." "Who?" Before the phosphor-armored beast could even react, the little yellow chick had already opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. "What are you doing? Hurry up and spit it out." "It's a tamed beast that I took in not too long ago," Zhang Xian exclaimed in shock, and he hurriedly smacked the little yellow chick's head. He did not expect the latter to start causing trouble shortly after it regained consciousness. It had not even been a minute since the little yellow chick reappeared, but he was already starting to miss his peaceful life in its absence. Just thinking about all the trouble that the little yellow chick would put him in was enough to make him feel exhausted. On the other hand, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, the little yellow chick looked at Zhang Xian with an indignant pout, as if protesting against his command. However, Zhang Xian's gaze remained resolute. So, with a reluctant harumph, it spat out the phosphor-armored beast. Pooh! By this point, the phosphor-armored beast had already reverted to its original appearance. Just recalling how it was gobbled up by a mere low-tier god chick was enough to send its fury through the roof. "You brat! How dare you eat me? I'll tear you apart!" With a ferocious roar, the phosphor-armored beast charged at the little yellow chick furiously. Zhang Xian was going to stop the phosphor-armored beast, but the conceited little yellow chick shook its bottom gleefully and taunted it further. "Quick, come and tear me apart. Rip me into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, how can a big and mighty beast like you possibly have the courage to continue living in this world after having been gobbled up by a cute little chick like me?" "Heh. You." The phosphor-armored beast was frenzied. "The heck? What does a little chick like you have to brag about?" Pong! A powerful claw struck down and slammed the little yellow chick into the ground. But when the phosphor-armored beast lifted its claw to take a look, it realized that not only was the little yellow chick not dead, it was even crossing its legs with a relaxed look on its face. "Harder. Have you not eaten yet?" The phosphor-armored beast was frenzied. It slammed its claw into the ground several more times, creating tremors so powerful that some of the walls and the surroundings crumbled. But at the end of everything, the little yellow chick was remained completely unharmed, and it was even looking at him with a bored look on its face, no matter how foolish the phosphor-armored beast was. It was apparent that the little yellow chick was no ordinary low-tier god. It quickly reverted to its human form before looking at Zhang Xian anxiously. Master, all right, stop messing around. Little chick, if you want to die, I'll take you over to City Lord Manor later on to see if there are any ways to do it, Zhang Xian said. After being nearly torched to death twice, the little yellow chick had figured out that the way for its cultivation to grow was to have near-death experiences. As such, it was getting more and more fearless of death. On the other hand, seeing that the phosphor-armored beast had finally stopped, the little yellow chick patted off the dust from its body before fluttering its small wings to return to Zhang Xian's shoulder. Having been through the spatial turbulence, while its cultivation had not grown too much, its defense had become much stronger than before. Even the celestial god phosphor-armored beast would not be able to kill it too easily. Little Chick looked at the phosphor-armored beast smugly and said, "All right, there's no need for you to get too depressed. I am a legendary beast who used to rule the lands, so it's only normal for you to be unable to kill me. Work hard, and I'll consider taking you in as my little brother." "You want me to be your little brother?" The phosphor-armored beast sneered coldly. "It's true that I'm unable to kill you, but you aren't able to do anything about me either. There's no way I'll be your little brother, so you suggest you stop daydreaming." "Daydreaming?" The little yellow chick burst into laughter. Then, it abruptly widened its beady eyes, and a powerful aura burst forth from its body. "Pada." The phosphor-armored beast immediately kneeled to the ground and bowed deeply. "Big brother. That's more like it." The little yellow chick nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, the phosphor-armored beast wiped off the cold sweat on its face. It had thought that the other party was just another ordinary divine beast, but as soon as the other party released the prowess of its bloodline, it felt as if the entire world was being torn to shreds. Its bloodline that it had always been so proud of was nowhere close to matching the other party. Just what kind of divine beast could that little yellow chick possibly be? The phosphor-armored beast had gone through so many shocks in one day that it could practically see its own common sense falling apart. To be honest, it felt that it was beneath a celestial god like it to acknowledge a mere god as its master, but with everything that had happened, it looked as if it was the one who had benefited instead. The Celestial Mountain is very far away from Twilight City, and it's shrouded by a seal left behind by a god monarch. It would be impossible to get there through conventional means. The only route is through the teleportation formation within the city. Paying no heed to the phosphor-armored beast and the little yellow chick, Zhang Xian listened carefully to Sun Chang's explanation. Even though he had heard about the Celestial Mountain, he had no idea where it was and where one could acquire the aura of divinity from. Each city is allocated a set number of slots each year, and those who have obtained a slot are teleported right into the midst of the Celestial Mountain. From there, they have to find ways to locate the aura of divinity lingering on the mountain, absorb it, and push for a breakthrough. However, it appears that it isn't as easy as it seems, though. There are quite a few people who have been to the Celestial Mountain a number of times, and they still haven't succeeded. Sun Chang swiftly revealed the news that he had heard. "Let's head there to take a look. I don't think that it'll be too hard for Zhao Ya and the others to succeed," Zhang Xian replied calmly. He was not worried about Zhao Ya, his parents, and the others at all. Well, maybe except for Sun Chang. Even though they were only at the semi-divinity realm, their experiences on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure Far surpassed the indigenous candidates from the firmament. It might have been possible for others to fail, but when it came to them, he could not even imagine it at all. To put it harshly, they would not be qualified to be his students if they really failed. Make sure to follow close behind them. Try to make use of this opportunity to reach godhood as well, or else you'll just lag behind the others, Zhang Xian instructed. "I understand." Sun Chang nodded. By this point, everyone was already packed up and ready to set off. So, they began making their way over to City Lord Manor. The location where the candidates would be teleported to the Celestial Mountain was the square right in front of the City Lord Manor. It took them less than 2 hours to arrive at their destination, and by then, the entire place was already flooding with people. Twilight City was not considered to be a major city within the firmament, but nevertheless, it still had 1,200 slots. Furthermore, most of the candidates were accompanied by their family members and friends. As a result, the vast square ended up being completely packed with people. Young Master Zhang Xian, this way please. Before the group could even enter the square, the old man from before, Ying Fei, quickly walked up to them and ushered them in with a respectful smile. Under Ying Fei's lead, they were brought into a room. Wu Fangqing was already sitting inside when they arrived. Upon seeing them, he quickly rose to his feet and smiled. Young Master Zhang Xian, have a seat. Zhang Xian responded with a nod as he took a look around the room. There were roughly 20 other people inside, and a few of them were seated beside Wu Fangqing. Judging from the auras that they were emanating, it was not too hard to deduce that they were the group of the most powerful and influential people in Twilight City. Without any hesitation, he walked over to the seat right beside Wu Fangqing and sat down. But barely after his bottom touched the chair, a middle-aged man sitting along the row looked over questioningly. City Lord Wu, aren't you going to introduce this friend of yours to us? The others also quickly turned their gazes as well. They were curious about Zhang Xian's identity. Etiquette was exceptionally important within the upper echelons as it was a symbol of power, respect, and authority, especially towards someone higher up in the hierarchy. The seat that Zhang Xian had been given was one that was higher in standing than them. If he was a distinguished elder within the city, they might have considered letting it slide. However, he looked too young to have any considerable achievements, and his cultivation did not stand out compared to the rest of them. Ah, he is Brother Zhang Xian. He has brought his students here to challenge the Celestial Mountain, Wu Fangqing said as he gestured to Zhao Ya and the others. Students? It made the crowd even more curious to hear that someone as young as Zhang Xian was actually a teacher. So, they turned to look at Zhao Ya and the others, and deep frowns swiftly formed between their eyebrows. From their point of view, the fact that Zhao Ya and the others had not reached godhood despite being 18 to 19 this year meant that they were sorely lacking in talent. City Lord Wu, I understand that you have your own reasoning for ordering the seating in such a manner, but with so many people looking, I feel that there's still a need to ensure equity as a sign of respect to all of us here. If Brother Zhang Xian or his students displayed exceptional skills, I would have silently acknowledged it, but I honestly don't see how they are worthy of such high honor. I can't help but feel that this is a major faux pas, the middle-aged man said. Either we have spent a great deal of money in order to get in here, and I don't recall seeing Brother Zhang Xian in the auction back then. I don't think it's appropriate for you to arrange for his seating to be in front of us. Not to mention, he has so many people with him. Another middle-aged man said. Seating? Zhang Xian frowned. He had only come over to take a seat at the invitation of the city lord. He did not think that the order of the seating would hold such great significance as well. With a perplexed look, he turned to look at Wu Fangqing, only to hear the latter sending a telepathic message over. Young Master Zhang Xian, my apologies for not informing you in advance. It's like this. The closer one's starting point is to the mountain peak, the higher the chances of obtaining the aura of divinity. In comparison, one's chances are much lower if one starts at the foot of the mountain. As you know, the Celestial Mountain only opens once every 6 months, and all of the semi-divinities of the firmament try to get in. As such, it's extremely inefficient for the teleportation formation to simply teleport them to the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, that could lead to conflicts. For this reason, a group of people are teleported straight to the midpoint or even the peak of the mountain. Naturally, these people receive a much greater chance of obtaining the aura of divinity. However, due to the slot restrictions in each city, in order to maintain fairness, the City Lord Manor auctions the slots to the mountain peak, and everyone that is here has acquired their slot through the auction. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Given that the entire Twilight City only had 1,200 slots, it was understandable that the slots leading straight to the mountain peak or the midpoint were in short supply. It was a given that the others would be displeased if he cut right in and used up 14 of them just like that. My apologies. If your candidates aren't able to get into the midpoint of the mountain, I'll refund what you paid. Wu Fangqing clasped his fist and apologized. It would be one thing if Zhang Xian was an ordinary human, but he was someone who could very well be the offspring of a god monarch. No matter how conceited Wu Fangqing might be, he knew better than to offend a person of such standing. Thus, he could only find a way to satisfy the other party. This isn't a matter of money but rules. The middle-aged man who had spoken up earlier snapped, "Why don't we do this then? If his students can defeat our candidates, I'll turn a blind eye to this matter. However, if he is unable to do so, I hope that he can apologize to us and scram to the back of the line." Furrowing his brows, Wu Fangqing was just about to reason with the middle-aged man when Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. "Sounds fine by me." After that, he turned to Zhao Ye and the others and asked, "Who wants to give it a try?" Sun Chang stepped forward and placed his arms on his hips. "I'll do it." Chapter 21:31 Celestial Mountain U? Zhang Xian frowned. Sun Chang had never been too interested in cultivation. Despite that, he had still managed to reach the semi-divinity realm after putting in much effort in the azure. That being said, he still did not feel too assured letting him compete with the geniuses of the firmament. Understanding Zhang Xian's considerations, Sun Chang added, "I don't think that they are worthy of fighting Zhao Ye and the others. In the worst-case scenario, you can have Zhao Ye fight them after I lose." "All right then," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. "I will be your opponent." A young man with sharp eyes and an air of valiance stepped forth to accept Sun Chang's challenge. "Tian Hong, it'll do for you to just defeat him. Make sure not to cause any injuries," the middle-aged man said. "Yes," the young man known as Tian Hong replied before walking up to Sun Chang. With disdain in his eyes, he raised his hand and beckoned. "Let's not waste any time and get down to it then." A middle-aged man who had not reached godhood, yet had already missed the ideal timing for a breakthrough. Even if he obtained the aura of divinity, there was no guarantee that he would be able to succeed. "You are going to challenge me alone?" Instead of making a move right away, Sun Chang lazily pointed at the others behind him and said, "Why don't all of you come at me together instead? I alone will suffice." Tian Hong harumphed coldly as he struck a fist out. The fast momentum of his punch caused the air to be severely compressed, producing a sound reminiscent of the lash of a whip. Even though he was only in his teens, he was still rather skilled. He had a sharp grasp over his strength and the timing of battle. In response, Sun Chang shook his head as he pulled out his left arm from his back. The next moment, his left arm suddenly blurred into a flurry of punches, producing innumerable after images in its wake. Pong! Before Tian Hong could even react, he was already struck in his chest, forcing him to retreat 3 steps before he stumbled and landed on his bottom. Seeing this, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Sun Chang was not diligent in his cultivation, he was, at the very least, still a practitioner of the simplified Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path battle techniques. Furthermore, he had been through quite a few battles back in his time on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure. Even though the young man was considerably talented, he was still far from matching Sun Chang. "Like I said, you aren't a match for me. It would be so much easier if all of you were to come at me together." After defeating Tian Hong with a single strike, Sun Chang looked at the remaining young men with the forlorn expression of an undefeatable expert. Yuan Tao stepped out and said, "Uncle Sun, you have already fought a battle. Shouldn't I take the next battle instead?" "Hey, that's enough of you all. Take a look at where you are, all right? Let me do it instead." Zhang Yang whipped out his spear and stood valiantly. "Of course, all of you can come at me together as well. Otherwise, if the elders wish to make a move too, you can lower your cultivation and come at me. Don't worry, I won't get any help from the others. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? I haven't made a move for a very long time either." Wei Ruyan said with a chilling smile on her lips. Zhang Xian clasped his face. Zhang Jia looked over with a dumbfounded expression on its face. Did its master not tell it that he liked to maintain a low profile? If that was the case, why were his students such troublemakers? No matter how it looked at it, none of them came close to fitting the idea of low profile. How conceited. "Fine, I'll be your opponent then. I want to fight that green-robed girl. Heh, I'll teach that fatty a lesson." His words are simply too maddening. It's as if he thinks that he's the best in the world. The actions of Zheng Yang and the others had really invoked the rage of the youths in the room. With a ferocious roar, all of them charged at them. A few breaths later, though, they were all left lying on the floor. Even though they were considered above average among the cultivators in Twilight City, they were nothing in comparison to Zhao Ya and the others. Even Sun Chong was more than enough to deal with them. Seeing how their candidates were defeated before they could even put up a decent fight against their opponent, happy-faced, middle-aged men who had cast their doubts on Zhang Xian earlier felt extremely lightheaded. They nearly spurted blood from their mouths. They had thought that Zhang Xian had relied on his connections in order to obtain his seat, but who could have known that he actually had the strength to back it up? Since his students were that formidable, why did he still waste his money buying his slots? He should have just had them participate in the fight for it in the first place. They would have surely dominated the top rankings without fail. At the same time, even though Wu Fangqing had remained silent as all of this transpired, it had affirmed the thoughts in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, it was apparent that these youths before him were monstrously talented. It would take great luck to accept one of such cultivator as one's student, but for so many of them to come under the same person, there was bound to be something more to it than just luck. Even if Zhang Xian did not possess the bloodline of a god monarch, he likely did not pale too much in comparison to that. Is this enough to prove that young Master Zhang Xian and his students are qualified to be in here? Wu Fangqing asked with a smile. Of course, of course. The crowd quickly replied. It was true that teleporting to the mountain peak or the midpoint gave one a much greater chance of obtaining the aura of divinity, but ultimately, whether one really obtained it or not boiled down to one's strength. No one would be able to snatch the aura of divinity from the one who boasted the greatest strength. If all 14 of them were that powerful, there was no way their candidates would be able to snatch the aura of divinity from them. Since this was the case, it would be better to sell them this favor instead. Otherwise, if those 14 people targeted their candidates on the Celestial Mountain, there would be nothing they could do about it. Since everyone is fine with it, let's begin the teleportation. It's already about time. Wu Fangqing stood up and took out his City Lord token. With a light tap on it, a pure burst of white light swiftly enveloped the entire square. Then, a massive gate appeared at the very center of the square, drawing crowds to congregate around it. Young Master Zhang Xian, let them enter first, Wu Fangqing said with a smile. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the gate and noted that it was only a teleportation formation, so there was no danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, he beckoned for Zhao Ya and the others to gather around him. Take 5 pills each. I have infused my power inside it, and it'll help you to overcome your bottlenecks and save you in times of crisis. With a flick of his hand, he passed a bottle of God Essence pills to each of them. The God Essence pills were not of much use of him anymore, so he might as well give them to the others. Once they acquired the aura of divinity and successfully made a breakthrough, they would be able to immediately push for higher realms with this. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Xiner. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Xian did not have anything else for them, so he urged them to quickly enter the teleportation formation. The group swiftly passed through the gate and vanished from sight. As he was already a god, he could not pass through the teleportation formation, so he could only wait for them outside. In less than an hour, all 1,200 semi-divinity realm cultivators in the square had passed through the gate to enter the Celestial Mountain. The gate wavered a little before slowly vanishing from sight. The teleportation formation will reappear a day from now. If you aren't in too much of a hurry, City Lord Manor has prepared a banquet so that you can wait there for your kin to return, Wu Fangqing said with a smile. Sounds great. The crowd nodded in agreement. To a cultivator, a day was not too long at all. Zhang Xian could not be bothered to make the trip back to his residence, so he followed the group into City Lord Manor. There was slight disorientation from passing through the gate, causing Zhao Ye to stumble out. By the time she regained her balance, she realized that she was already standing amid clouds. Taking a closer look, she realized that she was on top of a mountain. Unlike the Grand Spirit Mountain, the surroundings were rich in spiritual energy, creating an environment for plants to thrive. Vitality, instead of barrenness, filled the area. I should look for the aura of divinity. Knowing her priority for going to the Celestial Mountain, Zhao swiftly flitted toward the peak. She swiftly realized that the concentration of spiritual energy increased the higher she ascended, making it more likely for her to find the aura of divinity. After traveling several hundred meters, she suddenly heard the moaning of the wind echoing not too far away. She quickly hid behind a tree before looking in the direction where the sound had come from. It was from an arrow. Following that, a frightened white animal reminiscent of a rabbit quickly dashed away, as if fleeing from a hunter. Is that the aura of divinity? Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. Sun Chang had gathered some information regarding the celestial mountain and relayed it to them the day before. According to him, the aura of divinity could morph itself into life forms on the celestial mountain, making it highly difficult to capture. Stop it! Two silhouettes dashed out from the woods to chase the rabbit. They were the ones who had shot the arrow before. So. Another volley of arrows shot forth and struck the fleeing rabbit. The rabbit struggled on the ground for a moment before dissipating into a bundle of golden fluid. I'll go first. One of the silhouettes who shot the arrows rushed forward to grab the golden fluid and swallowed it. The next moment, Zhao Yu sensed the other party's cultivation swiftly surging. From the looks of it, it seemed like it would not take too long for him to overcome his current bottleneck and become a real god. I should hurry up. Seeing that it was not too difficult for hunt down the aura of divinity, Zhao Yu unhesitatingly continued to charge up the mountain. Along the way, she encountered quite a few rabbit-shaped auras of divinity, but as there were already cultivators hunting them down, she could not be bothered to snatch from them. It did not take her too long to reach the peak. The atmospheric pressure was clearly much stronger at the top of the celestial mountain compared to elsewhere. Zhao Yu took a look around, but there did not seem to be anyone in the area. This made her frown a little. Nevertheless, she quickly analyzed the tracks on the ground to search for traces of the aura of divinity. She had assessed the footprints left behind by the rabbits on her way there, so she had a good idea of how she could locate them. This trail seems a bit off. It's a bit too big to be a rabbit, but it doesn't matter. Having located her target, she drove her purine body to its limits and followed the trail. At the end of the trail, a white tiger carrying an imposing aura suddenly leaped out. Zhao Yu was shocked. While the auras of divinity that others found were all rabbits, why did she end up stumbling onto this large, ferocious fellow instead? However, she did not think that it would make much of a difference to her. So, with a flick of her wrist, she charged forth and began her assault on the white tiger. As the first senior of all of Zhang Xian's direct disciples, Zhao Yu had always been very strict on herself. Her diligence paired with the prowess of her unique constitution made her undefeatable among her peers such that even Zheng Yang was not a match for her. With her exerting her full force, the area swiftly turned frosty cold. This fellow is powerful. After fighting for a while, cold sweat began dripping from Zhao Yu's forehead. If it had been the rabbits before, as long as she could catch up with them, she would have been able to subdue them with a single finger of hers. Otherwise, there was no way they would have been subdued by arrows so easily. On the other hand, the white tiger that she was facing was extremely powerful, stronger than her even. In terms of strength, it was at least comparable to a low-tier god. In other words, she was facing a true god despite only possessing the strength of a semi-divinity. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for her to achieve victory. She knew this as well, but it was already too late to escape. She could only attempt to push her way through. Thus, gritting her teeth, she swallowed the pill given to her by her teacher. The pill swiftly melted in her mouth, filling her body with the heaven's path Shenqi. In an instant, the fatigue and injuries she had accumulated throughout the battle vanished without a trace. Chapter 2132 The Skies in an Uproar 1:2132 The Skies in an Uproar 1. Hoo-hoo! With Zhao Yu's rapid recovery, she immediately began launching a barrage of forceful and deadly strikes against the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The sheer aggressiveness that Zhao Yu was fighting with made it impossible for the white tiger to stand its ground, causing it to slowly accumulate injuries. However, It was no easy feat for Zhaoye to continue attacking with such fervor. It was inevitable that her stamina would be swiftly whittled down if she maintained such high-intensity offense. But when it looked as if she was about to run out of energy, she would simply pop another pill into her mouth and continue with her attacks. Shortly after Zhaoye consumed her third pill, the massive white tiger finally lost its strength and slumped to the ground. Seeing that she had finally defeated her opponent, Zhaoye wiped the sweat off her forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. If not for her teacher's pills and her purine body, there was no way she would have been able to hold on for so long. That was a battle. She had to put her life on the line in order to win. Isn't it supposed to be rather easy to obtain the aura of divinity? What's going on? Perplexed, Zhaoye turned to the white tiger on the ground, which happened to dissipate right at that instant to form a bundle of golden fluid. It was like what she had witnessed with the rabbits previously, but what was different about it was the sharpness the golden fluid formed by the white tiger. To make a comparison, if the golden fluid formed by the rabbit was a stream, what she was looking at before her was a boundless ocean. And this left her feeling slightly shocked. Could it be that the aura of divinity can be classified into different tiers as well? She had never heard of something like this before, but everything before her was pointing in that direction. That's not important at the moment. I should first get down to business. Knowing that there was no way for her to know for sure, she chose to quickly sit down on the ground and started to meditate. The golden fluid immediately surged into her body. Kacha! Kacha! As soon as the energy seeped into her body, her bottleneck was swiftly shattered, and her cultivation grew at a visible rate. What formidable aura of divinity! Zhaoye remarked with narrowed eyes. The aura of divinity carried a sharp metal aura that made her feel as if her meridians were going to be ripped apart. At the same time, it felt like the roar of sword qi, clearing away all the obstructions hindering her within her body. In less than 10 minutes, she surpassed her own limits and became a real god. Wang. The moment she became a god, a brilliant light gathered around her and embraced her, making her seem as though an angel. But Zhaoye herself remained oblivious to it. She was too absorbed in her cultivation to notice any of this. As Zhaoye made her breakthrough, Lu Cheng also arrived at the other end of the mountain peak. Shortly after his arrival, he encountered a dark silhouette. It was neither a rabbit nor a tiger. Rather, it had an appearance that was similar to a human, but it was made entirely out of mist. Using the pills given to him by his teacher, even though the fight was not easy for him, he still managed to defeat the dark human-like silhouette eventually. The defeated silhouette dissipated to form a bundle of golden fluid, becoming a powerful source of energy that fueled the growth of Lu Cheng's soul. The others were all facing the same situation. Wang Ying encountered a snowy ancient tree, Zhang Yang encountered a behemoth covered in flames, Wei Ruyan encountered a river that could consume life. North of the firmament, there existed a vast, boundless ocean. At the very middle of this ocean was a humongous palace floating right above its surface. Like the searing sun in the sky, it radiated a brilliance that cast it in an angelic glow. The clear water beneath the palace reflected its grandeur perfectly, crafting out a dreamlike landscape. Within the palace, there was a bearded elder sitting on a grand and majestic throne. He was staring intently at the empty space in front of him, seemingly deep in thought. Monarch. A middle-aged man entered the splendid hall and clasped his fist. The elder glanced downward before nodding slightly to acknowledge his presence. Then, he asked, "When will the duel between that person from the sky of freedom and the heaven subjugation monarch be held?" "It'll be held on the 15th of the next month," the middle-aged man replied with a deep voice. 15th. The night of the full moon? The elder muttered beneath his breath. That person from the sky of freedom accepted the duel faster than I thought. Monarch, pardon my insolence, but there's a question that has been bothering me for some time, the middle-aged man said. You have been with me for many years now, so there's no need for you to behave so warily around me. Feel free to pose your doubt, the elder replied. Thank you for your kind words, monarch. The middle-aged man nodded. I was just wondering if the heaven subjugation monarch is really that formidable, such that even the other 8 god monarchs aren't a match for him. The elder paused for a brief moment upon hearing those words, as he raised his head in reminiscence. Then, with a deep sigh, he remarked, "Unfathomably so. What about that person from the sky of freedom? They have never appeared in public before, so no one knows just how powerful they are. Compared to the heaven subjugation monarch, who is more powerful?" The middle-aged man asked. "That person from the sky of freedom is unfathomably powerful as well. I have never met them in person before, but the aura they emanate was as towering as the lofty heavens, as if the entire universe revolved around them. It was not a force that any being in the world could contend with. But as for who is more powerful, I am unable to say for sure." The elder shook his head. "That means that the battle between the two of them will be the greatest battle ever since the firmament came into existence." The middle-aged man widened his eyes in realization. Then, a bitter smile crept onto his lips as he sighed deeply. "It would really have been a great honor to witness their battle, but it's unfortunate that a person of my caliber would have disintegrated to ashes before I could even approach them. Even a conferred god king would be easily killed if he was caught between the battle between god monarchs. It might appear to be just a realm of difference, but the gap between those two realms was absolute. Nothing could bridge the difference. That was also why the position of the god monarchs had been unshakable ever since the founding of the firmament. This might also be why there had only been 9 god monarchs in the firmament since time immemorial till recent decades. You wish to witness the battle? This is something that concerns the reputation of the 9 skies, so you should drop that idea of yours." The elder shook his head. But all of a sudden, the elder's movements halted for a brief moment, and his pupils dilated ever so slightly, reflecting the huge fluctuations in his emotions. The keen-eyed middle-aged man noticed the difference and asked worriedly, "Monarch, did something happen? That person from the sky of freedom has just passed down a message. They are inviting the 8 of us to witness the battle." The elder replied with a slow and contemplative tone, as if he was trying to discern the other party's intentions. He did not think that the person from the sky of freedom would make such a call. Even for the other god monarchs, they had chosen to fight the heaven subjugation monarch behind closed doors. As a result, not even the conferred god kings beneath them were aware of the results, even though they could probably fathom a guess. Does this mean that the person from the sky of freedom is confident in defeating the heaven subjugation monarch? The middle-aged man asked. Perhaps, the elder remarked with a doubtful edge to his tone. The difference in their strength is unlikely to be too great, given that they have both reached the pinnacle of the world. It's hard to tell who will win at this point, so we can only watch what happens. Speaking of which, the 4th flood of spiritual energy is coming soon, right? Are there any outstanding geniuses in our Acheron Ocean at the moment? Not yet, the middle-aged man replied. Even though most cultivators treasure the opportunity they have to cultivate more than ever after the reseeding of spiritual energy, it still isn't that easy to find outstanding geniuses among them. Furthermore, in order for them to stand out in the flood of spiritual energy, they must possess top-notch capabilities. Such people will eventually become god kings at the very minimum. Sigh, there are simply too few of such people around. I heard that old geezer Chinkoan of the sky of drifting specters recently secured himself a decently talented soul, the elder remarked questioningly. There's indeed such a thing. According to the rumors, he found him from the lower worlds and absorbed his soul right into the netherworld pool. Based on our sources, it seems like God Monarch Chinkoan is currently helping him forge a new body. If that soul is able to move old geezer Chinkoan into action, his capabilities must be truly extraordinary. What a pity that he didn't appear in our sky of Acheron. Otherwise, I would have made sure to groom him regardless of how much it costs and turn him into a top-notch expert in the shortest time possible. Indeed, the middle-aged man shared the elder's lamentation. Rest assured, Monarch, I have left a mechanism in the celestial mountains so as to ensure that we'll be able to get to any emerging top-notch geniuses as soon as they appear. The elder nodded silently before slowly closing his eyes, a gesture that symbolized that the middle-aged man was dismissed. But at that very moment, the sound of a clock suddenly echoed outside the room. The elder immediately opened his eyes and rose to his feet. The bell of conferred kings? The middle-aged man also trembled in agitation upon hearing the chimes. The sounding of the bell of conferred kings means that a cultivator who possesses the potential to become a conferred god king has appeared. The middle-aged man exclaimed. There were only so many conferred god kings in the world, making them existences that were almost as rare as god monarchs. Their power was second only to the god monarchs, so it went without saying that they were highly sought after by all powers. Hurry up and recruit that genius to our side, the elder instructed anxiously. But before finishing his words, he changed his mind and said, Forget it, you're too slow. I'll do it myself. Right after saying those words, the elder disappeared on the spot. Those who had become god monarchs were capable of instantaneous teleportation. As powerful as the spatial laws of the firmament were, they were insufficient to curb them anymore. It seems like our sky of Acheron is set for the flood of spiritual energy then. Seeing that the god monarch had personally made a move to recruit the genius, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. In the sky of adamant gold, god monarch Fuming was in the midst of a court assembly when he heard the bell of conferred kings chiming loudly. A genius suited for our sky of adamant gold has appeared. I'll receive him personally. Who? God monarch Fuming disappeared on the spot. In the sky of Cloud Dragon, even in the long history of firmament, the appearance of geniuses of such a caliber has been extremely rare. The last time it happened was the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and his direct disciples. We mustn't miss this opportunity. The rest of you should make preparations here while I head over to take a look personally. With a slight jolt, the Cloud Dragon Monarch morphed back into his true body, a 5-clawed golden dragon, before vanishing on the spot. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that such a formidable genius would appear for our sky of blazing sun? I still remember how that darned Shinkuin bragged about the soul he found before me just a while ago. This time, I'll make sure to groom the prodigy personally. No matter how much I have to accelerate time by, I'll make sure that he becomes a conferred god king before the flood of spiritual energy. With a brilliant chuckle, god monarch Zhuayang flung his robe to the side, revealing his bare thighs. Seeing this sight, an aged attendant beside him immediately rushed forward and awkwardly advised, Monarch, if you are heading out, may I humbly request for you to put your undergarments on? It'll diminish your honor if someone sees it. As someone who governs the blazing sun, the heavenly flames that I harness within my body will swiftly reduce any clothes I wear to ash. It's simply too much trouble to put them on again and again. I might as well just bear it all. God monarch Zhuayang harumphed impatiently. I understand that it's more cooling for you to bear it all, but aren't you heading out to receive someone? You might leave a bad impression if you leave like that, the aged attendant advised. As a subordinate serving god monarch Zhuayang, he was too familiar with the habits of the latter for his own comfort. No one could have imagined that one of the 9 god monarchs would actually detest putting on underwear. It was fortunate that he rarely left his palace, or else the honor and dignity of the sky of blazing sun would really be tossed into the gutters. Enough, you are too naggy. I'll be right back with that fellow. Who? God monarch Zhuayang swiftly created undergarments around his bare bottom with his divine energy before vanishing. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.